I have to admit, as a child, I never used the dog ate my homework. I have to say, I never had the dog ate my homework. I've used some pretty bad excuses for why I didn't have work done. The problem is this is not school. This is a legitimate job. And even worse than that, this is somebody's life hanging in the balance. If this was just an HOA, if this was just a property line variation argument, who cares, right? Nobody would care. But we're talking about people's lives. Folk are going to go to jail and never see freedom again. There are people, there are dads that are going to be separated from their kids, from their baby mamas or wives. There are sons that are separated from their families. They'll never be a part of that family again. And this woman can't bring herself to come to work prepared and demonstrate a high level of fidelity that I am working diligently to take away these men's freedom. I am working passionately to see these men get the death penalty or be a life without parole or whatever. Can you at least demonstrate that you come to work ready to do this job? That's all we want. To take this with a level of sobriety that, you know what? I am fighting to take these 6 men off the street. And by off the street, I mean remove their freedom from them as American citizens. Maybe I should come to work prepared to do my job. Maybe I don't need to bring 9 infinity experts in. Maybe, just maybe, Adrian Love, just maybe. It boggles my mind that we're flipping about this. And again, I've said it before, and please understand, I don't know if Young Thug and others have done the things that they're being accused of. I'm pretty certain they weren't choir boys. I'm pretty certain they weren't, I'm a Presbyterian deacon, so they're not in the deacon training program, right? I'm pretty sure of that. However, the state hasn't proven anything. They haven't proven anything. Yesterday, they proved to us that they had bad fashion choices. And the day prior, they proved to us that this man could tell us that a car had 4 wheels. Somebody's going to go to jail for this. Somebody's going to lose their lives in jail. And you busy getting a man from North Carolina to tell me that Infinity has a certain kind of emblem on the side, which he can't see in the video that you're trying to, man, come on. But take this seriously. That's it. Just take it seriously. That's all. That's all. Just be serious about it. As my daughter said, oh, be so serious. Be so serious about this. That's all, Adrian Love. That's all, Simone Hilton. That's all, Mr. Atkins. That's all, Judge Whitaker. Be serious about this. Somebody is going to die because of this. And you are playing with these men's lives. Now, watch this. Maybe they're responsible for all the lives that were taken before. I don't know. Maybe this is a crazy idea. This is a crazy idea. Require the state to prove that. Crazy, right? Maybe you should require that the state prove that the men that are being held hostage in court prove that they actually did that. What a crazy idea. It's lunacy. It's lunacy. I mean, really. How about you actually require them to do their job, Judge Whitaker? Don't help them with their homework. If they come in here with an empty piece of paper, don't write the work for them. If they come in here with the empty project board, don't do the project for them. Hold them responsible. Take away their privileges. Make them have silent lunch. Make them, no, you lose this opportunity to do this. This witness is gone. Bye. Do something, but be serious though. This is a serious issue. Judge Whitaker is saying that she don't want all these people in here clout chasing and Rule 22 in it. I agree. But watch this. If you're saying that this is serious and you want people to be serious about it, how about you be serious too? Brenda, be serious in 4K and require that the prosecution actually do their job. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, I mean, what a novel idea. You know what? If you're going to say that these men now lose their freedom and they could potentially be in jail till Jesus comes back, maybe, just maybe, You should have to prove why they should be in jail till Jesus comes back, or why I should not give them bond. It's embarrassing. Yeah, give them silent lunch. Miss Computer Lab. Woo, you want to make some second graders behave? Tell them that they're gonna miss Computer Lab. Because Computer Lab used to be fun. Computer Lab teachers was the bomb. Next to PE, those are some of the favorite teachers. And you're like, hey, yo, you know what? If this project isn't done, if this isn't cleaned up, if this is not whatever, man, I sure would hate to forget PE. I would sure hate to forget about Computer Lab. Well, Mr. Whitaker, it's at 1 o'clock. I might forget. I could maybe forget. We could be doing math all through Computer Lab. Everything's straight. I'm not saying I've done it. I'm just not saying I'm above it. That's all I'm saying. And so going back here, I'm sorry. I watched the video with the civil rights activist asking for her Rule 22. She asked in the beginning of the day, and then she came back and asked at the end of the day. And I don't know much about the woman, so that is what it is. I think my issue, my problem today is that Judge Whitaker made it sound like, oh, you know, this court is so solemn. This court is so serious. Boo, miss me. No, y'all might as well just be having fish fries in here, playing trap music. This is not serious. Nobody's serious. Admit it. Tell the truth. Shame the devil. Nobody is serious. Nobody. From the doggone gremlins in the audio system to all the other chicanery that is happening, nobody is serious. This is not serious, okay? Now, if you want to make it serious, I'll pretend like it's serious. Okay, here we go. I'll believe that it's serious as soon as you can't clamp down on the state, because you're going to take away somebody's freedom. I don't think we're missing. I really think that part is missing. We're not watching actors. We're not watching thespians do this. We're watching human beings potentially lose their lives. This is a slow boil snuff film. Yeah, really. And so maybe, just maybe, Paige, maybe if you're serious about justice being metered out and the right decision being made, which I want the right decision to be made. If the right decision comes down and these men get thrown under the bus, then thrown under the bus they are. Put them in the jail and throw away like the key. I pray that you repent, that you might see Christ. But on the same note, though, if we're going to sit here and watch Simone Hilton try to explain to me that somebody wearing a puffy coat is a gang member, and therefore this guy needs to get thrown in jail, shut up, just stop. All to stop. Be quiet. Just be quiet. Because you're not serious anymore. You're literally telling me somebody wearing a puffy coat. Let me make sure I got this right. These people are bona fide gang members, right? Out there doing the gang member things that gang members do, right? But they got the time to make shirts and sell merch. Y'all, y'all are not serious. I don't care. I don't care. My name is Jason. DearWokesy@gmail.com. Judge Whitaker, you're not serious. You're not serious. You're not serious. Because you let that woman sit there in your face yesterday and tell you that the man, okay, here I go. I got here we go. I got my girl dad t-shirt on. Shout out to the merch store. I have merch, okay? I got my girl dad t-shirt on. So I guess if anybody is wearing hashtag girl dad t-shirts and they do anything, you know, oh my goodness, they're out cutting the grass, or they're out washing cars, or they're out at Home Depot on a Saturday getting some wood, or good gracious alive, they're out there cooking on the grill. I guess we could all be considered a gang and conspiracy. This is stupid. This is insane. And for you to purse your lips and say that we're going to treat and tell that the civil rights activist lady that we need to be serious and solemn about this, but boo, you let this woman say, you let this woman play in your face with some Legos and some Barbie dolls playing in your face, telling you that the white t-shirt is a gang symbol. Yo, okay, I gotta stop this live stream. I'm gonna go home. I need to go take a nap.
Yo, hit that like for deal with Christian. Yo, for deal with Christian. Smash that bell for you don't see.
Oh my goodness. Grace and peace, everybody. Good morning. You saw the thumbnail. You saw the title. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be serious about this thing, but I don't think that it's actually possible. I don't think it is possible to treat Simone Hilton, Adrian Love. I'm gonna throw Atkins in there too, of course, Judge Whitaker. Seriously, I don't believe that they're serious about what they're saying. They say things that seem logical. They do things that totally undercut what they just said. So we'll talk about it today, but today is going to be it's going to be wild, but I don't think we're going to get the fireworks that we expect. And I'll tell you why. I don't want to rain on anybody's parade. I don't have any inside information. I just think we're not going to get the fireworks that we expect today. And I'll explain why. Shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for stopping by this morning. There's a 250 of y'all that have already tapped into the best live chat on the planet. And you all get that membership. And how do you get your membership into the best live chat on the planet? Of course, I'm glad you asked. All you got to do is hit that like button, jump on in here, say what's up. We enjoy watching these together. So I thank you so much for joining us today. Everybody's talking about this, and there's so many good YouTube content creators that are talking about this, and I appreciate the fact that you might be watching me on a big screen with 9 other YouTubers. I'm just glad to be a part of the Brady Bunch. If you're watching this primarily on my channel, shout out. If you're jumping back and forth, shout out. I appreciate you all the more. So thank you so much. Couple of housekeeping things. We are going to rock and roll today. The plan is to stay as long as they stay. I'm going to explain. I don't think this is going to be the fireworks that we intended. These are not the fireworks that you intend. I'll explain in a second. But yeah, whatever happens, we're going to do our very best to hang in there the whole day as long as they go. And same thing for the rest of the week. It should be I do think the rest of the week is going to be eventful. I just don't know about today. I'll explain in a second. But I do want to also, my goodness, in the morning, thank you so much, Woman of Valor, kicking the morning off with an amazing super chat. Thank you so very much for it. Very kind and very gracious. Blessing the team. I love that you are an independent thinker. Salute. Thank you so much. And I tell you all, for the $49.99 super chat, that means a lot. Let me tell you, because so many months ago, matter of fact, this is my 3rd year on YouTube this week. Well, actually the 11th, but whatever. So this month we're going to be celebrating. So at the end of the month, we're doing a big celebration. I have several sponsors that are going to be kicking in a couple of giveaways and things like that. So please make sure you stop by. It'll be on this 28th of September at 9:00. And information will be forthcoming again. It's also in the community post. But, it means a lot that as a retired classroom teacher, really becoming interested and engaged in this YouTube space, to have, first of all, to have y'all, almost 340 people have tapped in to this live stream this morning. That is bananas. But then also to see that, Woman of Valor, I really appreciate you seeing what I'm doing. I'm going to make you the stream sponsor this morning. Seeing what I'm doing and supporting the channel, it means a lot. So I really, really do appreciate it. Thank you so very much for that. That's very kind of you. Y'all do me a favor. While I'm making her the stream sponsor, could y'all just please flood the chat with WOV for Woman of Valor? Because she didn't have to. She didn't have to. She could have been doing something else, but she blessed your boy and is supporting the channel. Let's just let her know we appreciate it. Thank y'all so much. All right, let's do this. I'm going to make you the sponsor very quickly. Okay. Now, I mentioned before, all right, I know we all are familiar. If you're not familiar, let me just bring you up to speed. The state had this wonderful witness that they had to have. They had to have this wonderful witness, and his name was Little D. Little D from Cleveland. Quintavious is the gentleman that we've been talking about, Little D from Cleveland, right? And for some reason or another, they had to have him. And he was under subpoena from Judge Glanville, but his subpoena expired because Judge Glanville, of course, is no longer on the case. But he let them know, he's let the state know, hey, I'm going to plead the fifth. I don't want to testify XYZ. Very similar and akin to Kenneth Copeland. All right. So they were aware of this, but the gentleman also has some health issues. And I think that really kind of slid under the radar. So he has sickle cell, and and I've had students who have had sickle cell, and when they go into a crisis, it is pretty bad. So I can imagine if you're talking about a 7-8-year-old who goes into crisis, I can imagine he's probably like 30 or so. It's probably pretty bad. And he's been in the hospital in and out. His sister says he's been in and out several times with blood transfusions and issues like that, so on and so forth, XYZ, ABC. This DA's office has filled out a warrant to secure this man, Mr. Zachary. I don't know why I couldn't think of Zachary all of a sudden, but Mr. Zachary. They filled out a warrant, and they went and got him. So they went to his girlfriend's house and went to his house, of course, and he let them know that he was checking out of the hospital. He had been in the hospital for a couple of days with, getting a blood transfusion. They went and secured the man as he was discharging himself out of the hospital, and arrested him so that on Friday, so that he would be ready for testimony today. This is craziness. So there's a lot of other little nuances in there as well. But I do want to say that has got to be the craziest story that I've ever heard. Like he's that important to a cold case, Freezer 8 and Costco case, that you got to go arrest the man coming out of the hospital in order to have him come on Monday, when you could have said, hey, we're checking on you. Want to know where you're going to be? There could have been 100 other ways that they could have done that. But no, they chose to arrest the man and take him to Rice Street. I think everybody now knows what Rice Street means. So that's not a good look, probably even for a healthy person. But they sent a man that just got out of the hospital to Rice Street. And so, needless to say, this whole weekend has been crazy with stories and updates. His sister, his dad have been on podcasts giving details, so on and so forth. And so here's why I think today is not going to be the electrifying day that most people kind of expect. I'm going to tell you why. He needs a lawyer. And if he was not able to secure a lawyer yesterday, which was Sunday, it's very possible that I'm hoping that he gets a lawyer. First of all, my prayer is that he has a lawyer, and a good lawyer, not just some lawyer from the back of the phone book. Shout out to lawyers from the back of the phone book, but that he has a really good lawyer, a top tier lawyer. And I'm hoping that he secured a lawyer, and therefore he's not going to be ready to give his testimony today. That's why I say, I don't know. And I'm not saying that I'm right. I could be totally wrong. I mean, he could have got a lawyer yesterday, and that lawyer could have been working and grinding and putting in and getting his testimony and getting him ready and all of that. And he could go sit right in that booth and do what he needs to do. That'd be great. But I'm thinking, if he didn't get a lawyer yesterday or Saturday night or, late in the midnight hour, a lawyer comes in there, I'm going to think that he's probably going to spend today getting prepped by a lawyer. So tomorrow could be the firework day. I could be wrong. I could be totally, totally wrong. I just don't know if today is going to be the day. But that's just my speculation, because and it might be speculation because I want him to get a lawyer. It might be like, look, I want this dude to get a lawyer. I don't want him to get woodied, because we saw what happened to Kenneth Copeland. So maybe that will be, I don't know. But I just want to throw that out there as a possibility that today might not be all the fireworks and that we intended, because there's so much that needs to happen for that young man to be safe and to get out of there unscathed. Now, we'll see. We got about 15, 20 minutes and we'll see. So real quick, thank you again to everybody for shouting out Woman of Valor. Thank you so much for shouting her out. Thank you so much for the very kind, very, very kind super chat this morning to kick the morning off with a great super. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, to answer Texas T's question, Little D was initially it was said that he was just put in like a regular jail cell. He was moved to medical. His sister reported on Twitter yesterday, and I need to get the sister's Twitter. I'm not the best on Twitter, y'all. Y'all pray for me. I gotta get her account. I'll make sure it's available, or one of the mods will put it in there, and then send it to me in direct message, and I'll pin it to the top. But according to his sister, he was moved to medical yesterday. My only problem is he shouldn't be in jail, but I digress. He ain't did anything wrong. And real quick, to all of the throw bad people in jail crowd, because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of people that just, they've already determined that Young Thug and the rest of them are guilty. They should get the book thrown at them. And what by any means, they're kind of like by any means necessary. It doesn't matter what Adrian Love does. It doesn't matter the collusion and coercion. It doesn't matter any of that stuff, because Young Thug and these guys are guilty. Throw them under the bus. Okay. All right. I kind of thought like that too. Myself, Jason, the host of the show. Jason, my name is Jason, Dear Woke Christian. I kind of felt like that too when I first was introduced to this case, because they're not the people that I would kind of rock with. I'm kind of jealous of people that can grow dreadlocks. So, there's that. So I'm kind of jealous of that. And then they got the face tattoos, not a fan. I don't listen to their music, not a fan. A lot of stuff that they do and say does not honor Christ, not a fan. So I kind of came in this initially, oh, they're guilty. Oh, they're just guilty. Whatever, throw them away. And then one day it hit me. What would happen if that was me? What would happen if that was me? I dot the I's, I cross the T's, I pay my taxes. I try to maintain the speed limit. So what if that were me though? Would people just look at me and say, oh, there's that old bald guy, he talks loud, he's got that beard. You know what? I throw him under the bus. He's black, throw him under the bus. What if that were me? And then it hit me like, these men are innocent until proven guilty. And at the current moment, as I said before, and I've said this countless times, I'll say it again. If they're guilty, do what the law requires to be done. So if they're guilty, you got to shave their dreads off, and I don't know, whatever the law requires you to do. Once they're found guilty, do that. The only problem is you haven't proven any of those things. So at the current moment, they're as innocent as I am. That's it. So to the throw them under the bus crowd, by any means necessary crowd, to the just get the filth off the street crowd, be careful. Be careful. It won't take, it's not a logical jump. It's not a big leap to say that could be you one day. And the only reason that we're even having this conversation really truly is because Young Thug had money. If Young Thug was broke like a former classroom teacher that sits in his home studio talking loud, y'all wouldn't even know my name, because I'd have been in jail a long time ago. Do you get my point? So I think we should handle this with a level of grace. Now, that being the case, Zachary didn't do anything. Because I got people in the comment section like, he should go to jail for what? What was Zachary supposed to be in jail for? The dude was, y'all need to stop. Like, take it down the square. Because you would want, I'm telling y'all would want the same veracity. You would want the same passion and energy and enthusiasm to call out Love and Judge Whitaker and all of them as we're doing for Young Thug if that were you. So don't be too flippant saying Zachary, Lil D needs to be in jail for what? The man didn't do anything. He paid for his crimes. And I think y'all are missing that. Everybody that's been on the stand has been a criminal that has paid for their crimes. Whether it be Little Woody, whether it be Sledge, now we're talking about Lil D, and the other ones before. They didn't have anybody on there that's got like, hey, I'm on the run. I just decided to come in here and testify. Hey, I'm out here committing crimes and doing wrong. Well, I said I'm gonna come in here and tell you what my truth. No, everybody has paid their debt to society. Again, whether you agree with it, that's your prerogative. Whether you think it's right, I'm not going to tell you can't argue that. But the man has already paid his debt to society. You can't just throw him in jail because I don't like him. I'm sorry. Like, and even more than that, why do you want just a man on the street getting out of the hospital? Like, just do the visual here, right? The dude checking himself out of the hospital. He just got blood transfusion. He has sickle cell. And out of the blue, for no good reason, no reason, not because he was jaywalking, not because he took some extra surgical gloves or stole a bedpan. He's trying to check himself out of the hospital, and he gets arrested to come testify. Wait. To come testify. Just talk about the case, not because he's done something, but to testify. Y'all, come on. Like, don't do that to somebody. Don't do that to somebody. And again, you don't have to agree with Quindarius Zachary. You don't have to like Jeffrey Williams. You don't have to like Shannon Stillwell and all these others. You don't have to like them. And that's perfectly your prerogative. But be careful, please, by any means necessary, crowd. Be careful just throwing somebody in jail just because you don't like them, because that is a slope. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can go and slip down that slope your own self, by yourself. The hitman ain't coming with you. I'm sorry. That's just, there's no way I would want to do that. Again, and I'm not rocking with them. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, he's innocent because black. I'm not saying that. Y'all do realize I didn't say that. I didn't say he's innocent. I'm sorry. I didn't say he's guilty because he has dreadlocks.
If she struck him with her motor vehicle and she left.
Why are you not requiring the state and calling the state out saying, hey, prove that this man is guilty so he can go to jail, because I believe he should go to jail. That's it. Not by any means necessary, hook or crook. That's not the game plan. That's not the stilo. So don't do that, please. It doesn't look good for you. I know you feel noble. I know you feel like, oh yeah, I'm noble by saying throw him in jail. No, really, you look really crazy. And at the end of the day, when the smoke clears, it's not gonna go well, because that could be you in a heartbeat. There's nothing that stops that from being you, from being me, not anything. Because we see that they'll do whatever. They'll arrest you in the hospital. They'll arrest you in a box. They'll arrest you with a fox. They'll arrest you in a house. They'll arrest you with a mouse. If you know where that came from, shout out to you. But y'all do realize that they've shown that there is no limit to what they will do. I'm sorry, that's not cool. That is not cool. So, and as Foster Cat had said right here, the state don't care. So the state don't care that you were politicking for Adrian Love to do whatever. When you're the one on the other side of the table and she's doing whatever, you're not going to be keen on that. And we've got to, we can't be good with that. We can't be good with that. We have to be better people and say, no, truth has to prevail. Honesty has to prevail. And if you can't prove that these men did what you're saying they're doing, guess what? You're going to have to let them go. That's it. That's it. If they can't prove it, and I think we all know they can't prove it. That's why they're doing these chicanery. Because imagine this. Let me just make sure I got this right. This case has been going on for a year. All right. It'll be a year in November. And that's just the case. It almost took a year to seat the jury, but I digress. You want me to believe that Adrian Love, Simone Hilton, Atkins, and the rest, Fonnie Willis, and the whole DA's office are going to run, they're going to come out with the best evidence soon? They're going to come out with the best evidence at the 11th hour, right? After they've worn down the jury, they done wore out the jury. They done wore out the media. They done wore out the watching audience. But, oh, wait. Here comes the best evidence possible. Let's just rewind to last week. They literally brought a man in, the service manager from Infinity in North Carolina, to tell us about a car that he could not identify. They literally had Simone Hilton trying to explain fashion, gang fashion, off of Instagram. They had a 911 operator reading to us the transcript of the 911 call that we were listening to. Okay. If you want to believe that they have a better case, oh, and by the way, they had to go get Lil Woody and coerce him, give him immunity that he didn't want and throw him in jail in order to get him to testify. They had to go get a man off of his sick bed. Oh, don't forget, they actually, and during the study hall court, don't forget, they talked about getting a man out of hospice. to testify. And for the life of me, I can't find that clip. I'm sure somebody will help me out. Shout out to Green Eggs and Ham. Shout out to Green Eggs and Ham. They were talking about getting a man out of hospice. If you know what hospice is, that should chill your actual bones. Your bones should now become cold. That they're talking about getting a man out of, literally off of his deathbed, not hyperbole, deathbed, to come testify in this case. But you want me to believe that their best case is yet to come. That their best and brightest days are still ahead of them, rather. The best and brightest days are ahead of them. Okay. All right. Okay. I just want to make sure I understand what I'm supposed to believe, because I don't understand. I don't understand what I'm supposed to believe in this case. Now, I do see, shout out to, man, there's so many of y'all up in this chat, 850 of y'all. What in the world? Grace and peace. Good morning to all of y'all. I see a lot of people talking about pleading the fifth. I don't know. I really don't know. My name is Jason, and I'm a pre-K law student. Okay, that means I know nothing. I don't know if pleading the fifth is going to be acceptable, and let me tell you why. That woman arrested that man while he was coming out the hospital. Do you think she cares about his rights? I don't think she cares. I don't think she cares. I shudder to think if she actually cared about his rights, what would have happened? Because I don't think she cares. You can't say you care about the man's health. You can't say you care about his well-being. You can't say anything. I'm sorry, the woman wants victory by any means necessary. That should cause everybody to pause. I'm just saying, there's no way around that. And court has not started yet. I have it ready over here. Let me bring it in just so we can see. As soon as they go hot, we'll be ready. She needs him to testify so she can bring in the wiretaps. Okay, but again, my point is, if you had this golden goose, if you had this great silver bullet of evidence, why would you wait almost a year to bring it in? And there's still, let's just be honest, there's still at least a year left, because they're not done, and the defense is still going to have to bring witnesses. So we're talking about, they say till the summer. I'm going to go, I think it's going to last longer than that, but I digress. How long it lasts is irrelevant. The state has not rested. And if the defense does, in fact, call witnesses, they still got to do all that. So even in that, why didn't you not bring this up earlier? Why was this not your best examples of telling the story, conveying the narrative? Because they don't actually have a story, because they don't actually have a narrative. That's why. Yeah, I got a bad feeling that court is going to probably start late. I know people were hypothesizing that they were going to be doing having a secret star chamber meeting. I don't think that's it. Now, granted, let me say it like this. If it happened, I would not be surprised. I just don't think that's what's happening. What I think what's going to happen is late in the midnight hour, Mr. Zachary secured an attorney. His attorney has made every attempt to get in touch with him, through Sunday, maybe Sunday night, this morning. And he's made contact with him this morning. And if he wasn't able to get, figure out what he's going to talk, his testimony and such like that, and the rules and engagement for his testimony, they're going to probably do that today. That's why I don't think he will be able to testify today. I could be wrong, but I'm just pointing out that I think he's probably going to be getting prepped. He's probably going to be getting prepared, talking to his lawyer, meeting his lawyer, all that kind of stuff like that, in order to maybe testify later, or later on today, or later this week, or whatever like that. So that's my thought. But, let me know what you think. I see people with the plead the fifth. I see people with, he's going to be up there first thing when the cameras go hot. I don't think that's it. I think that one might be aggressive. To be like, he's going to be the first person in there this morning. I think that's going to be aggressive. Not saying it's wrong and bad, just that one might be a little aggressive. Let me just real quick. I want to double check another channel real quick and make sure that this is not on somewhere else. At the current moment, it is not. Yeah, it's not on. So they haven't turned on the cameras now for their I don't know. I like Atlanta news first too. Let me bring them in. All right, so we got Atlanta news first. Okay, but to their defense, she told them to come in at 8:45. Usually they're doing stuff, they're doing some horse trading early in the morning, and they go live at 9. So if that be the case, then maybe they're just there, they're getting situated, figuring out which end is up, kind of discussing. I wish we could hear it, but I'll make sure I resolve that when I go back to court. Shout out to Mango Gelato Whip in the building. Happy Monday to you, the mods, and the chat. Thank you so much for the 1999 super. Uh-oh. Ms. Mandy says, I predict a mistrial this week. Okay, I gotta make a poll. That is a great. All right, let's make a poll. We're gonna do a poll. Thank you everybody who's already liked this video. There's 1,000 of y'all in here. What in the world? There's 1,000 people watching this live stream. Yo, thank you so very much. That is amazing. That is amazing. Okay, let's do this. So I'm gonna do the poll, and I'm gonna say by Friday, this trial will be all right. Still going. Mistrial with prejudice. And I'm saying still going, no change. Let's see. And I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna give you 3 options. I'm trying to think of another option. Still going, mistrial with prejudice. Oh, mistrial without and a mistrial without prejudice means basically a do-over. All right, 4 options. Those are not the best ones, but those are 4 that I came up with. I got a brand new poll question that just popped up. It says, by Friday, this trial will be still going, no change, mistrial with prejudice, in a major stall, kind of like what happened with Little Woody, and then, or a mistrial without prejudice, basically a do-over. What do y'all think? Wow. Yeah, most of y'all, I short of like an intervention from on high, I'm kind of going with nothing really changing. But anything can happen. So I'm interested to see what y'all decide. Let me, as 160 of y'all have answered that poll question. I appreciate y'all. Let's see. Excellent. Yeah, they are. How long is this? Yeah, they are not trying to get started. There's some major horse trading going on over there. I'm telling you. They are horse trading it up, boy. So we'll see what happens. Let me see. Why is this? All right. Thank you so very much for that. All right, let's see what this looks like. Looks good. All right. That is crazy. Chatty Kathy says this is the second person arrested as a material witness. Crazy. Good morning to you, Sharon. By the way, thank y'all, every last one of y'all, for stopping by. It is a shame on Love. It is. But I don't think they care. They can't care. I'm sorry. You cannot tell me that they care and they're doing this. There's no way. Woody made a touching post about Thug and the rest. I call these defendants the Fulton County 6. Wow. It reminds me of the Central Park 5. Wow. I don't disagree. Woody tried to deny it. They denied it, and he ended up giving immunity that he doesn't want. I agree. But, and also another reason why I think he's not going to testify today is Woody talked about Little D from Cleveland a lot. So they're going to probably want to dig into some of the claims that Woody made about Mr. Zachary. So that's going to be more that they're not going to say, hey, were you there? Did you see this? What did it look like? There's going to be a lot more question, not just, you know, what day is it today and how are you feeling? It's not going to be that. So it's going to be a lot more detailed than that. That's another reason why I don't believe Quindarius Zachary is going to speak today. Because he's gonna definitely need a lawyer. Because again, little Woody said a lot about him, particularly. That's why we all knew his name already. He's allowed to plead the fifth as of now. I'm sure he'll be delayed this morning for them to ask the judge to sign an immunity. There you go, Danielle. There you go. So it'll probably be Tuesday or Wednesday. I have no opinion if they're guilty or innocent. In my opinion, though, these men have not been given a fair trial. Facts. I still have not seen actual evidence. I've seen coercion by the state, though. And again, remember this. If your favorite, football season just started. So if your favorite team, your team that's going to go all the way this year, if they were behaving like this, if they were treating the game like this and basically cheating, would you think that they were prepared to go to the big dance? Would you think that they were prepared to go all the way this year? Well, no, you'd be like, no, and they're still losing. They cheat and they lose. There's a lot of problems there. There's just too many. Lots of good conversation going on in the chat. Welcome to everybody. Y'all, how in the world do we have 1,300 people? I'm sorry, 1,100 people, maybe it'll be 13, watching. Thank you all so very much. This means a lot. This is amazing. And I appreciate you all. And you can be a part of the best live chat on the planet. Just hit the like button, jump up in here and let us know that you're here. All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Tracy, for stopping by. I appreciate it. In case you missed it, good morning, good people. Let's get those likes up. Please hit the like for DWC. Appreciate you so much. Question from Mr. Trailer. I know she doesn't care, but I thought she's not allowed to put someone on the stand that might plead the fifth. Am I mistaken? I believe you're correct. But there are so many, I hate to say it like this, and hear me. Remember, I was Team Whitaker. My last name is Whitaker. I am Team Whitaker, literally. Judge Whitaker would have to really demonstrate a different type of person in order to do that. When she came on board, we were all like, yo, this is a breath of fresh air. Oh, yeah. Adult has entered the chat. We all thought that, right? We were all feeling like, oh, this is going to be so different from Glanville. She's really going to, crack a whip. She's going to get this thing moving, or she's going to call a mistrial. We just knew it. And really within a week, everybody was like, what the world? This is Glanville and drag. Where we had all deteriorated. In order for her to hold the state's feet to the fire, because there's literal rules that she's not abiding by. There are literal rules that are just being, it's whatever. Like, I'll give you an example. You cannot have a witness on the stand that is not in his or her right mind. Now, I think we all can agree right here. I hear it in my ears. So y'all let me know if y'all see it. So remember the guy that got on the stand and said he was high? He should not have been able to continue testifying. He was inebriated out of his mind. They left him.
Correspondence to do an in-camera review. Is that ready?
The audio is horrible.
Okay, so that was supposed to be to me first thing this morning because I need to actually do the in-camera reviews. When is it going to be? Obviously, I'm not going to be looking at it before lunchtime, but
Wow. No homework done.
My understanding is that we want to begin with the witnesses and that the things that were told to be available today would be available today. That means it would be near the end of the day. I specifically said first thing this morning.
Come on.
So I need it by the time we break for lunch because I'm planning to start looking at it at lunch. Okay, what else are you going to have to me? Okay. The response to the brief that Ms. Bossy presented regarding the transaction. I believe that we were also working on narrowing down the wiretap. Okay. All right, anytime today is fine for the rest of them, but I had specifically said first thing for the.
Wow.
So I need that by the time we break noon, basically. Mr. Steele, I got your, I guess, motions in limine on some of the evidence that y'all reviewed on Friday. And
Wow.
I don't know whether y'all try to narrow it down or not, and that's what we need to litigate still. Is that what that is?
That's what we, and when I say we, it's
The defense.
yes,
Yeah.
Your Honor. We believe that needs to be excluded.
Okay.
That's correct. The state, upon looking at that, says they agree with it, then obviously we don't have to take the court's time. But that we tried to, go through
Okay, but it hasn't been
vetted.
presented to the state for potential agreement. Okay, so I'll let y'all do that. And then next time we have a non-jury day, whatever is left, we'll take up. Good morning. All right, I had another matter that we were supposed to be starting at 8:45. I'm not sure why we didn't get started until 9. But I'm not going to take the jury's time right now. So just when we break for lunch, I want y'all to come up and I'll apprise everybody of something that I don't think between here and lunch, it's going to matter if y'all don't know. Give me just a second.
Wonder what that is. Yo, shout out to Innocent Bystander. Thank you so very much for the gracious $50 super chat. All right. Doug Weinstein's got his people back there. Whoa. Yo, thank you so very much, Woman of Valor, as well as Innocent Bystander. Wow, Woman of Valor with a $99.99 super chat. I agree. They need to prove it or let them go. This is a shame
So,
and a
do you have
scandal. Let's have a fair trial. That's all.
Going to be ready to go. And is there anything else anybody needs to put on the record before we get the next witness and the jury?
Wow, thank you so much, Woman of Valor.
Nope. All right, let's have the jury and then.
Oh my gosh, here we go. Let's see what happens. There goes House. What's up, House?
And so y'all, when we adjourn for the day, the people who are allegedly going to fix for real the sound are coming to work on it. So
Goodbye.
everybody,
Bye.
fingers crossed that we won't have any more sound issues after the end of the day today.
Who's the new attorney? I didn't see a new attorney. It looks like all the same ones. It looks like all the same ones back there. Good morning, Libby. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's the same attorneys. No, whoever had that Adrian Love was not gonna have her homework done, you know that you already winning on bingo today. No homework was done. None. But she busy getting a man arrested, but she got no homework done. She's not always there, Tanya, the older lady with the white hair. She's there like twice a week. We call her YSL grandma, but she's not there every day. No, they're not adjourning. They're waiting for the jury to come in. Oh, you're right. I don't see Miss Westmoreland. You're right. No, that a male attorney's always been there. His name is Yusef, the younger guy with the lighter skinned guy. His name is Yusef. He's been there. He's walking back right there. That's him. So Miss Westmoreland's missing. Uh-oh. Eric, great question about the seat change. They changed because this young man, his name is Lil Rod. He had an altercation in the jail and they want to keep an eye on him. That's a quick summary. It's a little bit more than that, but not much. Who's that with Steele? It's their researcher and Mr.
Ladies
Adams.
and gentlemen, good to see y'all all back again. I hope y'all had a pleasant weekend.
Mm.
Miss Love, y'all can call your next witness, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state now calls Officer Adrian Pitts to the stand.
I can hear you, but I don't know if it's through the mic or
Okay.
not. You can try the other one.
Yeah, he had contraband. I'm sorry. Yeah, he had contraband.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I did. Absolutely.
Man, that audio is garbage.
First, last name for the court.
Officer Adrian Pitts, Adrian Pitts, Pitts.
Good morning. Can you hear me quite all right?
Yeah.
All right. I am going to position this like so I can have the use of my hands. Officer, Mr. Pitts, are you employed?
Yes,
What?
Where are you employed?
the Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Approaching 14 years.
And what is your title?
Police officer.
Okay. Have you received any special distinctions as a police officer during your 14 years?
Tactical field operator.
What do you do in that capacity?
Assist SWAT, barricade gunmen, active shooter situations, stuff like that.
Is that also known as TFO for short?
Yes.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a tactical field officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
Active shooters, barricade gunmen, assistant SWAT, barricade gunmen.
And if you would come just a little bit closer to the mic. And
Problem
project.
is the mic won't move, so we're gonna try to move that at lunch.
Okay. And this is both of them.
Hey, I'm putting anybody, any Pitts fan club people, I'm putting you in timeout.
You've got a
0-second timeout.
All right, so that you can face that way.
Okay.
All right. Can you project and see if it works?
Test.
There we go. All right. Are you post-certified, Officer Pitts?
Yes.
And have you been post-certified during the entire duration of your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And were you post-certified on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the date of Tuesday, April 28th, 2015. Do you recall working that day?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, do you recall about working that day?
About 4:06 hours that morning, I was dispatched to a person shot.
All right. So now when you say 4:06 hours, what do you mean?
4:06 in the morning.
Okay. All right. And you stated that you were dispatched to a person shot call. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you alone or were you accompanied by a partner?
I believe initially I arrived alone, but other units did arrive
Okay.
shortly after I got there.
And when you were dispatched to this call, how did the call come through?
Person shot at 1428 Dale Avenue.
Okay, that was a poor question on my part. Let me ask a different way. Was it over the radio? Was it a phone call? How did you get dispatched?
I was dispatched over the radio.
And when you were dispatched to that person shot call over the radio, was a location given.
Yes,
What was that address?
1428 Adele Avenue, Northwest.
All right. And were you wearing a body cam that day?
No,
Okay, why not?
body cams had not been issued at that point.
You just mentioned the address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. In what county is that address located?
Fulton County.
Are you familiar with that community that that address is situated in?
Yes.
And what can you tell the jury, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about that particular community?
It's a lot of single family homes, older Black families own their properties for years and decades.
Okay. Are you acquainted with that particular area?
Yes.
All right. How are you acquainted with that particular area?
Patrol over there. I was assigned to the beat that the shooting took place on. I'm very familiar.
Okay. What zone is that in for Atlanta Police Department purposes?
Zone 1.
Okay. And what beat is that located in?
Beat 104.
Now, can you distinguish for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a zone is and then a beat?
So the city is broken up into 6 zones. Every zone has 2 sectors. Each sector has 7 beats, and that's just the area of responsibility that each individual who's assigned to the beat handles.
You can continue. I wasn't interrupted.
That's it.
Okay. All right. With respect to a beat, the particular beat that you were responding to on the day of April 28th, 2015, how long had you worked that beat?
At that point, maybe about 2 or 3 years, but I've been inside that area for a very long time.
The address of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest, what, if anything, is situated there?
Residents,
Okay. Is it an apartment complex or a single family home?
single family homes.
All right. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what, if anything, you saw upon your arrival to that location on April 28, 2015?
Upon my arrival, I saw shell casings in the street, driveway, property damage. Front of the house had been shot up. Vehicles in the driveway had been shot. I think one vehicle on the street also was damaged by gunfire.
All right. Where were these shell casings, excuse me, where were these shell casings that you just mentioned located in your life?
Shell casings were
Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Fulton County, come on.
All right, I think we got it.
so the
No, we didn't. It may be mine. I project as best as I can, Judge, if that helps to eliminate that distraction for the court.
I can hear. And if somebody over at the far side of the room cannot hear, y'all just let me know.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. Been told to be pretty loud. All right, so you can continue with your answer. If you need to re-ask the question, I can.
please.
Okay. All right. You described just a few moments ago that you saw several things. I believe the last question I posed to you was, where were these shell casings that you spoke of earlier?
The shell casings were in the street directly in front of the home
Okay.
and inside the driveway of the residence.
All right. When you arrived to the location, was it nighttime or daytime?
It was early morning. Sun was not up. It was night.
What was the weather conditions on that day?
Clear.
Okay. Was there anyone outside preliminarily when you arrived to that location?
Outside the street, no, not that I remember.
What was the atmosphere like? Was there, can you describe the atmosphere, if you will, for the jury?
When I arrived, it was very still. You could tell that something had happened. Approached the house. If I remember correctly, the front door was open, but it's like a steel security gate was closed, and there's a gentleman standing in the steel security gate.
Before I move to what you just said, I want to go back to something you said earlier. You also indicated that there were damage to vehicles that you saw preliminarily when you arrived. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
How many vehicles do you recall at this time being affected by the defects?
3.
Okay. Do you recall the make and models of said vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those vehicles were, make and model?
It was a red Infiniti. I believe that was in the driveway. It was a blue Dodge Charger. I believe that was also in the driveway, and a blue Chrysler Pacifica parked on the street.
Was the Chrysler in the street?
I believe it was on the street.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I'm not 100% sure. 10 years ago.
Is there anything that would help you refresh your recollection at this point?
I can go to my report if we have a moment.
Yes, if you would just give me a brief moment. Your Honor, I am going to approach the defense with your permission, of course.
You may.
All right. With a copy of
Why they treat them like it's a gotcha question? Like, okay, a car got shot. Like, where is location is really not important.
approaching the witness, Your Honor.
Does that really matter? I'm not trying to be petty, but come on, does that really matter?
Take a view of that. And then when you refresh your memory, you can look back up at me and we'll continue.
I think so. I think this is leading a witness. Somebody mentioned this, yes. And he's not a confrontational witness. I don't know why. Shout out to Mandy. Thank you so much for the 1 membership. I appreciate you. Thank you real quick. Welcome Prentice Jones, a new DWC member. Shout out. Shout out to Sam.
Has your memory
I'll go through these in a moment.
Yes.
All right. Can you now respond to the question that was posed?
Give it to me one more time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where was the Dodge, where was the blue Chrysler Pacifica?
I believe the Chrysler Pacifica was in the driveway.
Okay, all right. Okay, now, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the tag numbers associated with said vehicles?
If I could go to the report.
Sure thing, yes, sir.
Oh, y'all ain't playing with them today. Y'all are not having y'all not having it.
Okay. So the Chrysler Pacifica was a Georgia plate, Paul Charlie Sam 5023. The Dodge Charger was a Georgia plate, Paul Victor Yankee 5663.
Okay.
Grace and peace.
Red Infinity. It's going to be Paul Whiskey King 8190. It's PWK 8190.
Okay. All right. Now, I would like to ask you with respect to each of those vehicles, do you recall by any chance, for the ladies and the gentlemen of the jury, where the defects, bullet defects to those vehicles were located around or about?
Yes, the red Infinity had defects and damage to the front hood and the front windshield. The blue Dodge Charger had defects to the front hood, front windshield, and the blue Chrysler Pacifica had defects to the driver side rear panel area.
All right. On that early morning of Tuesday, April 28, 2015, were you at all able to speak with the owners of said vehicles?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Were you able to speak with them ever after you finished with this particular location responding to it?
No.
Okay. Did you attempt to, or did anyone from your department or precinct or zone try?
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I did not.
You described earlier that there was property damage to the home located at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any damage to your recollection to any of the other homes located on Adele Avenue?
No, all the damage was focused on the house, and I guess the vehicles were damaged as a result of the house being shot up.
And when you say the house, is it my understanding correct that you're speaking of the 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest address?
Yes.
All right. Earlier, you provided a brief description about what it looked like, that being the house that you just described. You stated that there was a gate. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the color of that gate?
White.
Okay. And when you say a gate, are you referencing a door that appears to be as such, or a physical gate that prevents one from coming into the premises of the property?
It's like a metal security gate that goes in front of the front door. It's common on a lot of houses in the area.
Do you reference a gate in your report?
Yes.
Okay, and is that what you had in mind when you wrote that report?
Yes.
I am now going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 8, Kappa, Your Honor. And I am showing-
So anybody asking, this is the woman's house last week we heard that got shot in the backside. So this is the police officer that came to the to investigate. Yeah, the older woman that was on the stand this past week.
I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with your permission, or with State's Exhibit 8, Kappa.
You may
All right.
freely approach the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Pitts, you are now holding State's Exhibit 8, Kappa. From appearance, what is it that I've handed to you?
This is Adele Avenue. Looks like it's going to be to the west of the address.
Okay, and is that the general area that you responded to depicted in that particular exhibit on April the 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the area of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as you remember it on the day that you responded to the shots fired call on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 8 Kappa into evidence and request permission to publish, subject to your rule.
Use a microphone, boy.
Admitted and you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, prior to publishing State's Exhibit 8 Kappa, the state is going to first start by publishing State's Exhibit 5 Kappa. And the screen's not working, so I'm going to direct your attention to the monitor above you.
It's working, it just takes a second.
Sure thing.
Well, I don't know, if the witness, can you see it on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay, all right, that one's working. Okay, Officer Pitts, can you tell us, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you recall this particular location that is depicted in State's Exhibit 5?
Oh, that's messed up, Frank.
Yes, it's going to be the 1428 Dale Ave. It's going to be the house. If you're looking at the picture to the right with the white metal gate.
Okay.
Welcome, Jewel.
And,
Welcome.
When you say to the right, just so that we are on the same sheet of music, are you referencing the home that has vehicles within the driveway?
Yes.
All right. And when you responded to that location, did it look like how it does on this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Yes. And I am just going to use this clicker so that it can ease transition. All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 6, Kappa, which has already been admitted into evidence. What are we looking at here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Officer Pitts?
That's going to be 1428 Adele Ave. It's going to be the house with the white vehicle driveway.
And I would ask, transition to the next exhibit. State's Exhibit 7, Kappa. Is this, what are we looking at here?
1428 Adele Ave, house with the white vehicle in the driveway.
And is it fair to say this is just a wider view of the same area that you responded to?
Yes.
And using this exhibit that contains this wider view, can you point to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, or describe better yet, the general area where you saw the shell casings when you responded at 4:06 a.m. on April 28, 2015?
In the driveway right there, about where the car is going to the street.
Okay, I have a pointer. It's working. All right. I'm so sorry. Okay. When you say driveway,
So right about, yeah, right about there where your pointer is.
and when you say in the street, as it relates to the shell casings, are you talking about where the pointer is moving across?
Yeah, about there.
Okay, all
Go
right.
on.
I'm now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 8, Kappa, which has just been admitted into evidence. It's just slow. Just a brief indulgence. Okay, I apologize. All right, Officer Pitts, as it relates to State's Exhibit 8, Kappa, which is now being published on the screen before you, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which direction this angle of this particular photo is facing or directed towards?
This is Adele Avenue to the west of 1428.
And when you say, of course, there we go. Okay, that direction headed that way where the cursor is moving is considered west in this view?
That's correct.
All right. And did you happen to see any shell casings in this particular viewpoint when you arrived?
I don't believe so. No.
Did you see anything of value during your particular investigation in that particular area of Adele Avenue?
Not if I remember, no.
Earlier, you spoke about you saw shell casings, and I want to continue to probe on that. Do you recall the amount of shell casings that you saw at the scene of the incident?
About 32.
Okay. Do you recall or remember the caliber of shell casings that were in your viewpoint?
Yeah, 223 caliber and 7.62.
You said the last one you said
7.62.
7.62. Okay. Do you have training or experience firing a rifle?
Yes.
And in your training or experience as an officer, what type of rounds fit into a rifle?
223, 7.62.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, does a rifle require one or two hands to hold?
2.
Okay. In your training and experience as one who has fired a rifle, is this one that is a single shot firearm or one that shoots in rapid succession?
It shoots multiple rounds
Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. All right. Senior active, AD active, you can pull down 8KK for a brief moment. All right. When you arrived, Officer Pitts, to 1428 Adele Avenue, which is reference to the shooting, did you ever at all count the amount of bullet defects that you saw on the cars or on the home?
I don't remember, but I do remember seeing the bullet effects of residents in the vehicles.
Did you recall there being a lot or a few?
It was a lot.
Were all of the defects that you saw when you responded, did they appear to be fresh?
Yes.
And in your training and experience as a law enforcement officer, how do you distinguish what is fresh versus which is old in terms of bullet defects?
You're gonna have, when you have fresh damage from bullet holes, you'll have smaller microparticles from the material still scattered about on the surface of whatever you're looking at.
And these microparticles that you're describing, are they microparticles from the object or material that has been defected by
Yes.
the bullet, or is microparticles from the bullet itself?
It's going to be from wherever the object was that was struck.
And is it fair to say that these microparticles that you're describing, that they're small, are they?
Yes.
But based on your training and experience, it's fair to say that you know what to look for.
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that you've seen multiple such types of? I can rephrase, John.
All right.
Have you seen multiple defects to property before?
Yes.
And is that what informs your ability to, is it fair to say that is what informs your ability to look for such microparticles in other crime scenes?
Yes.
Are these microparticles that you're describing anything of such value that someone that would come behind you could collect?
I understand
Let me rephrase. Is that something that you would normally collect, microparticles?
that. No.
Okay. Does it have any value outside of you being able to detect whether the bullet defects are old or new?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to turn your attention to the moment where you said you arrived to the location. Did you ever get out of your vehicle?
Yes.
And how were you dressed on that day?
In uniform.
And were you in a marked or unmarked police car?
Marked police car.
And did you ever walk up to the home of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do or say during that time?
I met a gentleman, black male, medium brown skin tone. He was at the door wearing a Fam America brown sweatshirt. I asked him if he had been injured. He said that he had not been.
I'm going to object to the hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond. This is-
I object to the whole thing.
This is the effect on the listener. He informs what will come next.
Just move on to your next question.
Sure thing, Your Honor. All right, I'll move on to the next question for you. This individual that you described, you just provided a description. Was he tall or short?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you recall if he was taller than you?
I don't think he was now.
And you described the shirt he was wearing that you said had Fam America on it somewhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you saw that shirt, did it have any value to you when you saw that name?
Fam America at the time was a prominent gang in the area.
Objection. I'm going to object as to improper foundation and move to strike.
Can you lay the foundation?
Sure. I can ask a few preliminary questions now. Sure thing. What training or experience do you have with gangs in that area?
Plenty of experience. Sometimes that we get information from investigators to keep an eye out for this type of clothing or this type of coloring or these type of tattoos that would indicate gang affiliation.
Okay, and was that your first time seeing?
Excuse me, I'm going to object to that testimony, get an answer to be struck. It violates our ability, the confrontation clause, our ability to question where this information is coming from. It is hearsay. I'd ask that that answer be struck.
You wanna make it?
Overruled.
Okay. You can continue with your answer if you had any.
That was it.
Okay, all right, and with that particular.
Wow.
Background, in mind, was this incident to which you responded the first such time that you had ever seen such indicators of clothing as you responded?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, all right, and in your experience, based on what you had learned prior to that moment in your training, did that language on that sweatshirt have any value to you as a law enforcement officer with such training and background?
Your Honor, I
Yes.
would renew my objection. Indicate there's not proper foundation that's been laid.
I'm sustained at this point.
Okay, all right. Have you ever had formal gang training?
No.
Okay, but have you ever had interactions with gangs?
Yes.
And have you come to learn prior to April 28, 2015? Let me rephrase this question. What identifiers, to your knowledge at that time, in April 28, 2015, did the gang, as you described, Fan America have?
Sometimes they wore clothing that had their
Sustained.
I'm gonna move on to another question. At that time that you saw this individual with the shirt and indicator that you described, language, Fan America,
yes.
what, if anything, did you do after that?
I went to the home and looked for an injured party.
Okay, when you say you went to the home, are you saying you went in the home?
I went inside the home and looked for an
And
injured party.
when you went inside of the home, what, if anything, did you see or do?
Spoke with the person who was struck by gunfire. If I may refresh my memory.
Sure.
The victim, Denise Renee Bell.
I want to ask you a little bit before we transition to what you did in the home. I do remember what you said last.
Yes.
Orienting you back to what you said when you met the individual, the male, at
Yes.
his front door. Can you describe around or about his age?
He looked to be in his mid to upper 20s.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was calm.
And when you entered the home, did you actually, in fact, see an injured party?
Yes.
And where about in the home do you recall her being?
She was in a rear room of the residence.
Did you ever get a name for her?
Yes. Her name was Denise Renee Bell.
Were you ever given a name for the male that met you at the front gated door that you described earlier?
No.
Did you ever ask?
No.
All right. Did he remain the entire time that you were completing the course of your investigation?
No.
Okay. Where do you recall where he may have gone?
No. He's gone.
And do you recall at what point he left the property?
While I was speaking with the victim, he left. When I asked where he went, nobody knew.
I'm going to object to the hearsay.
The answer is nobody knew anyway. So. Sustained.
Your Honor, may I do so?
Move on.
Do you recall what relationship, if any, this unknown black male in this Fan America shirt had with the victim in the home?
Your Honor, to the extent it calls for hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't hear what you said.
To the extent that that response calls for a hearsay, I would object.
I'm sorry, re-ask your question. I was focused on what you said and I've lost what the question was.
No problem, Your Honor. All right. Do you recall what relationship, if any, the unknown black male in the Fan America shirt had with the victim?
Okay, sustained to the hearsay objection.
Do you know if he resided at that location?
No.
How familiar are you with Club Crucial?
Oh my gosh.
Fairly familiar.
Club Crucial.
And,
No.
How are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Club Crucial is a nightclub that is in the zone. It's on Pinkhead, down at Hollywood Parkway.
When you say the zone, what zone are you referencing?
Zone 1.
And being that it was in the zone, is it fair to say that you would pass by there?
Yes.
And how often would you be in that area, specifically where Club Crucial is located?
Typically, we would patrol and post up outside the club, opposite side of the street when it's in operation.
Why would you post up across the street from Club Crucial?
Sometimes it does attract a a rowdy crowd.
And how often would you post up?
Every night was open.
Okay, and how often, to your knowledge, would it be open?
Mondays, Fridays, Saturdays, and maybe Sundays.
And to your knowledge, was Tuesday, April 28th, 2015, the early morning hours from when that club would have been letting out?
Yes.
And were you doing directed patrol over there prior to responding to 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
I can't remember, but I'm sure that I was.
Okay. And would you do it alone?
No.
And around or about how many law enforcement officers would be a part of that directed patrol team?
Maybe about 2 or 3 units.
When you say units, are you talking about vehicles or persons?
Vehicles and persons. So 2 or 3 officers.
And do you know the hours, if you recall roughly about the hours of operation, not the days, but the hours of operation for Club Crucial?
I recall that it closes at about 3.
Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial, excuse me, let me rephrase it, I got tongue tied. Based on your dispatch call, about how long after Club Crucial formally closed did this gunshots fired call come in?
A little more than an hour.
About how far, to your knowledge, is Club Crucial from 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
1428 Adele Avenue is probably a few miles south of Crucial. Maybe about 3 or 4.
Okay. Are you familiar with an Officer Clinton Hayes?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with him having patrolled in that particular zone?
Yes.
And do you know if he would have been patrolling in that zone around or about the time you were assigned to it?
If we were both working that night, then he probably was, yes.
And would he have also been one who I will rephrase that question. Actually, we'll discard that question. Do you know if he was doing directed patrol on that particular day?
I can't remember.
To your knowledge, what was the busiest night for Club Crucial?
Objection relevance.
Very relevant, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Mondays and I believe Saturdays.
I am now showing you what has been previously admitted as States Exhibits 2 Tango through 6 Tango, and they will be published on the screen. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor, while we get that technology.
No problem.
Yeah, I heard little Woody said that Crucial was hopping on a Monday. I'm like, wait, did you say Monday? Yo, please stop this. He's literally asking like business development questions for the club. Just stop. Just stop.
Yes. And these, Your Honor, for the court's notification, they were admitted through Officer Quentin Hayes' time. That's right. Showing you now what has been admitted previously as States Exhibit 2 Tango, and you now see it on the screen. What are we looking at here?
That's the front face of Crucial.
And is this how you remember it to have looked in April of 2015?
Yes.
Okay, and is Club Crucial still open and functioning by any chance?
Yes, it is, but I don't work at night anymore.
And does it still look like this, or has it changed to your knowledge?
The red stripe is no longer there, and they have a security gate in front of both driveways.
Right, and I am now transitioning your attention to States Exhibit 3 Tango. All right, what are we looking at here at States 3 Tango?
That's Crucial.
All right, do you see the red stripe that you saw in the last exhibit?
No.
Right. Do you see the security gates that you just talked about?
Yes.
And were those security gates there in 2015?
No.
You know around or about when those gates were placed there?
No, maybe last year or so.
Are gates Rico? Serious question.
Now showing you States Exhibit 4 Tango. Do you see the brown structures on that property?
Yes.
Were those brown structures there in 2015 to your recollection?
No.
Do you know around or about when those brown structures got there?
No.
What in the world?
And is it, what are we looking at here?
That's Crucial from the parking lot.
Do you see any tire tread or marks on the ground on this exhibit?
Yes.
All right. And based on your training experience, why would marks like that be on the ground?
Your Honor, that would call for speculation. I'd object.
Overruled.
Tire tread would be on the pavement because maybe somebody was driving and doing donuts.
Okay. Is that what that looks like to you, a donut?
Yes.
Is that some of the rowdy things that you described that would happen over there?
Yes.
I'm showing you the final States Exhibit that will be published from this category of States Exhibit 6 Tango. What are we looking at? What is the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? What are the ladies and gentlemen of the jury looking at here in States Exhibit 6 Tango?
That's still the parking lot of Crucial, but it's the facing east.
Okay. And what street is that running perpendicular to the building?
That's going to be Donnelly Hollowell Parkway.
Earlier, you stated that Club Crucial was about 2 miles or so from 1428 Adele. About how much time in terms of minutes would it take for you to get from Adele to Donnelly Hollowell Parkway, where Club Crucial is situated?
Maybe about 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you say 4 or 5 minutes, are you talking about in driving or are you talking about walking?
Driving.
And to be sure, is Club Crucial and Abdel Avenue in the same beat?
No.
Okay. Do you know what beat Club Crucial sits in?
Overruled.
Crucial is one of the 109 speed.
Right. I want to turn your attention back to when the moment when you entered inside of the residence situated at 1428 with y'all. Earlier, you stated that you saw the gunshot victim. Can you describe around or about her age to you at that time?
Mid-20s to late 20s.
Can you describe her demeanor?
She was excited. She was upset.
How was she positioned, if you will, inside of the home?
I can't really remember, but I believe she was, when I spoke with her, she was lying prone on her stomach.
Did you happen to get a date of birth for the victim when you were investigating this particular incident?
Yes.
All right. Would you have included that? Would you have included that in your report?
Yes.
And are you sure at the time that you made contact with her that she was in her mid to late 20s?
Let me refresh my recollection.
All right, I'll give you a few moments to refresh and then look back up at the new concepts.
Plans and pins, that's a great question. I have no idea. I don't understand what they're even doing. So the order and the format of jumping back and forth, I don't even know. But great question. I just object because my Amazon cart is full and I object. I just give up. I think a good question is what useful information are we getting? Because they can say they're giving new information, but is it useful? What is that information doing? Rule 6111 says that the judge is responsible for this. Yo, why? Why?
Okay. I'm going to ask you a different question that I think I want to circle back first.
Okay.
Circle it back.
A few moments ago, did I hear you correctly when you said that she was excited?
Yes.
All right. When you approached her and saw where she was positioned, did you see where about on her body she was struck by a bullet?
The upper right buttocks.
And was she alive, alert, conscious?
Yes.
Is that yes to all three?
Yes, she was alert, conscious, and breathing.
And was she in need of emergency medical services?
Yes.
And were emergency medical services called at that time?
Yes.
And do you recall who called?
I requested Grady EMS to come out and transport female.
Did you speak with Ms. Bell ever after that day?
No.
During your investigation of this matter, did you learn if there was anyone else did you see anyone else in the home while you were there?
Yes.
All right. About how many persons did you see and observe?
From the start, when I got there, there was 6.
Okay, so do you recall the names of those persons?
Yes.
All right. What are their names?
The other 4 individuals who were inside the residence, if I can go to my report.
Sure.
Taiwan Marquise Marsh, Cecilia Davis, Diamond Mills, Zeranisha Coakley.
About how old did these persons appear to you?
They all appeared to be in their 20s.
Late or early 20s?
Probably about mid-20s.
Do you know if they were residents of that particular home or passersby?
Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you, all right, what was their demeanor like when you encountered those 4 individuals you described?
They were all upset and excitable.
How were they dressed?
They were all wearing street clothes, like they had been up.
Puffy jackets.
At 4:06 in the morning?
That's correct. All but I believe 1 female.
Just a brief indulgence. At the time that we made contact with these 4 individuals, was the male in the Famerica sweatshirt still present or gone from the premises?
Sustained. Well, actually overruled. That particular question wasn't asked before. Go ahead.
You can answer.
The male in the brown Fan America shirt, he was no longer at the location.
Is that, so you, earlier you described that there were 4 persons inside there at that time, inside the home, that is, at that time?
At that time, when I initially arrived, we had the male in the brown Fan America shirt, the 4 people that I named just a moment ago, and the victim.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you spoke with anyone else?
Yes.
What were their names?
If I go to the report.
Sure.
So while at the location, a Kanisha Harris arrived.
How was she dressed?
She was dressed in street clothes.
Did she come into the house?
Yes.
What was her demeanor?
She was upset as well.
About how old did she appear to you?
About in her 20s.
Did she come alone?
I'm not sure.
All right, I want to talk about your activity inside of the home a little bit further. While inside of the home, can you describe the interior of the home for the ladies and gentlemen?
The interior of the home had what looked to be other bullet holes in the wall into the interior, but it had been plastered over and covered each individual hole.
Okay. And when you say plastered over, can you describe a little bit more detail, if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what you mean by that?
Like repaired. The bullets came through the home, and then someone came through and put drywall plaster over each individual home or hole.
And did you also see new bullet defects inside of the home that weren't plastered?
Yes.
Did you? Do you have personal knowledge of when that, those older bullet defects were present at when they got there?
Yes, well, I did premise.
Personal knowledge.
Oh,
Personal.
no, no.
Okay.
That's all they're doing is stalling. That's all they're doing.
Was there a time that you exited the home at 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, occurred at that point?
I spoke to a resident who lived in the neighborhood.
What was that resident's name?
If I can go to report, Anthony Travis.
And about how old did he look to you?
About in his 20s, maybe upper 20s.
Did you initiate contact with him, or did he initiate contact?
He initiated contact with me.
All right. What, if anything, did he tell you at the time he initiated contact?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You may.
It is in fact the present sense impression, and it is also going to be an effect on the listener himself.
Your Honor, it's neither of those two things.
Hang on. Let me hear what he's saying.
What he is going to testify, what I am saying, we expect the testimony to be, is going to be tantamount to a present sense impression. If I may approach to further clarify, I don't want to put that on the record.
Do you want to come out to the bench?
I don't think it's possible for me to I don't even know where we are. I have no idea what we're doing at this point. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. I mean, that's all they're doing. And I do think the state is stalling because they really want Zachary on the stand. And I believe, just my assumption, Zachary got a lawyer. Shout out, it said some people said in the comment section that his dad said he got a really good lawyer. I pray he got the best lawyer. I pray he got Brian Steele's twin clone brother. But Zachary got a lawyer, and that lawyer said, no, y'all about to kick rocks. And so now they're stalling in order to hopefully get the lawyer to get Zachary to agree to testify today, or they're going to try to figure out what to do. I think we'll know when Brown rests. If the defense doesn't ask any questions, I think that's how we know that they know that they're stalling. Because if they ask questions, if the defense cross-examines, that's going to slow it down some. And so, Brown and Love know that if they redirect, they're going to be able to drag it out till past lunchtime. But if the defense doesn't respond, and once Brown rests and the state says, we don't got no questions, let that man go back to work, go on and give traffic tickets and arrest people, then you know they're messed up. It was at that moment that they knew they messed up. So we'll see what happens. But real quick, shout out to the very gracious, extremely kind super chats this morning. Y'all have been amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mandy, for gifting a membership. I appreciate it so much. Frank is over here. It says, look, they need to hire Thug as sound engineer. I agree. Give Thug bond, and part of his bond agreement is that he has to run the sound booth. There you go. It'll fix it. All right. Lady says, thank you for all your hard work, Jason. I appreciate you. Thank you. Frank again with the 199 super chat. Love never had to do secret meetings with little D alone.
Time for break anyway. And officer, you're welcome to step outside for just a few minutes.
Did she just say break? She just said break. Yo, no way. They are not already on a break. Oh, the clerk is back. Glad she's back. Glad things are going well for her.
All right, I don't know, maybe we need to take a look at that case since we're all just looking at it for the first time, because a present sense impression exception doesn't have to be somebody perceiving it at the actual time they are telling about it, the actual time they're perceiving it. It can be, but it can be immediately after as well. So the question is sort of like, how much time can go by for it to still be considered immediate? And I don't know if you know what you expect the witness to testify to, but
Okay, this is so the reason they're doing this is because that's why they're stalling. They're stalling, totally stalling. I'm going to start a emotional support dog breeding business, and everybody's going to need them after this. Emotional support
did you
breed
say 370 Georgia 757?
gerbils.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And I don't know, was there a pinpoint site?
I'm in Division 5.
All right. Do you have any idea what do you expect the witness's answer to be when you ask him the time that elapsed?
I expect that he will say that it was sufficiently close enough for the exception to apply in this particular set of facts, Your Honor. But I will say that I will not make a misrepresentation to the court. I will do as the court is instructed. Nonetheless, while still reading this case law to further bolster, I believe, or the state's expectation that and support that it's sufficiently close enough in time.
Okay, well, I doubt if he's going to answer the question. It was sufficiently close enough in time in order to get this within the exception. I'm asking, can you step it back out? I sort of gave you that instruction as though it was an option, but we'd actually like for you to stay out till we call you, but you didn't know that. So 370 Georgia 757 and nothing's coming up. Georgia appeals, that makes a difference. Okay, sorry.
Scrambling, scraping, and stalling. We got to add
So
stalling
do
to
you
it.
have any idea, Mr. Brown, the amount of time he's going to say elapsed?
I would say about 20 minutes, but I'm going to confirm that before I stick that and make it.
Well, I mean, obviously, but okay, well, I don't know if 20 minutes is going to get you within the exception. I guess we'll see what he says.
So this is all because you want to ask a man a question about the witness from 10 years ago. This is why they're stalling. They're stalling. There's no way they can honestly think that that's what's the guy? Travis Anthony is really going to change the scenario because he was able to speak to the
Yes, sir.
officer.
The court has an opportunity. What I would suggest, and what is probably appropriate, is for the prosecutor to give the court, and I think you asked for this, a proffer of what the witness would say. The Brantley decision does give, in Division 5, gives a pretty specific definition of present sense impression. And I don't know that there's been a case that says, well, 5 minutes is good, 20 minutes is good, 25 minutes is good. I don't know. I've not seen one that goes with that much specificity. But I think the case is clear, and the case law, other than Brantley, is clear that there has to be a significant amount of, I use the word contemporaneity, if that's a proper word, has to be sufficiently contemporaneous to be free of any sort of misrepresentation by the witness. And although it doesn't have to be immediately contemporaneous, the witness doesn't have to be making a statement right at the time they're observing it. I think the cases contemplate that they have to be made very soon in time thereafter. And at this point, without a proffer, we just don't know what time period we're talking about, so that we know whether it meets the definition of no.
Okay, well, yeah, I see substantial contemporaneity, which that's a word I've never heard before, of the event, and the statement
it was
to
tech
negate the
support.
likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So if that's what we're evaluating, then this may be within that. So thank you for pointing that out.
So Ray, does that mean then we're giving out support tacos? Is that
Is
what?
there any indication in this
That's crazy.
Brantley case how long past the event the grandmother's statement was?
Oh my gosh, come on.
Looking.
They have unhelpfully declined to include that information within the case, it appears.
I do not see it, Judge.
So,
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
If I may, at this point, I just want to turn the court's attention to 4 Kappa Kappa, which has been admitted into evidence. It is the call for services report that was admitted prior to this witness testifying.
Okay.
And the court inquired as to the amount of contemporaneity
Uh-huh.
that took place between the statement and the call.
Uh-huh.
And with that exhibit, I do have an answer, Your Honor.
All right.
The call was received at 4:06, and Officer Pitts arrived at 4:08.
Okay. Right. So I'm asking, any idea how long after the event he spoke with whomever this witness is?
I
And
can ask-
you were saying you think within 20 minutes, so.
Yes. May I ask for a moment to speak with witness to give a proffer as to what I expect that outside of the courtroom?
No, our position would be bring the witness in, and let's have the witness answer that question.
Yeah, agreed. You can just ask him to step back in.
So real quick, somebody asked what is going on. They want to ask the officer, the person that the neighbor that heard the shootout at the house, how long they want to ask the officer how long had it been since the shootout to when the neighbor talked to him. And apparently there's a time limit.
Yeah,
So that's why they're talking about like 20 minutes versus 30 versus 10.
if he knows.
All right, here we go.
Officer Pitts, it's a little different. It's not a couple people sitting over here.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions to ask you for the court's purposes. If you recall, around or about which time do you recall the call coming in for service?
We already know that. Just get to the point.
Sure. Do you know around or about the time that elapsed between you arriving to the scene and speaking with Mr. Anthony Travis? Was it hours or was it a few minutes?
Minutes.
Okay.
Y'all want to ask him anything about that?
Yes, please. May I?
You may.
May I stay here, Judge, and if I speak to the
You
microphone?
can, yes.
Officer Pitts, is it?
Yes.
All right. On that note, were you the person that spoke to Anthony Travis?
Yes.
And you indicated previously you got to the scene and you went inside, spoke to some people. So give us an estimate as best you can from the time of your arrival to the time you actually speak to Mr. Travis or he comes to you. How much time had passed?
Maybe about 15, 20 minutes.
15 to 20 minutes?
All right. Thank you. You can step back outside.
Now
All
that
right.
The lights
My
going on?
ruling would be that's close enough in time to negate the likelihood of deliberate or conscious misrepresentation. So I'm going to permit that as a present sense impression exception to hearsay. Does anybody need to use the restroom before we have the jury back? All right, let's all take as quick of a break as we can because we've already been out about 15 minutes.
Judge
Thank
Whittaker,
you.
come on.
Sorry, I see, one of my esteemed colleagues across the aisle here, I believe that he is here as a representative from one of our communities. And I haven't spoken with him, so, John, I know you want to.
Oh, I wonder if that's,
All right, what's your name? Okay, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen you in a while. You looked familiar to me, but. Okay. Are you asking to approach without the defense?
who is that?
I'm representing Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
And he was picked up on material witness. I would ask the court to release him. He's got sickle cell bad. When he was picked up, he just exited the hospital. They had to do 2 blood replacements, transfusions. He's in the hospital, or he's in Brady right now. That Brady, he's in Fulton County jail. He's got pneumonia. He will not live, Judge. I talked to the family. In the last 4 months, he's been 10 out of the hospital 10 times. He's extremely sick. He will not survive. I would ask that he be released, and I'm going to be in touch with him. He will come to court when you ask him to come to court.
Go ahead.
If not, he won't live.
All right, so the information I got this morning, and y'all, this was actually what I wanted to discuss on the record, had we, at the bench conference, had we gotten started at 8:45, like I asked for us to get started. So anyway, no, this has nothing to do with that. But the information that I got this morning from the sheriff's office was that he is in Grady.
Your Honor,
So I don't know how recent your information is.
I talked to family 2 a.m.
well, we've spoken with the sheriff has informed us since that time, and that was what I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Judge, and I think that this is a matter that I can speak with Mr. Scheib about. I don't know if he wants to fully flesh it out now, but I did want to approach the court with the information and the defense with the information we had. There's more information than just that.
Okay, why don't we just, let's have a bench conference.
No.
I would like to be able to just talk about it without them all huddling at the.
Oh, come on.
Please, and you're not supposed.
Dang it. What's with this audio? Y'all, this audio is not the MVP. Yo. Okay. Shout out. Okay. So Mr. Zachary has an attorney. Praise God. He looks like a good old Southern attorney. So he knows what he's doing. So it doesn't look like he's fresh out of law school. If you couldn't hear it, he's saying that his client is at Grady. He's had multiple blood transfusions this year. He's very sick, and he's used the term, he will not survive at Rice Street. Adrian Love is still arguing. That's the part that doesn't make sense to me. She's arguing to keep the man in jail. And the man is saying, my client will testify. He said that. Yo, Adrian, y'all. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is craziness. Okay, so I'm just trying to look at some of your comments as well. Yo, shout out to the live chat is just going crazy. Yeah, apparently they're I don't know when they're gonna ever get that sound system fixed. This is bananas. Okay, so one of their engineers is hitting the microphone trying to fix it. I mean, shout out to them. They got to do what they got to do. But I don't think that's the problem. The problem is that these people don't want to be on microphone because Brown could just grab that little game show host microphone and use that. He doesn't have to walk around without a microphone. He could use it. And the microphone that Love used last week, the Main Street Baptist Church microphone, they have that. It's on the table. They could use that as well. They don't want to. They want to make this difficult for people to hear, particularly the state, particularly the people listening online. So they're not trying to do the right thing. Wow. But I don't know if I don't know the guy's name. We'll just call him the tan suit guy, that Zachary's attorney. I don't know if he knew that he needs to turn on that microphone, but I mean, that would have been great if he had, because I would love for us to be able to hear that in real time. Oh my gosh, this is craziness. But at least we know he has an attorney. He did say that he's at Grady. That's what he said as of 2:00 this morning. So at least we know that he's in Grady, but that means that he's not there. So he's probably not going to testify today. The lawyer is putting on record that if he dies, the family has it as public knowledge that they will sue the state. Please let them be able to sue the state. I pray they can sue the state if he just has athlete's foot. Sue the state. Sue him. What are the charges to keep him in jail? Being alive? This is insane, Melissa. Absolutely. He's a flight risk to the cemetery. Like, I mean, you're going to be chasing him in an ambulance. Like, literally, it's going to be like O.J. Simpson, but he's in an ambulance. Stop it. Stop it. Just stop it, love. You're not coming out. You're not going to come out the hero in this. Apparently, Paige didn't know. I'm going to call some butt kiss on that. I'm like, how did you not know? It was the talk of the weekend. It was on the news. It was all over, man. Whatever. It's going to turn into a lawsuit, and love is dirty. Love, dirty love. Yo, that's craziness. Look, I'm giving the right. You can use words. You can use spicy words. Just don't type them. There you go, everybody. Whatever you say in the quiet in the solitude of your own home or your own wherever, just hit the mute button like I do right here. Hit the mute button and don't type it. You can say whatever you're going to say. In case you missed it, says DWC, I'm trying not to cuss. I want to be respectful, but this blank, she is going to, the fact that she thinks she's a hero. Yo, this is a person who's doing wickedness. Like, she thinks she's the anti-hero. I don't understand this. I don't understand it. I think we might be past that. Are we past? I don't know. That's a great question. We watch YouTube. I done resorted to my second drink for the day. My goodness, in the morning. Okay. I heard her say that. And she's saying that basically she talked to the sheriff. I don't know. I really want, and just in case you're wondering, they're not back. So I am keeping an eye on that. I don't know. I'm her. I hate to say it. At this point in the game, Adrian Love could literally write out something on the table and say, Your Honor, I have new information. She still won't get called out on Brady. She won't. I mean, Judge Whitaker's just not going to do the right thing. I mean, she could literally create evidence in the courtroom while she's sitting there, like, Your Honor, I found something new here. And I don't think nobody's going to do the right thing. I thought I heard pneumonia, but I wasn't 100% certain, LaDonna. So I'm not going to say that I did hear that because it was hard to hear. I kind of want to run it back when he came in, but I don't want to miss if they come back. You know what? Let me run it back just so we can hear. Just in case there's anything we can extrapolate. We sat there and listened to the Club Crucial guy. All right, man, that was so terrible. Okay, I'm gonna bring this one in. All right, bring this up. Let's do it again. Let's see if we can get something more from it. I'm trying to turn it up as loud as I can.
We've already been out about 15 minutes.
Judge
Thank
Whitaker,
you.
come on.
One of my same colleagues from across the aisle here, I believe that he is here as a representative from one of our. And I haven't spoken
Oh, I wonder if that's,
All right, what's your name? Okay, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen you in a while. You looked familiar to me, but, okay. Are you asking to approach without the defense?
who is that? Okay.
I would ask the court to release him. He's got sickle cell bad. When he was picked up, he just exited the hospital. They had to do 2 blood replacements, transfusion. He's in the hospital, or he's in Brady right now. That Brady, he's in Fulton County jail. He's got pneumonia. He will not live, Judge. I talked to the family. The last 4 months, he's been in our hospital 10 times. He's extremely sick. He will not survive. I would ask that he be released, and I'm going to be in touch with him. He will come to court when you ask him to come to court.
Go ahead.
Not he will live.
All right, so the information I got this morning, and y'all, this was actually what I wanted to discuss on the record, had we, at the bench conference, had we gotten started at 8:45, like I asked for us to get started. So anyway, no, this has nothing to do with that. But the information that I got this morning from the sheriff's office was that he is in Grady.
Your Honor,
So I don't know how recent your information is.
I talked to family 2 a.m.
well, we've spoken with the sheriff has informed us since that time, and that was what I wanted to bring to the court's attention.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Judge, and I think that this is a matter that I can speak with Mr. Shibe about. I don't know if he wants to fully flesh it out now, but I did want to approach the court with the information and the defense with the information we had. There's more information than just that.
Okay, why don't we just, let's have a bench conference.
No.
I would like to be able to just talk about it without them all huddling.
Oh, come on.
Please, and you're not supposed
All right. So
Dang
listen
it, what's
to it
with this
again. All right. So listen to it again. I did hear that it was muted. No, hopefully. No, y'all can hear it, right? Okay. So listen to it again. The gentleman did say that. Okay, the gentleman did say that he has sickle cell. He does have pneumonia, and he said that he will not survive if he's made to go back to jail. Apparently, maybe it sounds like Love made it sound like she had more information than what the lawyer did. I don't know if that's true or false. So that part does sound a little bit speculative, but I do think that it's pretty clear, unequivocal, that he has a lawyer. He is sick like we thought so. And Love, again, trying to be the superhero, trying to be the winner, the hero of her own story, is trying to keep that man in jail or in custody until he testifies. But I thought the guy's last name was Kenny. I thought I heard it, but it was hard to hear. If you did hear his name or you're sure of his name, please drop it in the chat. It sounds like he said, look, he's going to testify. He's going to testify, but he can't be at Rice Street. He needs to be in a hospital or somewhere, a better environment. But if he has pneumonia, I think, and it's getting cool here in Georgia, I think it's reasonable to say if he has pneumonia and he goes home and they let him go home, he's probably not going to testify until later this week because he's got to get over the pneumonia. And you don't want him in the building, breathing the cold building air and all the different germs in the courthouse just to come testify. So I don't think he's going to testify today. And I'm pretty comfortable in saying he's probably not going to testify this week if he has pneumonia. Just that. All right. They said, oh my gosh, where did I get Kenny from? All right. He says his name is Dennis Schweb. Okay. I got to look him up. Shout out to the best live chat on the planet. Thank you so much, everybody, for tapping in with us today. And we got to get this figured out. We're going to do some investigation. He looks like a good old Georgia, good old boy. You know, I love my Georgian people. And I think it's fair to say I feel comfortable now that is exactly why they were asking those questions. They were stalling to get to wait to hear from Mr. Schleb. He's from Conyers. He's in good standing, but I need to see a picture of him. Let's see a picture of him, make sure we got it right. Oh, this could be him. Oh, this guy has he had a lot of gray hair. I don't think that was him. Interesting. Okay, I don't see his actual, but anyway, praise God. At least the man has an attorney. That's a blessing right there that Mr. Zachary has an attorney. So at least we got that. At least we know he has an attorney. He's not coming in there getting beat up by Brown and Love and Hilton and them without an attorney. So at least we know that that's in place. So that's great. Yeah, this guy did not want, he definitely looks like he's been a lawyer for 37 years, but he didn't want to put a picture. So he doesn't have a picture on his profile. But so at least that's true. Sadly, what we heard about him, you know, being arrested when he got left the hospital, that does sound like it was true, but he also has pneumonia. So again, I don't feel like he's gonna probably testify this week. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't. The only problem I have is that, again, remember, Love is the woman. I just want y'all to remember this. During study hall court, Love is the woman that said she was going to get somebody to come testify out of hospice. Okay. That's it. There's no other way around it. I can't do anything else with that. She wanted to get somebody out of hospice to testify. So she doesn't care. She doesn't care. If they transported that man from Rice Street to Grady, and that man expired, Adrian Love wouldn't shed one tear. If they transport that man from Grady to Fulton County Courthouse and that man expires on the way there, that woman would not shed a tear. She wouldn't shed a tear if he passed away on the stand. I'm serious. She doesn't care. If she cared, she would not have treated that man like that. And we saw it, how she treated Woody. We saw how she treated Sledge. We saw how she treats even the ones that are working with her, complying with her. She don't care. She don't care. That man, yeah. Y'all was not happy, whoever it was. Shibe. Okay, thank you so much. I mean, just look like it. Y'all are hilarious, man. I don't think so. I don't think she did. I think she signed that warrant without knowing all the details. And she was like, oh, when she found out when the stuff hit the fan, she's like, oh, we need to have a bench conference to talk about this. That's what I think happened. Yeah. I mean, they don't. Remember, Woody's attorney got suspended for 6 months and they didn't tell him until he found out. So Tanya, and again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a medical professional. I think he has, again, if you are if you're a repeat customer coming to the hospital for a blood transfusion because you have sickle cell and you're coming on a regular, I'm sure after a while, you know how to take care of certain things. So they probably just did the major work of the blood transfusion and said, we can send you home so you don't have to be here at the hospital with pneumonia. To me, that sounds perfectly logical. Now, I could be wrong, but I don't think that man got up there and just said that the man had pneumonia and just had a blood transfusion. He was lying. So, and we know that he was being discharged from the hospital because we know they took him from the hospital to Rice Street. So I don't know, but I'm thinking kind of like if you're somebody else has a medical condition, the first time might be tragic, but by the 100th time that you're going to the hospital for this, it becomes old hat. That's what I'm thinking, but I could be wrong. And I'm perfectly fine with being wrong. This courtroom is so shady. Oh, no, absolutely. Okay, and hear me, Gemini, hear me, others. If the hospital shouldn't have released him, if you're saying, hey, you got pneumonia, you should stay in the hospital. Okay, not a problem. It makes sense to me. Again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a doctor or any of that stuff. It just makes sense to me that they might say, you can go home and rest up from pneumonia. That's all. Yeah, let's go check out what Thugger Daily is saying, because at the current moment, they're not back. Let me bring this on, by the way. Okay, at the current moment, oh, and they were still going to go to restroom break, so this is probably going to go till about 10:45 easily. Let's see what good old Thugger is saying today. What is the Thug saying? What is Thug saying today? What is Thugger Daily saying? All right, let's see. Oh, Thugger has this on here too. Okay, so Thugger Daily has it. Let's shout out Thugger Daily real quick. Let me bring it in. So again, I just want to look at this one more time. So he was picked up on a material witness warrant. Gotcha. We all knew about that. Sickle cell bad. All right, he said he's at Grady right now. He had 2 blood transfusions, and he's at Grady right now. Okay. He says he has pneumonia. All right, last 4 months, he's been in and out of the hospital 10 times.
Extremely sick. He will not survive. I would ask that he be released, and I'm going to be in touch with him. He will come to court when you ask him to come to court.
I mean, the man is saying he's going to come to court. And remember, he's not a criminal. He has not done anything to be in jail. I mean, the man is basically begging Love to let him go home. Wow. Okay, let's finish this up.
Go ahead.
All right, so that's on Thugger Daily. Shout out to Thugger Daily. I'm gonna drop this. If you're not following Thugger Daily, you should definitely check him out on X. It's definitely the one of the great assets in this space. I just dropped the link to him to the page on the chat, in the chat rather, right now. I don't know how you fight this with a straight face. I don't understand. I have no idea. Oh, I'm sorry. If you're not familiar, Grady is the major hospital here in Atlanta. I took for granted. I've got so many people that are watching this that are not AT aliens. I apologize. Please forgive me. My deepest, sincerest apologies. When I go down to court again, I'll actually go by Grady because Grady's really close to the courthouse. I'll stop by Grady as well. But anyway, Grady is the major hospital in the city of Atlanta. So actually, part of to say that you're an AT alien is that you are a Grady baby. You are born at Grady Hospital. That's how you know, like, you're really Atlanta. Like if you were born at Grady, you're a bona fide Atlanta versus, you know, like my kids were born at Kennestone Hospital. That's not Atlanta. Okay. That's not. So shout out to them. That's I apologize for that. Yeah. Love would have tackled that man. If she could have, she'd have tackled that man and said, be quiet because we're about to keep your guy in jail. Like that's crazy. It's crazy that you're saying this. And everybody's watching you, Adrian. Everybody's watching this. Did he say they would sue the family? I don't think so. I believe he said, and again, I could be wrong. It was really hard to hear, but he said they're in contact with the family and he's going to make sure that the guy gets there to testify. I don't see what the problem is. Oh, I hope we get to talk about this. Yeah. The problem is love be lying. Man, I would hate to say it, but that's probably exactly what she would say. Frank, good catch. Grady does have a prison unit, but the man is not a prisoner. Like that's the thing. I'm like, yes, they do have a prison unit, but why is he locked up? What's the charge? Yeah, this is great. Wait, are y'all Grady babies? Are the Grady babies chiming in? What's up? Yeah, give the testimony at the jeopardy or peril of your life. Mind you, a case that is 10 years old. Amazing. Yeah, and that is true. Grady is definitely known as the #1 trauma hospital in Georgia. You'll hear people getting airlifted from all over Georgia to come to Grady for trauma. But as Costa Chameleon said, once you get past that trauma part, things do get a little bit dicey. It does become a dice roll. He's in the medical prison unit at Grady. Oh, there we go. Then leave the man alone. Yo, there is no way in the world. Shout out to Mika. There you go. That's my courtroom buddy. There she goes. Good to see you. She's been in court with me a couple times. There's no way in the world, however, there's no way that this is going to go well for Adrian Love. Now, granted, I realize this case is just an extended job interview for something, DA somewhere else, or some kind of chief prosecutor in another area. So I totally get that part. There's no way that this is going to go well. There's no way. She's got to move to like Alaska or something. Shout out to my Alaskans. She's got to go somewhere where nobody knows her name in order to get any kind of recognition. Shout out, the chat grew over 100%. Let's go. Let's go. I want to thank all of y'all for stopping by this morning. This means a lot. And this type of stuff. Yo, breaking news. Let me bring this in. Breaking news. Sorry. Breaking news. Get this out of the way. It looks like it's true. Breaking news. Shout out to Black Law student. Breaking news. YSL Woody has a warrant out for his arrest and unrelated to the YSL case. And here we go with this foolishness. That dude, look, he was just trying to live his life. Man, that's They're gonna try to get him back in the mix, back into the streets. Man, that's unfortunate. Oh. So who I'm sorry, y'all. Some of this, you almost have to laugh to keep from crying. Shh, the YSL trial is on. I think this is just Ani says someone in Mr. J. Witt's chat just asked if the bullet hole spelled out slime. And we all know who that crazy person was. Shame on him. Put him in 0-second timeout. That was me. I said that. This case is crazy. Goodness gracious, man. I hate it because I'm watching this and there's no reason to think that, oh, this will never happen to me whatsoever. Like, I hope y'all do realize this could happen to any of us. Like, this could honestly happen to any of us. And we see these people don't care. Man, this is insane. Let's see if they're back. They are not back. Let's make sure this. I see a head moving though. So let's bring it in just to make sure we're ready. Man, I wish they would have done that on camera. Yeah, I saw that he had I don't really like No Jumper Angie, but I saw Woody was on there this morning. I was like, oh, I should probably check it out. Yeah, she wasn't wasting no time. Yo, and the fact that literally everything that happens now is going to get that shade of Fonnie, Adrian Love is trying to get a get back. Bro, there's no justice now. Yeah, this is going to be crazy. He probably need to get a warrant for them 20v1s. Them 20v1s was dumb. So maybe that's what it is. Pray, press, and proceed. What does he have a warrant for now? He ain't been doing nothing but 20 versus 1 in interviews. Woody Lawyer got it. Yeah, I agree. Man, I hope she doesn't. This is so bad. No, they're not back yet. Sorry. This is so bad. Oh, camera's moving. I'm out of the way. Let's go.
Okay, well, did you just find it after I said, is there anything else before we get the jury in? Okay, give it to me really fast.
364 Georgia app 518 Grimes versus the state. It's 2022 case.
So,
Shout out to Matthews.
Ms. Brown, did you hear what he just said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry? Well, you know what? I'm sorry, but you didn't introduce yourself, and so I was just taking a stab at it. What's your name?
88 Seth Brown.
Okay, so what was wrong with me saying Mr. Brown? No, I didn't. I said Mr. Brown. I just slide my words into each other sometimes. So, okay. Thank
Is it
you.
getting snipe? Is it getting snippy? So wait, she didn't know who he was? This case is crazy.
Well, I'll try to look at it on the fly here and
What was that pin site? Since we
Hey,
did
don't be fronting off on
pin site
the
that you
judge.
provided before?
I don't know. Is there a pin site? Sorry, y'all. I thought we were ready, but of course, after I say bring the jury, we have some more. Oh, wait, here's some more.
I didn't think about
Thank
that. Just here to learn. Thank you for the $2 super chat. And you're probably more correct than wrong. That's probably it. Shout out to Just Here to Learn. I forgot about that. Good catch. Maybe that's it. I also want to say thank you so much, Melissa, for the very kind $1.99 super chat. Welcome to, in case you missed it, to becoming a new member of the channel. Thank you so much. Malika, please give me always supportive. Thank you so much for the 199 super. Y'all have been great. Thank you so much for thinking about me and encouraging the channel today. Thank you for being a part of the best live chat on the planet. It's super low, Greg. It's super. I don't know what's the problem. Well, I feel like they're not using their microphones because Brown is not ADA Brown. It's not using the microphone. So, and they still got that borrowed mic from First Street Baptist Church. They could use that.
Had a chance to take a look to respond. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Okay, so apparently she called him Mr. and somebody heard Ms. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, these are some good ones. Giselle, these are some good ones. I might have to put a little star by those. Don't be surprised. I have an entire playlist of videos making fun of Adrian Love, and they're all themed. There's a playlist called Love because all the thumbnails are love inspired. You might have inspired a whole new batch. Yeah, what are they wasting time doing now? What are y'all doing now? Loveless in Atlanta. That's actually hilarious. I kind of like that one too. Okay, I might have to save that one. Okay, that one might have to get a thumbnail. I think they're muted, but their audio has been trash all day. So y'all think you think Love doing her homework? Good luck. Zipper, their audio has been very, very low today. I got this turned up as loud as I can. There's nothing I can do. Unrequited love. A hostage to love. That's what we need to do.
Your Honor, the state's position hasn't changed much. This doesn't seem to impact where the state stood as it relates to the last break. Additionally, I'll just say, Judge, while contemporaneity is understood to be, in fact, a part of the analysis, a reference to a citation from Carlson's Rules on Evidence further advises that precise contemporaneity, though it's not required.
We know that already, so that doesn't shed any additional light on the subject. All right, why don't you just ask the leading questions and focusing on what matters with regard to this exception, and I'll see how it comes out.
Welcome back, Officer Pitts.
Hello.
All right. All right. Before the break, you indicated that you spoke with an Anthony Travis. Do you recall that statement?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you spoke with him about?
Mr. Travis said that before the shooting occurred, there was a
This subject matter, not what he said.
the subject matter without saying what he said.
He witnessed the shooting occur.
All right. Did he describe, if at all, if he saw the person who conducted the shooting?
He did.
Okay. Were you able to, from that conversation with Mr. Travis, were you able to make out a description of what the person he saw without saying what he said?
So what I want you to focus on is what would make a difference with regard to this exception. Time and.
Why are you telling him how to do his job?
I'll withdraw that question and ask a different one.
Why are you asking him how to do his job?
What did he describe that he saw? Hold, one second. How long after you arrived to the scene of the incident did you interact with, how long after you arrived to the scene of the shooting did you interact with Mr. Travis? How long after?
About 15, 20 minutes.
And did he give you details about what he saw regarding the shooting that took place prior to your arrival?
He did.
And
Is this supposed to be happening?
Mr. Travis said, was Mr. Travis able to describe what the shooter did?
He was, yes.
Okay. All right.
Oh my gosh.
To describe to you at that time the methods of transportation, if any, for that particular shooting.
Yes.
And earlier you talked about the ages of the persons you interacted with that day.
Yes.
Do you recall the dates of birth associated?
Not off my memory. I would need my report.
Okay. I am now approaching you again with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 500R. And I'm going to give you this is the exhibit again. And when you've had a moment to refresh your recollection, please look back up at me when your memory has been so refreshed.
Yes.
All right. So, what is the date of birth for the victim, Ms. Denise Bell?
January 21st, 1956.
Based on that date, would she have been in her mid to late 20s?
No.
Okay. What about the dates of birth for the other persons that you interacted with on that early morning of April 28th, 2015?
Yes. Refreshing my memory, Miss Diamond Mills was born 10/30/1995. Mr. Travis, or Anthony Travis, 2/27/1959. Cecilia Davis, 11/13/1962. Diamond Mills, 10/30/1995. Zuranisha Coakley, 7/15/1994. And Taiwan Marsh, 3/14/1997.
Have just a few more questions for you, Officer Pitts. The shell casings that you talked about, you saw earlier, did you ever collect those for evidentiary purposes?
The crime scene tech collected the casings.
And do you recall who that crime scene tech was that came to that scene?
I believe it was Turner. His name was Turner.
And do you know who called him out to that scene?
That would have been me, if I'm remembering correctly.
And without saying anything that he said, do you normally have any kind of interaction with him prior to him getting started with what he does?
No.
Just a brief indulgence.
Sure.
There is no way in the world these people think this is proper.
And, around what time did you leave the scene?
I can't remember.
Okay. And do you recall who all was still there when you left?
No, I don't remember.
And did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state passes.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
No questions on behalf of Mr. Williams.
None. All right, coming up.
There's a few questions. We'll see. But I still don't think. Let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. First of all, he's going to turn the microphone on because he has common sense.
Hello. Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. All right. You arrived at the scene, and it sounds like within 15 to 20 minutes you were speaking to a Mr. Travis.
Anthony Travis, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Travis was, to your understanding, not someone that lived in that residence.
That's correct.
Okay. And he approached you on the street as you were leaving?
I believe that he spoke with an officer standby, and then when I got out there, he approached me.
Okay. And he gave you a description of the person whom he saw shooting at 1428 Adele Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He described that, and he gave a description also of a car, correct?
That's correct.
He said one car left the scene, one car, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described the person shooting a gun that had a banana clip, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And he described that individual as a black male.
That's correct.
Short black male, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you get a height range or was it just short?
I believe it was just short.
Okay. And he described that gentleman as having dreadlocks, correct?
That's correct.
The shooter being short black male with dreadlocks.
That's correct.
All right. That approach.
Oh, here it comes. Here's some grade A lawyering right here.
Yes,
That approach with 410Y and 413Y.
you may freely approach the witness, yes.
Could you look at 410Y?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you the identifications of any of those individuals, but do you see an individual wearing, do you see a date on that post?
Objection, Judge, relevance.
I don't know what
I'm sure
it
my
is.
client
So.
doesn't match the description.
Okay, that was an inappropriate way to answer that. I don't even know what the exhibit is, so I can't rule on it.
I would ask that we approach, Your Honor.
All right.
They already getting, I don't get what the issue was. Y'all are not feeling this guy. But again, this is a strategy. So by Shard coming up to cross, now they're going to recross, and that's going to stall. So that they're going to be able to drag this out for a good part of the day. I don't know what the problem is. I'm getting that as well, Lauren, that Brown doesn't like Whitaker, but yeah, it's pretty wild. So I understand. I think I understand what Shard is trying to do, because if the guy is supposed to be short and Shannon Stillwell is considerably not short, which I don't know if that's the case, then I understand what he's trying to do, but wow. And I thought they were in a car. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought they were in a car. Yeah, keep up with the objections, because I fully expect there to at least be 5. I think they should have, Tina, Miss Tina. I think they should have. Short as a dwarf or as Tom Cruise. That's hilarious. I've yet to hear a witness get upset with the defense. Even those that are with the state and are working with the state and are really in agreement with what the state is doing. Very rarely have they been confrontational with the state. With the defense. Sure, they've not got along. Sure, they're not working toward the same goal. Got you. But they're not really in a fisticuff. This is like what we're watching here. We're seeing some 9-day lawyering here. So when they approach the bench, that's a good question, Miss Candy. Most of the time it's just they've turned the camera. So I don't know why he's doing that. That's a good question. I don't know. The inclusive wig weaver says, where, please forgive me, Grady has a Class A burn unit. I did hear that. You're right. So yeah, and that's part of the trauma. So yeah, okay. Grady, shout out to Grady. Apparently he's the ADA. He's another assistant district attorney. I don't get it. Because Mr. Brown is not instilling in me any confidence. Okay, they're back. Let's go.
410 wide and 413 wide. Could you look at 410 wide? Do you see a gentleman in a plaid maroon and black and white shirt?
Yes.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that picture?
I'm going to object on the same basis that we had at the bench. I'll ask for a continual objection because for the reasons that were articulated.
Does that gentleman have dreadlocks in that picture?
No.
Okay. And what is the date of that post, if you can read it?
4/28/2015.
Is that the same day as this incident that you were referring to in their testimony here today?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at 413Y and your 413Y. Is that another picture of that gentleman?
Yes,
And you would agree that that picture also shows that he does not have dreadlocks?
that's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I just publish?
He's going to get to 5. I promise you. He's going to get to 5. I don't know.
And Your Honor, once the jury is done with those photos, I don't have any further questions.
Okay, I might be wrong.
Any other defense attorneys have questions? All right, does the state have redirect?
Yes.
Mic back on. All right. All right, I'll give them just a second.
I knew they're going to redirect. I knew
They
it.
do your redirect.
Oh, he did. Okay, I forgot. Okay, thank you, Debo.
When you asked to publish, I actually thought you were gonna publish it electronically, because that's how we've been publishing. And this is fine, but it does take a little bit longer.
I apologize. We didn't have the electronic copy available.
Of this, okay, it's fine.
Monica, you have a great day as well, friend. What are they doing?
And if you want to, yeah, if you want to collect them after the jury's finished, before you present your redirect, and just put them back up with the court reporter, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, so all right, so the jury must be looking at those pictures that Shard had the police officer look at. Okay, so what are they doing? All right.
I am now collecting, Your Honor,
All right.
state exhibits for 13 line. I am starting with State's Exhibit 413. And 413 Yankee, and I am handing it to the witness. I want to ask you a couple of questions about that exhibit, which is in your hand.
Yes.
On cross, you were asked a few questions by Mr. Stillwell's attorney. I want to ask you, do you know Shannon Stillwell?
No,
Do you know when that picture was taken?
the date says, for,
I want to ask you, I asked the answer the question. Yes, go ahead.
it's timestamped, yes.
Okay. Do you know that if that was the date that the picture was taken, or that the date that it was posted?
I'm not sure.
Right. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 410, Yankee. Do you know Shannon Stillwell in the plat?
No, but I recognize him in the photo.
Okay. All right. Do you know when that picture was taken?
It's timestamped, 4/28/2015, 11:50 a.m.
Do you know if that was the time that it was taken, or the time that it was posted?
I do not know.
Did Mr. Travis show you a picture of the shooter on the day of April 28, 2015?
No.
And on cross, you were asked a few things about what he said. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what he told you. Exactly what he told you.
Mr. Anthony Travis told me that prior to the shooting, a black vehicle was sitting to the west of the residence, 1428 Adele Avenue. Black male with dreads, short black male with dreads, got out and started shooting at the house with a machine gun They had a banana clip.
Okay, all right. And what, if anything, happened, or did he tell you after the shooting occurred?
He did fill out
My question is what, if anything, did Mr. Travis tell you the shooter did after he was done shooting?
he got into the shooter did go back to the same black vehicle and leave in the black vehicle.
Okay. Do you know if Shannon Stillwell was driving that vehicle?
No,
Do you know if Trontavious Stevens?
no,
Do you know if Trontavious Stevens is 5'4"?
no,
Do you know if he wears dreads that are in his head?
no.
Do you know if Mr. Based on the questions that were asked.
I'm gonna object as to leading.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I respond?
You can rephrase your question.
All right. Have you ever seen the pictures that were placed in front of you as States Exhibits 413 Yankee and 410 Yankee prior to Mr. Sharp showing them to you today?
No.
And do you know whether or not Trontavious Stevens is a member of YSL?
No.
I do have a few more questions. You testified that there was a banana clip that Mr. Travis described to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I would, in your training or experience, is banana clip the type of formal terminology used to describe such things?
It's the improper terminology for a magazine.
When you describe a magazine, what do you have? What do you understand? Or what are you communicating to the jury?
In reference to this report with Mr. Anthony Travis, I believe he was talking about a rifle magazine, kind of similar to the one I have mounted on my vest.
How is it shaped?
In the shape of a banana.
And what is the purpose of this magazine or banana clip, as Mr. Travis described?
It feeds ammunition to the firearm.
Did Mr. Travis tell you at that time whether or not he knew the shooter to have emptied the magazine or the banana clip?
No.
What kind of rounds would be put inside of a magazine for a rifle?
223 762.
And what shell casings were found on the scene of the shooting, crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest?
223 762.
And when Mr. Travis described to you what he observed the shooter to do, did he tell you if the shooter got into the driver or passenger side of the vehicle?
I don't remember if he told me.
And based on your training and experience, about how many rounds can a magazine for a rifle hold inside of it?
With a, depending on the type of magazine, 223 magazine can typically carry about 30 rounds.
And about how many rounds, shell casings were found on the scene to your recollection?
32.
Do you know how many people were inside the vehicle based on what Mr. Travis communicated to you on that evening?
I do not.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Shard, any recross? All right, thank you for your time, officer. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now calls to the stand crime scene technician Alfred Turner.
Okay. What was the purpose of asking how many bullets are held when you don't know how many bullets were in the gun initially when it started shooting? But even more than that, were all those shell casings the exact same from the exact same bullet or for the exact same bullet? Those questions were not good. I'm sorry. Yo, Miss Miss Scorpio.
Can all the
Oh,
attorneys do everybody a favor and have, when you know we're going into this sort of redirect, have your witness at the door ready to walk in, please?
that's wild.
Thank you.
Oh man, another officer. There y'all go.
You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? I do. Absolutely. State your first and last name for the court. Stop and clear the mic, please.
It's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
Good morning, Mr. Turner. Are you employed?
Yes,
And where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
30 years.
And what is your official title at Atlanta Police Department, at the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm a crime scene supervisor.
And have you always been a crime scene supervisor?
No,
What was your title prior to becoming a crime scene supervisor?
I was a crime scene tech.
Okay. And what do you do in your current capacity as a crime scene supervisor?
What I do is I supervise a team of 5 crime scene techs. And what I do is I monitor their ability to collect evidence, process evidence, and testify in court.
And what were your duties as a crime scene technician?
It was similar, except I wasn't supervised then, but I had a supervisor at that time.
And when or about did you become a supervisor at the Atlanta Police Department's crime scene technician department?
That was in 2015.
Do you remember the month?
I believe it was like August, maybe.
About how many crime scenes would you say you've processed in your 30-year career?
Maybe around 7,000, 8,000.
How do you ordinarily become aware that there is an active crime scene for you to process?
What we do is we monitor a radio on a main channel, and we are dispatched through the department by a zone officer.
And what does it mean to secure a crime scene?
Secure the crime scene is usually what the officers do. What they do is once they call us to a scene, then they actually stand by and just monitor the evidence and victims who may have been involved, and then they call us out to start to investigate it.
Why are crime scenes secured?
They're secured so evidence won't go missing.
And what is crime scene tape?
Crime scene tape is what's used to block off the crime scene, so we won't have crowd control.
Crime scene tech Turner, Supervisor Turner, do you have a standard method by which you routinely process a crime scene?
Yes.
And could you describe that process for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Usually what I do is if I have a crime scene, I initially talk to either the investigator or the officer that's on the scene so I can get a kind of overview of what happened. And from that point, I either work into the crime scene and out the crime scene, or either with the information that they're given from where it began to where it actually ends. And at that point, I'll start taking photographs, and then I'll start marking evidence, and then I'll start collecting evidence at that time.
Do you, about how long does it take to process a crime scene?
It varies depending on the crime scene. If it's something like a high profile scene, sometimes it can be days. Something like a homicide, maybe 3 hours. Shootings, 3 hours. Bank robberies, maybe about an hour and a half or so.
And in your current capacity as a supervisor, do you still process crime scenes at all, or is that not the case?
That's not the case. I usually go out to make sure the team is don't have any issues with anything and make sure that we're giving the best job to the city as possible.
When you did process crime scenes, how did you determine where to start processing your crime scene?
Again, usually the officers will give us a kind of a run through of what happened. And then from that point, you can kind of see how the crime scene kind of go, by visual looking at it.
Earlier, you spoke about taking pictures at a crime scene. Do you recall testifying to that?
Yes.
And is there a certain method by which you take pictures?
Yeah, you just basically take overall photos of everything that you see at the scene, and the evidence. You take photographs of where the evidence was. You kind of take it far back, and then you take it close up, so you can kind of pinpoint where it was.
What do you do with the pictures after you take them?
I download them and turn them into our photo lab.
How do you go about the evidence collection process? Is there a certain way you store evidence?
Yes, we have a storage room. We also have a evidence room at the police department where evidence is actually taken, or our evidence can be sent to our crime lab or either GBI crime lab.
How do you take the evidence? Do you put it in your pocket and go to the lab, or what do you do with the evidence?
No, the evidence is bagged, tagged. It usually have the complaint number, the victim, the time it was collected, what's inside the bag, the time it was collected, and I have my initials on every piece of evidence that I collect. And then at that point, it's either process it if it needs to be processed. And then if it doesn't need to be processed, then we'll send it to either a crime lab so they can process it from that point.
Do you run any types of tests on evidence that is collected from the crime scenes that you used to run?
Yes, we print evidence. We have different methods of processing that we use.
What type of tests would you normally run on, say, shell cases?
On shell cases, we usually run, we'll print those with black powder. We usually super glue them first, and then we use black powder to process them.
What does super glue do for testing the shell case?
What super glue does is it actually lifts the prints up and kind of make them rise. And then after that, if they're on there, you can kind of see them, and then you can use the fingerprint powder to actually take the print off of it.
In your experience as a crime scene tech, have you ever gotten a fingerprint off of a shell casing?
No.
Why not?
Usually the casings are too small, but we try all the time.
Do you prepare, well, did you, in your former capacity as a crime scene tech, not a supervisor, prepare crime scene diagrams?
No.
Why not?
We used to do them when I started back in '93, but then it was taken over by the investigators. So the investigators or the officers do the actual diagrams now.
What is a crime scene record?
A crime scene record?
A record, a report?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, a report. A report is what we actually do when I take photos. I have to do a log of each photo that I take. When I take evidence, I have to do a actual log of every piece of item that I take. And then I actually have to do a whole narrative of what I did from beginning of the crime scene to the ending of the crime scene.
Why might you prepare crime scene records?
It's needed for court purposes. For one, it's needed for my records. It's one, Photo Lab actually has one to actually make sure that the photographs match the picture that was taken. So every piece of item is used to show that all these things were documented properly.
Do you recall working on April 28th, Tuesday, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right, and do you recall, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you recall about working that day?
I was called that a shooting occurred at 1428 Adel Avenue Southwest. And Officer Pitts advised that he needed photographs and evidence collected at that crime scene.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what is located at that address?
When I actually got to the address, I noticed that there was a bunch of shell casings in the streets, in the yard. A few, I think it was 3 vehicles had damages from gunshots, and the residents had a bunch of gunshot damages to the residents.
Did you see any people at the scene?
Yes, I did. I saw some other officers, and I believe some investigators was there, but again, that was in 2015.
Do you recall what time of day it was or around or about when you arrived?
Around 4 o'clock in the morning, because I work midnight shift.
Do you recall the weather conditions at that time?
I believe it was just kind of cool, but
Better question, was there sun up or was the sun down?
no, the sun was down. It was dark.
Was the crime scene secure when you arrived that day?
Yes.
By any chance, would you recall who secured it?
I would think that Officer Pitts would have secured the scene.
Did you go to the crime scene alone or were you accompanied by anybody?
I was by myself.
Okay. So did you in fact process this crime scene that is under discussion at this time?
Yes.
What was the first thing that you did on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015 to process this crime scene that we're talking about?
Do you mean when I arrived on the scene?
Yes, sir.
I talked to Officer Pitts so he can kind of give me an overview of what happened.
And did you, as you described earlier, for this scene, put evidence placards down?
Yes.
And did you take pictures?
Yes, I did.
And did you collect evidence?
Yes.
And what evidence did you collect?
I collected 34 shell casings.
Do you recall what type or size of shell casings they were?
Yes.
All right. Is it not apparent to you at this moment off the top of your head?
I just didn't want to get the number wrong.
Okay. Would anything help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I can.
Dude, why do you not want him to be able to give the right answer? Good gracious. Come on now, man. Come on.
If I looked over my notes.
Okay.
Look at his notes.
I'm going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10 KK. And I'll allow you to look at this and see if your memory's been refreshed. I'm going to take that so that you can look at that.
Okay, there were two 223s and actual 7.62 by 39, which is assault rifle shell casings.
As it relates to this crime scene that we're still talking about, how many evidence placards did you put down that day?
34.
And 34 placards went next to what evidence?
Each shell casing.
And did you take any pictures of these placards next to the shell casing?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about how many photos you may have taken that day?
I think it was a total of 128.
Okay. Would you recognize those photos if you were to see them today?
Yes.
All right. I am now approaching the witness, Your Honor, with what has been pre-marked as state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa.
Right.
Yes. And please take a brief moment to just look back over those. And when you've done looking at them, angling them away from the presence of the jury so that they're not able to see those exhibits. Yes, sir. And then look at me when you're done.
This is what we call scrambling and scraping, boys and girls. This is scrambling and scraping 101. He's legitimately looking at the crime scene photos and the little placards of it where he put the placard everywhere the He found a shell casing. This is crazy. This is so embarrassing, y'all.
Have you had a chance to review those exhibits?
Yes. Yes.
And, do they, what do they reflect?
They reflect the crime scene that I took photos of.
What is the address of that crime?
1428 Adale Avenue.
And where did you take those photos?
That was on April 28th, 2015.
And are those photos that you are now seeing as state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa Kappa fairly and accurately represent the crime scene of 1428 Adele Avenue Southwest as it was on the day that you were dispatched to that location on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit state's exhibits 11 Kappa Kappa to 138 Kappa. Your Honor, and request permission to publish, subject to your rule.
All right, those are admitted and you may.
Yes, Your Honor, and I will be only publishing just a few.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Atkins, if you would publish state's exhibit number 11, Kappa Kappa, and crime scene Turner, you will see a populate on the screen behind you and on the laptop before you. So.
Okay.
Now showing you state's exhibit 11 Kappa Kappa. Crime scene Turner, can you, Supervisor Turner, excuse me, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that we're looking at here in this exhibit?
That was basically a photo of the street area on Adale Avenue.
You described earlier overviews of, you take overviews of pictures. Is this one such type of photo?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this overview?
It's just basically to show the actual street and actually what the photo shows from a distance.
Now showing you what has been admitted as states 14 Kappa Kappa. What is being shown in this exhibit?
That's also an overall photo of Adale Avenue, and I was showing the actual residence from a distance.
Is this the opposite direction from the previous exhibit that we're looking at in terms of direction?
Yes.
What else do you see? Well, pause that. Turning now to state's exhibit 16 Kappa Kappa. What do you see here in this exhibit, sir?
Again, it was just a close-up photo of the actual address with the vehicles parked in the yard.
And I am taking the cursor. Can you see that cursor on your screen?
Yes.
What address pertains to this building where the vehicle appears to be parked in the driveway?
That's the 1428 Adale Avenue.
Turning now to state's exhibit 20 Kappa Kappa. Is this the same vehicle that was shown in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
And do you know, did you mark or notate this same vehicle's presence in your report?
Yes.
And do you know what type of vehicle this is based on this picture?
I think that's a Chrysler Pacifica.
Turning your attention to state's exhibit 41 Kappa Kappa. Is this another view of the same vehicle that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes, that's just a photo of the front of the vehicle.
And why did you take photos of this vehicle?
Because it had damages to it.
Okay, what type of damages did you observe at that time?
It had gunshot damages.
Showing you now, State's Exhibit 32, Kappa Kappa. From what angle of the vehicle was this photo taken?
That was just showing the driver's side and also the yard. Yeah, just showing the driver's side and the yard of Adele Avenue.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 30, Kappa Kappa. What is that mark that appears to be on the vehicle right where the cursor is circling about? The delay, where the cursor is pointing to just below.
That's a gunshot that's the rear driver's side quarter panel.
And to your recollection, do you recall about how many defects or gunshots to this vehicle you took pictures of?
Not to be exact.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 31, Kappa Kappa, and I am again moving the cursor where it's dragging to this area. You see there where I'm encircling. Do you see that?
Yes,
Why would you have taken a photo of this particular area?
because there also is a damage that possibly came from a gunshot as well.
I want you to look a little bit closer to the bottom of State's Exhibit 31, Kappa Kappa, where you see this indentation in the vehicle where the cursor is placed. Does that tire appear to be inflated or deflated?
Appears to be deflated.
And do you, excuse me, right, can you see that cursor?
Mhm.
And does that deflate it? Excuse me, actually I'll go to that. Right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 17, Kappa Kappa. What type of vehicle are we looking here in this exhibit?
I believe that's a Dodge Charger.
And did you also notate this particular vehicle in your report?
Yes,
And why would you have taken special notice of this?
because that vehicle was also parked on the sidewalk at the same address and also had damages to it.
And I am now, just a brief moment, okay. Showing you now State's Exhibit 19, Kappa Kappa. Do you see this rear photo of this vehicle, same vehicle?
Yes,
All right. And is this just another such view of the vehicle, four quarters of it?
yes, just a different angle.
All right, showing you State's Exhibit 23, Kappa Kappa. Why would you have taken a frontal view of this?
I took a frontal view because there's a damage to the front hood of it, where it's parked at.
Do you see where this cursor is moving towards at this time? All right, it's kind of delayed, but there we go. You see that area right there? It's darker than the rest of the concrete?
Oh, yes.
Does that appear to have been from the damage, or do you, to your recollection, was that there prior?
I'm not sure. I just took a photo of where it was parked, so I'm not really sure if it was there before.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 24, Kappa Kappa. Supervisor Turner, what is this marking or hole, if you will, on the hood of the Dodge vehicle?
There's also a damage from gunshot to the, I guess, front hood of the vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 25, Kappa Kappa. Is this, do you see this indentation on this vehicle where the cursor is attempting to put? There we go.
Yes.
And what do you know that to be based on your training and experience?
And that's also gunshot damage right there on the top hood.
Are there two markings in the same vicinity on this exhibit?
From my experience, it looks like the gunshot went through the hood and kind of stopped at that top part.
Turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 33, Kappa Kappa. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you would have taken such a photo?
And also this vehicle in Infiniti was parked in the same driveway, and it also had damages to it as well.
Do you see anyone in front of the home?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to them?
No.
All right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 36, Kappa Kappa. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the damage that you observed to be from bullet defects on this particular vehicle that was there?
Yeah, we had damages from the passenger side front hood, and I believe it's a damage to the passenger side rear door, I believe.
Is that a separate defect from the first that we just observed in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 38, Kappa Kappa. Now showing you State's Exhibit 39, Kappa Kappa. Is this another defect that you observed on that day, on that morning, on the same side of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. Is this, what view are we looking of the vehicle and why would you have taken this?
And that's just show the rear of the vehicle, showing the tag of it.
And why would you have taken pictures of the tags of these vehicles?
We usually make sure that the tag matches the actual vehicle.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 42, Kappa Kappa. Why did you take this photo?
It's the front of the residence.
And but why would you have taken this photo?
We like to show that that this is the actual the photo of the residence is actually where majority of the damage is actually happening.
And now showing you State's Exhibit 43, Kappa Kappa. What is the purpose of this photo that he took?
It shows that the front window of the residence had multiple gunshot damages to the window.
On this photo alone, from this viewpoint, are you able to describe or count how many gunshot defects you see in this window?
No.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 44, Kappa Kappa. Using this photo, is this the same window that was shown in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
And from this, can you count for the jury how many defects you see to this front window here?
1, 2, 3. It looks like about 3.
Utilizing State's Exhibit 44, Kappa Kappa, how many defects do you see?
No, this one is 2.
Do you see? Get closer. Do you see the cursor?
Yeah.
All right. Is that a defect?
Okay, it disappeared.
Still right there. Cursor. All the way at the bottom.
It's not on mine, but
Oh.
yeah, but that'll be 3.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is this a different photo or a different view of the same front window that had defects?
Yeah, it's just I think it looks more like a closer up photo, but the same window.
Is this a different defect than the 3 that we just previously looked at?
I believe it was just higher. The photo looked like it was just higher up.
All right. What about this one in State's Exhibit 47, Kappa?
That's
Wow.
one defect.
I'm sorry?
That's just one.
Judge
gunshot.
Whitaker, come on.
Is this a separate from the previous 3 that we just saw?
It was quite a few, so I'm not really sure.
All right, no problem. Okay. All right. Now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 48, Kappa Kappa. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of once I took my initial photo of the actual street. This was to show you that the actual shell casings were out there, but without the numbers, you wouldn't have been able to see them. So the numbers actually show each shell casing where they were actually laying.
Is this an overview of some of those placards that were placed out there?
Yes.
Objection 403.
Hey, man, come on.
Your Honor, these are separate photos and they're all.
No, they're useless. They're useless.
Considerably so.
Okay, well, get it.
It's not gonna be all.
Let's move through it as quickly as
Page.
possible.
Sure thing, Your Honor. States Exhibit 49, Captain Kaplan, is this yet another view over, a different angle of a similar view of the placards?
Yes.
Okay, again, is this a different view of the beginning of the numbers from which you started, with the placards?
Yes.
And that is States Exhibit 51, Captain Kaplan. All right, showing you States Exhibit 53, Kappa Kappa. Is this, what do you see here?
It was a marker number 11 of a shell casing.
Is it away from the rest of the shell casings or placards that you saw or put down that day?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you States Exhibit 52, Kappa Kappa. What,
Same objection, Your Honor, cumulative waste of time.
All right, I mean, at some point, it certainly becomes that, so please.
No, it's already been that.
Pause the ones that are necessary.
It's already been
to be
that.
able to Tell the
sure.
incident.
I am
Beyond
going
that, move
to,
on. Go ahead.
I'm going to fast forward. And I'm going to point your attention to States Exhibit 67, Kappa Kappa. All right, here we have States Exhibit Kappa Kappa. What are we looking at here?
Shell casing 1 and 2.
And do you recall which shell casings those were in terms of size?
There was 223s.
All right, showing you States Exhibit 68, Kappa Kappa. Is this a separate shell casing from those that we saw in the previous exhibit?
Yes.
All right, do you recall what size this was?
I would have to look at my notes to be exact.
Sure. Between the two, excuse me. All right, showing you States Exhibit 69, Kappa Kappa. Does this capture the shell, another shell casing that you discovered?
Yes.
Showing you States Exhibit 70, Kappa Kappa. You put down another placard. Is this a different shell casing from the other?
Yes.
And does it go in sequential order to what number?
Yes, it does.
Does the shell casing placards go in sequential? To what number do you stop?
I stopped at number 34.
Showing you States Exhibit 71. Separate shell casing?
Same objection, Your Honor.
All right, can you ask him maybe a broader question that establishes that each placard is a separate shell or shell casing?
Supervisor Turner, did you take pictures of each and every shell casing?
Yes.
All right. And did you take them by each placard?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to transition your attention to States Exhibit 101 in Kappa Kappa. Excuse me. All right. All right. In this photo, why would you have taken this photo and where was it taken?
That was taken in the inside of the residence.
Okay. And why would you have taken this photo?
I'm just showing an overview of what I actually saw when I walked inside the house.
Were there gunshot defects inside the house?
Yes.
All right. Utilizing States Exhibit 114, Kappa Kappa, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you see those gunshot defects to be?
In this photo, the gunshots are behind the couch.
Are they, is it fair to say they're on the couch?
No, it's in the back of the couch.
What is that where the cursor is pointing?
And those are the gunshot holes.
How many do you see?
2.
Okay. Why would you have taken this photo in States Exhibit 102, Kappa Kappa?
Because I took a photo of the window from the front. I also took from the inside of the house, showing the damages from the inside of the house.
Showing you States Exhibit 118, Kappa Kappa. Do you see damages to the window in this photo?
Yes.
All right. How many defects do you see?
I see 4.
Showing you States Exhibit 103, Kappa Kappa. Do you see any defects to the home in this photograph?
Yes.
Where do you see it?
It's in the wall, just in the middle of the lamp.
All right, is where the cursor is pointing, where that defect that you're describing is positioned?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 108 Kappa Kappa. What are we looking at here?
There's also a defect in the wall near the, I guess there's a horn on the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 105 Kappa Kappa. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
Were there multiple defects inside the home?
Yes.
Were there defects downstairs?
Yes.
Were there defects upstairs?
I don't think so.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 110. Do you see any defects in this photo?
Yes.
And that is 110 Kappa Kappa. How many defects do you see in this photo upstairs?
That's 3.
I am turning your attention now to State's Exhibit 113 Kappa Kappa. Do you see a defect in this photo?
Yes.
All right. And is that defect where the State's cursor is pointing?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 122 Kappa Kappa.
What's the
Do you see any gunshot defects in this photo?
Yes, below the picture on the wall.
Showing you State's Exhibit 124 Kappa Kappa. Do you see any gunshot defects in this picture?
Yes.
How many do you see?
2.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 125 Kappa Kappa. Do you see any gunshot defects to the door in this photo?
Yes.
All right, is that defect where the State's cursor is moving?
Yes.
Are all of those defects that you described noted, well, excuse me, are those photos that you took showing those defects noted in your crime scene record?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the defects that you saw, were there any placards next to the defects?
No.
Why wouldn't you put placards next to the defects?
Usually the investigators didn't request any for those, for this actual case.
The vehicles that were affected by the gunshot defects, what, if anything, does APD do anything with those vehicles?
Yes, what we do is we impound the vehicle and then we search it later if that's something part of the investigation.
Based on your training and experience, are 7.62 rounds larger than those that would typically go into a handgun?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience as a crime scene tech, are .223 caliber rounds larger than those that would go into a handgun?
Yes.
Earlier, you talked about the types of testing that is done on shell kits and evidence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You talked about super glue and black powder being used in that process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you in fact perform any testing on the shell casings that were recovered from this crime scene?
Yes.
And what testing did you perform?
I did the super glue and a black powder.
And did that testing yield any results of any value to you?
No.
After such tests were run, what, if anything, did you do with that evidence, specifically the shell casings, once you completed it?
The shell casings was turned over to APD Crime Lab.
And what does APD Crime Lab do, if anything, with those shell casings?
They do ballistic testing on them.
Are you involved with the ballistic testing?
No.
Supervisor Turner, you stated earlier that you prepare crime scene records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you prepare one for this case?
Yes.
And did you create it at or near the time that you performed your particular part of this evidence logging?
Yes,
And would you recognize that crime scene record is shown today?
yes, I would.
And I believe it is before you, it is identified as State's Exhibit 10 Kappa Kappa.
Yes,
And do you recall that being the exact crime scene record that you authored?
yes,
Has it been changed in any way?
no,
Has it, does it accurately, fairly and accurately represent the work that you did and the writings that you put in there at the time that you authored it?
yes,
And, or does that crime scene record contain all of the descriptions of the photos that you took on that day?
yes, it
Does
does.
it contain all of the descriptions of the evidence that you collected that day?
Yes,
Does it contain all of what you did around or about that time on April the 28th, 2015?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's 10 capital.
Your Honor, I would object to submission. The testimony, or it would be cumulative of the testimony already provided by this witness.
Your Honor, I intentionally kept the witness from
Boy, come on,
going
man.
through each
Come
thing for that
on,
very
man.
purpose, so that it would not draw such an objection, Your Honor. So trying to mince words, obviously.
Your Honor, the statement would be testimonial. It would be unnecessary. Photographs have already been admitted, and this witness has already testified. The record itself would be cumulative of everything that has been entered thus far and has been testified to. I would object.
And much like an autopsy report, Your Honor, it simply explains exactly which photo you took and when you did, and it's not cumulative for that reason, based on that fact. It doesn't, he did not testify to everything contained.
It's admitted.
What?
All right, I would like to direct you to your report, which is 10 Kappa Kappa, and ask you a few questions contained therein. What is the crime scene date listed on your report?
4/28/2015.
According to your report, who's the on-scene crime scene, on-scene officer that was there, present, first responder there?
Adrian Pitts.
What is a crime scene number?
What is a crime scene?
Yeah, what is a crime scene number or identifier?
Well, the crime scene number for us is the actual number that we use to start our crime scene report.
Turn to page 3 of your report, and I just have a few more questions. On that report, do you see something by the mention of artificial lighting?
Yes,
What does that mean with respect to what you did in this case?
that's just a part of the camera that the set for that right there just shows that I use an actual bulb to take the photos because it's nighttime.
Wow. This is masterful. Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave. Good gracious, man.
At this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right, do any of the defense attorneys have questions for this witness?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
Here for it.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Harvey? Okay, all right, thank you for your time. You are excused. And this is probably a good time to break for lunch.
Wow.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have some matters to deal with over the lunch hour, as is not atypical in this case. So I'm going to give y'all until, let's see, it's 1:30. Laura.
Okay, I don't know if they're gonna. Hopefully, they'll leave the cameras on. We can enjoy this with them. Hopefully, let's see.
All right, we're gonna need to take up some matters over lunch, and Ms. Hilton needs to be here for that. Is she readily available or?
I'm actually, when I saw the email, I was sending word to have to come over, and, she's available to come over.
Okay.
Trying to, there was also the matter of preparing and getting to the correspondence. She was collecting all of the correspondence she had, and we had everything ready. We're getting it to the court now too as well.
Okay.
And so if we can address at lunch as soon as she gets here, everything else. I think there were other matters I wanted to discuss. I didn't call for permission to speak with the witness's attorney.
Why Hilton need to be there?
Mr. Zachary's attorney?
Yes, so that I could address the court regarding anything that we needed to address regarding this.
Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to address, but I need Ms. Hilton here for it. Gotten a very interesting email. And I'm going to want to discuss it as a bench matter, but it is very difficult to have everybody huddle at the bench. So when Ms. Hilton gets over for us to discuss that, I'm just going to ask that the media and the audience be excused because you
Oh.
wouldn't normally hear what goes on with a bench conference. It'll be taken down for the record, but it's just too difficult to have a serious,
Ooh.
involved conversation huddled around very little space. So why don't you, do you know whether the lunches are here? Why don't we take 30 minutes so that the defendants can eat lunch and then reconvene? Okay. And if
Oh my
the
gosh.
hard copies for the in-camera inspection are ready before then, can you just have somebody to deliver them to my chambers, please? Okay.
We combined them as Adobe PDFs because the court disinclined to receive them electronically.
So y'all gave them to me electronically, what, I think on Wednesday or either Thursday morning. And I said, this is incredibly difficult to sort out electronically, which is why I asked for hard copies. So unless they are amazingly way easier to sort through and set parts aside now, yes, I'd like them as hard copies.
So we are going to give the court hard copies, of course, but the
Well,
court.
you say of course, but you were supposed to have given them to me this morning.
Get angry.
So Your
Get
Honor, what
angry.
the court got last week was every email just in one combined
Yeah.
email. And what we have done now is actually sorted through, taking out anything that wasn't directly related to negotiations and combine them chronologically in a PDF as it related to each defendant. That's what we were providing. We were trying to clean that up.
Well, that's
What in the world is that? Did they arrest the cameraman? What is going on? Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, they're back.
Like it at the lunch hour.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're welcome.
She's not gonna have it done,
We'll
so give it up.
reconvene at 12:45.
Okay, so you want them back at 12:45. Okay, so wow. Okay. Man, this is crazy. So the lawyers have to be back at 12:45, so they only get a 30-minute lunch. The jury comes back at 1:30. Let me put that banner up. So the jury comes back at 1:30. Oh, this is gonna be wild. All right. So in the comments down below, what do you think it is? She said, I got a very interesting email. So I really want to know, what is this email that she got and what is it? Because she wants to tell all of the court. So that's all of the defense, all of the prosecution. And she said, we can't huddle up in front to go over this. So that's gonna be problematic. Oh my gosh. I have a feeling, but I can't say emphatically. So I definitely gotta wait. Wow. Okay. So there's that. And then of course, I think this whole morning, I think it's very fair to say this morning has been a total waste. Okay, let me pull up the email that I think is the email that she's referring to. I just don't know why why Hilton would have to be a part of it. That's the only thing I'm not certain of. All right, y'all know who the troublemaker is. I'm going out on a limb here. I'm dropped the link in the chat, and y'all know who it is. It's Black Bar Student. Okay, Black Bar Student sent an open letter, and it's on his Twitter X, whatever. Here, let's pull it up just so y'all can see it. And I'm not going to insult y'all and read it to you, but I'll just pull it up and you can see it. Oh, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look much better, Jason. Come on, can we get this right? There we go. All right, so this is, and he sent this directly to Judge Whitaker, because he told me this weekend that he sent it directly to her. So it's very possible that this is the email that she's referring to. But I don't know why Hilton would need to be there. That's the question. I don't know why. Wait, sorry. I don't know why Hilton would need to be there for this email. I don't know. All right, let's do it. Come on. Because I haven't read it yet. I haven't read over it. I mean, so I don't like dry reading, but I've done it before. So it's not the first time I've done it. Here, let me try and make this thing bigger. Good gracious. She was getting angry. She was getting a little spicy for sure. But in my opinion, it's too little too late. You've already set the precedent that you're not going to hold Adrian Love accountable. You've already set that precedent. There's no way around that. There's no way to make that palatable. You're not holding her accountable for it. So in my opinion, it's just a lot of words. Let me get rid of this. Let me pull it up so I can at least make it a larger, big screen so we can read it together. And I think this will be a good read. This is again from Black Law Student and the Black Bar podcast. Shout out to the Black Bar podcast. It still doesn't look good though. Good gracious. It's a little bit bigger, but not much. Okay. Let's do it like this. All right, let's pull this in. I see that's still not, it won't get bigger. If I make it bigger, it gets distorted. Let me try like this. Let's try, maybe I wasn't doing it right. That's not that. Okay, that's actually better. Okay, that's what I should have did. Should have spread out the boundaries a little bit. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is so much better. Okay, never mind. I take all that back. It was user error. Y'all know y'all gotta pray for your boy with this Mac. It's not really, me and Max are not, we're not doing the best, but that's cool. All right, I think we can read this. Okay, so the Black Bar, Judge Paige Whitaker. Now, I don't know, again, I do not know if this is the email that she's referring to. I do not know that. So I want to add that caveat to it again. I'm only reading it because I know he said he sent this to her. And I'm wondering if this might be possibly the troublemaker that she's referring to, just the email that she's referring to. So take this with a grain of salt. Don't go out and start, free Black Law Student or anything like that yet. We don't know this yet. We're just looking at it. Let me see if I can zoom in with mine. Oh, I can zoom. I can make it even bigger. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. I'm learning, y'all. Somebody praying over there. Somebody praying for you, boy. I write to you, not just as an observer, but as a concerned citizen, a law student, and a member of the community that has been closely following the young thug YSL case. The frustration that has accumulated within me, echoed by countless others on platforms like Twitter, has reached a boiling point. This trial, which has been labeled the longest in U.S. history, feels less like a beacon of justice and more like a labyrinth of legal confusion and procedural missteps. The defense has moved for mistrial 32 times, each motion a cry for fairness, a plea for the court to recognize the procedural injustices occurring in plain sight. These aren't just legal maneuvers. They are indicators of a system straining under its own weight, where the scales of justice seem increasingly unbalanced. Jury instructions. The jury has been given 11 limiting instructions before even receiving the final jury instructions. This isn't just complex, it's confounding. How can a jury composed of laypersons be expected to navigate through this legal maze, each instruction adding another layer of doubt, not just about the case, but about the system itself? This trial, with its endless delays and procedural missteps, represents not just a legal cost, but a moral one. The community watches not just for the verdict, but for a sign that justice can be served fairly, swiftly, and effectively. Instead, what we see is a drain on resources, time, and faith. At the end of trials like these, we should see a safer community, not a more disillusioned one. As a Black law student watching this unfold has been more than disheartening. It's been a lesson in systemic failures that disproportionately affect Black men. The rights of these defendants, their presumption of innocence, and their right to a fair trial seem to be afterthoughts in this spectacle. This case isn't just about Young Thug or YSL. It's about every Black man who looks at this trial and sees a reflection of their own potential fate in a justice system that often feels rigged against them. Here, I must quote the great Frederick Douglass: where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe. This trial in its current state feels like an organized conspiracy, not against one man, but against an entire principles of justice. A plea for change. Judge Whitaker, I implore you, consider the weight of history you carry in your decisions. This case has the potential to either restore some faith in the justice system or further erode it. The community, the observers, and especially those directly involved deserve better. They deserve a trial where justice isn't just a word, but a reality. In closing, let us remember the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Let this trial not be remembered as a threat to justice, but as a moment where justice was truly served. The Black Bar. All right. All right. I think that's the email she's talking about. Again, there's no way I can say emphatically, because of course she's going to turn the cameras off. Nobody can be in there. She's kicking, even if I was there, she would kick us out. But I'm thinking on a limb, the reason she wants ADA Love there and she wants Hilton there is she's going to put she's not going to declare mistrial. So don't even worry about that part. She ain't built like that. She ain't about that life. She's not going to declare mistrial, but she is going to put a major sanction on them. Again, this is me putting hope out there, right? Make hope great again. I'm putting hope out there that she's going to put a major sanction on them. And what I mean by that is you're time limited. You're not going to be able to use these leading questions. Something is going to change about the way that the court is run moving forward. That's what I'm hoping. And she wants to tell Love and Hilton, because they've been the leads for most of this trial. You had Atkins, now we have Brown as well. But most of the time, I think most of us said the face of this trial is Adrienne Love, Simone Hilton. And so she wants Hilton being there because Hilton is a part of that team, the dynamic duo, if you will. And she wants her to be in it so that she can tell her exactly face to face what is going to be the consequences. Because again, it's not the defense. It's not the defense that's slowing this case up. It's the state. And so I'm hoping that's what I think is going to happen. But again, I'm totally just trying to throw some hope out there, throw some faith out there. Somebody says about Zachary. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. You can, that's perfectly true. Get black with me, black law student has no bearing in the case. Okay, that's fair. Things the email from Little D's family. And the bad things we'll probably never know. So we'll never know if it's, if she comes back and she, puts all of them in timeout and they all got silent lunch every day, we won't know what it was that caused her to do that. So, I mean, it is what it is. But I do think it's something about the prosecution and how they've been running this case, because this is their case in chief. What's it called? Case in chief. Do we know what judge? Do we know which judge signed the warrant? I think it has to be Judge Whitaker, I think. Because she's the judge that's over this case. I can't think they would just go judge shopping and, judges are us and get a signature. I think it had to been Judge Whitaker, I think. That's a good question though, Ms. Wolf, but I don't know. Zachary is back at the hospital. Yes, he's back at the hospital. Or yeah, I don't believe it. The last I heard, he was at the hospital, but yeah, I think it sounded like he was at the hospital, or I take that back, the medical wing of the jail. Darn it. So it could be the medical wing of the jail. It could be back at Grady Hospital in their jail unit at Grady. I'm hoping he's at the hospital because that will probably be the best place for him, but I can't say emphatically. Okay. Oh, you don't think it's the letter? Okay. Quite a few people saying they're not feeling the letter. Okay. Hey. That's the problem, though. At the end of the day, when the smoke clears, we're not going to know emphatically. And hey, that's fine. I was just trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. It doesn't have to be that I'm right. Trust me. I do think no homework for sure. What if it's about, I don't know. Oh, I wish we would know. Oh, I wish we could. But she said it's an email. So that's the only reason I'm thinking it has to be something from somebody outside of the court system. Because if it was about like I see Mo Justice right here, said it's about the material witness warrant. I'm like, that's somebody inside the system. You wouldn't get an email about that. To me, it seems like it's somebody outside of, Prior Street. That's just my little 2 cents. Again, I'm out here fishing. All right. A lot of people saying Little D's family. Maybe so. Maybe Little D's family was able to get in touch with somebody, a big person that could literally send an email to Paige Whitaker and really mess her day up. Like imagine if they got in touch with the governor and the governor said, hold on, like this is really not a good look. Or the governor's been paying attention and said, yo, this is not really a good look. Or some activist or a senator. What if a senator sent an email on behalf of Little D's family and said, yo, this is not appropriate? Representative reached out and said, yo, this is not appropriate. Maybe so. I totally think. Okay. It's got something to do with, if it has something to do with Little D, Mr. Zachary, then why does Simone have to be there? That's the only question that stood out. If she didn't say that, or if we hadn't heard that, I probably would have ran with the little D's family for sure. But why does she need to have Simone there? And it sounds like Simone is not like terribly far away, because the DA's office is in the courthouse. So it doesn't sound like she's far away. So why is she not there? Really? Okay. Black Bar was not on the email. It says it right there. Love. I mean, and again, Black Bar has been a supporter of the channel, so I try my best to be supportive of those that support me. It says the Black Bar right there at the top, and it's right there at the bottom. The Black Bar. Black Bar was not on email. Okay. Maybe I'm missing something. Okay. All right. And if I'm missing something, hey, please, charge it to my head, not to my heart. If I'm misstating something or not understanding something, that's. But anyway, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. So, yeah, but why? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why does Hilton have to be there? And I think Hilton needs to be there, because I think they need some help passing them sticky notes back and forth. I think they need some help passing those sticky notes. But even more than that, why does Simone Hilton have to be there? And I think that's very interesting that they said that. All right, let me see real quick. Sorry about that. All right, let's see. Okay, cool. Someone can get the transcript that include sidebars. Yeah, it costs money big time for sure. And I don't know. Remember with Glanville, the big brouhaha was how long it took to get those transcripts. So I would hate to ask for the transcripts like tomorrow, and they're not even available until next week or something like that. So I'm not gonna ask for transcripts, but we will see for sure. I do want to say thank you real quick. You all have been just blessing this audience so much. And Doug has just blessed the audience, or rather blessed the audience earlier. Please forgive me, with 10 memberships to DWC. Thank you so much. And Doug, that means a lot. And I really appreciate, and hopefully those people that did get it, I did not get a chance to see because the chat has been kind of wild. Hopefully y'all said thank you to N Doug. If you were blessed with the membership, make sure you just put her name on it and say thank you so much for the membership. Let me see what Frank said earlier. He said, I've learned so much about police work. This is when the investigator, crime scene investigator, was there, but zero about proving nothing I came for. They closer to Puerto Rico than they are at reaching, than the one that they're reaching for. Oh, Puerto Rico. Oh gosh. Okay, I got to read that again because that joke was actually funny. I got to read that again because I messed that up. They're closer to Puerto Rico than they are to the one that they're reaching for. There we go. Man, I botched that up bad, but that was really good. Thank you. Well done. Aaron, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Said, if it was Whitaker, why would she think he was still at Grady? Why would she think he was still at Grady? Oh, I see what you're doing. Oh, I'm picking up what you're throwing down. If Judge Whitaker had filed the warrant for him, wouldn't she know that he was not at Grady? That is a very keen observation, Aaron. I like it. And I can't tell you, I don't know. But I like that one. I wasn't I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, because she did seem like she thought he was at the hospital. Okay, I might have to roll the tape back again. I might have to roll it back just to see what she said because I wasn't listening for that. But yeah, I need to look into that. Thank you. That's a good one. I like that one. I also like Brooke. Thank you so much for the $2 or $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Andrew, as well. Did Trump email the judge? Hey, she said it was an email. I'm thinking it's somebody outside of the Fulton County judicial complex. So, I mean, it could be Trump. That would be crazy. Doubt it, but did speak. Look, at this point in the game, Andrew, almost all conspiracies are equal. All conspiracies are equal at this point. All crazy ideas are equally are good ideas. Because this case has just gone bananas. Whoever thought we'd be sitting right here listening to an attorney ask a police officer in full police officer regalia, body cam, gun, the whole nine, banana clips and everything, ask this person, are you employed? And where are you employed? I mean, I understand establishing questions, but come on, man, that I don't get it. And attorneys and legal minds have tried to explain it to me. I said, I'm not trying to be difficult, but that just didn't make sense. So, you know what? Who would have thought it? So is it possible? I mean, can you imagine if Trump got on and said, if I'm elected, I'm going to free thug? That would be crazy. That would be insane. Don't put ideas out there, Jason. Don't do that. I bet Hilton was trying to trying to speak. So it was trying, I think trying to say not to speak. So with Lil D without his attorney, Ray, present. You think she was? Thank you for the $4.99 super. You think, I don't think she, they've done it before though. So Jason, don't. Oh, you know what? It's not the craziest thing I've heard. I just don't think, I would hope that they wouldn't do that. You think she was trying to speak to Lil D without his attorney present? I would think, I mean, that is very possible. You know what? It's possible. I just hope that, man, come on, y'all, stop. Y'all not, this whole case is not hinged on Mr. Zachary. It's not. Now, granted, I think a lot of this case was hinged on Little Woody, and we can tell by the fallout of Little Woody that they had a lot riding on him. So a lot of this comes back around to him. So I don't think Lil D is running the block like that. So I don't think he is as important. So where I'm going with that is I don't think you should risk your bar card and getting disbarred for doing something unethical for Quandarius Zachary. Y'all done already did enough unethicalness to sink a ship. But that would be very, very interesting. Don't believe it's the latter. I believe that it was sent via certified mail, according to Black Law Student Twitter. I believe it was about the Gaither aunt revelation. That is true too. There was a lot of stuff. Yo, shout out. Thank you so much, Monica. I appreciate you for the $5 super chat. There was a lot of stuff this weekend. There was a lot of stuff that happened over the weekend related to Quandarius Zachary. It could be that too. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm gonna have to do something. I got to do it. All right. I'm gonna rebuke my own self. I'm just kidding. I was thinking it was the email from Black Law Student that I just read because I thought that was pretty compelling. In retrospect, there's a couple things. I do remember him saying that he sent his certified mail. I do remember that. So that kind of shoots this whole conversation in the foot. And there are a lot of other things that y'all have posed out there. So it is very possible. I'm going to lower my expectation that the email was the letter from Black Law Student is the one that really set this in motion. It's probably something else. And I mean, from the situation with Lieutenant Gaither to the whole situation with that warrant and them, yeah, there's a lot of other stuff. So I'll take that. I'll take it. I'm willing to accept that. Thank you. All right, what did Rebecca say? Thank you so much, Rebecca Star. Always appreciate you. Thank you for the $9.99 super. And she says the letter was sent via FedEx. You're right. And I did remember that now as I've been talking. It was regarding either Woody or Quindarius Zachary's lawyer that emailed. Is someone associated and is specific. No arguments from me. We will find out soon for sure. Simone needs to be there because the state is responsible. Okay. Yeah. No argument. No argument. I just wish we would just do it on camera. Do it on camera. Do it on camera. Like, let us all get it out there. Stop the hemming and hawing, the scrambling and scraping. Just put it out there. This is what y'all did. Bada bing. Boom. That's it. So if you're just tapping in or whatever, 12:45, the state and the prosecution and the defense are supposed to have a large bench conference with Judge Whitaker. She's kicked out the media. She's asked that the cameras be turned off. Let me just double check, see if maybe they forgot and left the camera on. She's not kicked out, but she's asked that the media leaves out because there would be a bench. It's kind of like if they were gathered around her around the bench with like 2 or 3 lawyers, but she wants to talk to everybody simultaneously at the same time. So yeah, I pulled it up real quick and nobody's there. So with that being the case, she so at 12:45 they're supposed to have a spirited conversation. I'm sure it's about, man. So I thought it was about a letter writing campaign that has gone forward, but the more intelligent people here in the chat have convinced me that it's probably something directly related to Mr. Quindarius Zachary or something of that nature, which I can rock with for sure. So we're not going to know though, because the Wicker has kicked the cameras out. So nobody's going to be there to do it. So go figure. So that's what's going to happen at 12:45. At 1:30, the jury is supposed to come back. And so I'm not 100% certain what we will see. Maybe we'll get some feedback or something. It's going to be, it's going to be truly through Twitter and following some of the big names. I don't think there's going to be anything that we're going to see on camera. I don't believe so, but it's possible, but I don't know. Let me see what else. Yeah, this has been wild today. And I have to say, I did not think it was going to be, wait. Oh, okay. I thought I saw somebody's cameras on. I was like, wait, hold on, what? Wait, I'm looking to see if. Okay, so yeah, I was trying to roll back to see if there's anything she said that kind of alluded a little bit more, but not really. So she just said that she's gonna have a bench conference. The media is gonna step on out because she wants to have a bench conference with everybody, not just the few that can huddle around, but she really wants to, I guess, want to talk loud. Well, Lord knows we ain't gonna hear it because y'all microphones are garbage. But that's gonna be wild. This is, I had no intention. I did not think today was going to be fireworks because I didn't think that Mr. Zachary was going to testify. Now, I do believe I was still right about that. I just thought it was going to be kind of meh because Zachary wasn't going to testify. But boy, was I wrong. I was, man, right at the last minute. There's always a buzzer beater. You do not want to turn off the TV too early or walk out the movie theater too early because there's always going to be a mid credit scene in this circus for sure. All right, I'm just looking real quick to see if anybody is on. Oh, let's look on Twitter. What are we doing, Jason? Come on, rookie. Let's see what Thugger got to say. Okay, so let's pull this in because there's some interesting things. Shout out to I got a Rawson, Kathy Rawson is her name, I believe. So Kathy Rawson, shout out to her. And she has been another great resource in this discussion. And so she says, because I think this is interesting, because a lot of people have brought this up as well. She's been live streaming, of course. She says right here, for the first time, Judge Whitaker mentioned to our camera person that we shouldn't be showing them at the bench at the sidebar. More than a year and a half into this trial, and neither Glanville nor Whitaker has said that before. Of course, we will never have audio of the sidebar, but I don't understand the problem showing them. And I think that's a great point. I've gotten very interesting email, and I'm going, this is Kathy Rawson citing what Judge Whitaker said. I got a very interesting email. I'm going to want to address it in a bench matter. Judge Whitaker will not allow media or public in the courtroom for this discussion on whatever this interesting email is. They will come back after lunch at 12:45. All right, let's see. Man, without media or public to discuss it. What do you think it is? What is it? Who done sent her an email to get this thing set off? They're hiding because they know what they have done to Zachary is unconstitutional and immorally wrong. Okay. It sounded like the very interesting email didn't have to do with Zachary, but we won't know. Okay, I can dig it. Wow. So Sneaker 85 says is challenging whether or not she has the right to do that without, and these are some long rules that she's listed. She says, can she do that without giving a reason? That means the rules requirements. Also, doesn't she have to give her reason on the record before? I don't know. I don't know. So there's a lot of people chiming back and forth. I don't know what is going to happen. I think most of us are speculating. Let's go find out what Thugger's doing. So I'm gonna look for Thugger Daily. Thugger Daily has been talking about it, of course, quite a bit. Shout out to Kathy Russon, Russon. Definitely follow her on the Twitter as well. Let's see what other shenanigans and hijinks are happening in here. I want to know what happened to Woody. Why is Woody having an arrest warrant? All right, so looking for good old Mr. Thugger Daily and see where he is. All right, let's pull this in. What he's got. Pull y'all back in. Let me make sure y'all are in too. Y'all want to see it as well. All right, so Thugger Daily right here. Your daily dose of thugology. Continuing in hearings today regarding the 2015 shooting. No mention of Quandarius Zachary yet, but he's supposed to be within the next 9 witnesses. And see, like, if you know he's going to be in the next 9 witnesses, why did he need to be in custody in order for you to? I mean, 9 witnesses, that could literally be the end of the year, the way they travel. Like what's the purpose of that? That's craziness. But I digress. Let's go. Let's see if you got any other little, sometimes you gotta open these up to see. All right, so there, of course, there's your guy, Mr. Pitts. Oh, yeah, this is the same guy. We already heard this though.
To release him, he's got sickle cell bad.
Okay. And the audio was just horrible, man. I hope to goodness they get this fixed, man, because this is, I don't remember if it was really this bad with Glanville, but it just seems like every time they fix these or try or claim that they're fixing this, it actually gets worse. All right. So those are just the three, but all right, here's this conversation right here. Let's see what happens. Let me
I need Ms.
bring this in.
Hilton here. Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to address, but I need Ms. Hilton here for it. Gotten a very interesting email. And I'm going to want to discuss it as a bench matter, but it is very difficult to have everybody huddle at the bench. So when Ms. Hilton gets over for us to discuss that, I'm just going to ask that the media and the audience be excused, because you wouldn't normally hear what goes on with a bench conference. It'll be taken down for the record, but it's just too difficult to have a serious, involved conversation huddled around very little space. Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to address, but I need Ms. Hilton here for it. Gotten a very interesting email.
Oh, it hit rewind.
And
Sorry.
I'm going to want to discuss it as a bench matter, but it is very difficult to have everybody huddle at the bench. So,
All right. Okay, y'all, I hear this right here. I hear you, Rebecca. I hear you. Now, let me ask a question. Rebecca said this. What if it's a mistrial? My only reason for not saying it's a mistrial, like, let's just say that Judge Whitaker got an email from somebody that said, this needs to be declared a mistrial by 3 o'clock. Signed, big wig person, big person. I make a big difference. So let's just pretend like it was really somebody that important. Notice that Paige is talking like they're going to be continuing. That's the only problem I have. She's not been saying like, oh, like, let's put this off for right now. No, we don't need to have, like, let's put this off. Like, let's stick with today. She doesn't have to give her hand away and say, hey, I'm about to call a mistrial. But it just seems like she's looking forward into the future. And if she got an email that basically said, you need to declare this a mistrial by 3 o'clock or something of that nature, she's still talking like she's going to be moving forward. She doesn't have to say, hey, we might not be here tomorrow. Wink, wink. She doesn't have to say that. But on the same note, I don't know. I thank you for the $1.99 super. I just don't know. I don't know. This thing right here has been so crazy. It could be a total mistrial. Absolutely. You could tell me that they said they're going to build a cage in the middle of the court and they're just going to have the lawyers fight every day until the last man standing. I would believe it, because this case is so crazy. You could tell me, hey, Dana White from UFC has decided to buy out the whole Fulton County and all the lawyers are going to fight against one another. I'd be like, that makes perfect sense, because they would have better audio. Dana White and UFC have fantastic audio. So maybe that's going to be the case. I don't know. I don't think that's going to be it though, but I'm going to give it to you though. Everything is valid. We're going to start making it. I might have to make my bingo board again. I didn't update the bingo board this weekend. I apologize, y'all. Oh my gosh, this would be so sad. Thank you so much, South Georgia Stacker, for the $2 super chat. What if Q's, I think she meant Quandarius Zachary, passed away? God forbid. That would be horrible. The only reason, if that happened, I don't think they would even bat an eye. Like, I really sincerely don't think that the state has the capacity to generate sympathy and empathy toward anybody. If something happened to Mr. Zachary, I wouldn't expect them to come in there, you know, in black sackcloth and ashes or anything of that nature. They would just keep going. I don't think that one thing would change, not anything. They just, oh, I'm sorry. One thing would change is they would take that witness off the list. That's it. That's it. They wouldn't care. Because remember, I mean, there have been other witnesses that have passed away and they've not generated any concern about them. And if you go get the man out of the hospital, let's just tell the truth, shame the devil. You don't care. You don't care. Uh-oh. Thank you, Monica. Monica Campbell says, go look at Black Law students. Let's go see what our buddy Black Law student is talking about. All right, let's bring this in. He said, breaking news. Let's bring y'all up in here. Breaking news. Thank you so much for the $5 super, by the way. Okay, so that's the letter he sent. Breaking news. YSL judge has read my letter on behalf of Quindarius Zachary family in court when the cameras were asked to be turned off. Power of the open. Okay. Oh, really? Wait, what's your letter to on behalf of Quindarius' family, though? I don't think I have that one. Oh, there's another one. All right, this is the one. Oh, there's another letter to the family. I mean, letter on behalf of the family. Let's see if I can zoom in. I can. All right. Can I read this one? Let me see. Let's see what it. Okay, this is from the family. Okay, this is on behalf of his family. I got you. All right, we're gonna read this one. This one might be the one that's changed the. But it was it emailed? I guess maybe. Okay, maybe we. I'm not gonna get lost in an email discussion. Maybe it was emailed. Maybe it was not. But I'm going to read this one if that's okay. Is that all right? If you could just put a 3 in the chat. A 3. Put a 3 in the chat if we're okay with it. All right. So we got some read it. That makes more sense. Okay, there we go. On behalf of the family, that does make sense. Thank y'all. Thank you. Thank y'all for like being gracious. Even though I had started off, I went in one direction. I started off in one direction with the whole email thing, but you all set me straight, and I appreciate y'all not beating your boy up. I appreciate it. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's do it. Here we go. And I'm reading this cold, so y'all got to have some grace. Dear Judge Whitaker, I'm writing you with a heavy heart, compelled by the profound concern for my brother, Quindarius Zachary, who has recently been thrust into a distressing, please forgive me, an unbearable situation. I implore you to consider the grave implications of forcing him to testify in this case, given his severe health conditions. My brother, who has been battling sickle cell disease with relentless courage, is not in a state to endure the strain of court proceedings, let alone serve as a witness under these circumstances. Sickle cell disease is an unforgiving and debilitating condition. It has ravaged Quindarius' health, subjecting him to excruciating pain and frequent medical crises. On Friday, when he was arrested and faced with a material warrant, it became painfully clear how unfit he is to engage in this case. His physical suffering coupled with the emotional toil of his current predicament leaves him utterly incapable of participating meaningfully as a witness. Quindarius has consistently expressed his desire to plead the Fifth Amendment in this matter. His decision should be respected, particularly when weighed against the backdrop of his fragile health. It is not merely a matter of legal rights. It is a question of basic human decency and compassion. The emotional and physical stress inflicted upon him by this forced testimony could exacerbate his condition, causing further harm to a person already in tremendous pain. I urge you to consider the principle established in case law regarding the protection of a witness who are unable to testify due to severe health conditions. In the United States versus Kincaid, 209 F.3D, I'm not going to read that. The court recognized that a witness's health could exempt them from testifying, particularly when their condition would be significantly aggravated by participation in the legal process. Similarly, in Schoenhoff and Holder, the Supreme Court emphasized the importance of protecting individuals from undue stress and potential harm when their health is at risk. The burden of requiring my brother to testify while he is in such a vulnerable state is not only legally questionable, but also morally indefensible. It is a matter of recognizing the humanity of individuals who are already suffering. To force him into the courtroom would not only be a disservice to justice, but a profound injustice to a person who deserves compassion and understanding. Please, Judge Whitaker, I compel you to exercise your discretion in this matter with the utmost sensitivity. Allow Quindarius to remain free from the anguish and further deterioration of his health that could result from participating in this case. His well-being must take precedence. And it is our hope that you will act with the empathy and fairness that this situation demands. Thank you for the consideration of this urgent and heartfelt plea. I trust that you will make a decision that reflects both the letter and the spirit of justice. Sincerely, Zachary family. Yep, I'm going to go on a limb and say Judge Whitaker is trying to repair. That was dope. Shout out to the Zachary family. This is on Black Law Students YouTube channel. YouTube channel. Twitter. I'll drop the link if it has not already been dropped. I'll drop it again. Sorry if I didn't already. I think Judge Whitaker is going to try to save face, because if she signed that warrant for him and Love and them lied and said, oh, he's on the run, but they actually knew where he was, that she might be trying to save face. She might be trying to save face. Okay, so there's a couple of people saying they don't think it's this. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let me see. They could, let me see. They could have arrested him if he missed the court date, but he hadn't missed it yet. He wasn't called. He wasn't called yet. They could have said, hey, we're going to call you on Monday. Be ready. They didn't call him. He wasn't called yet. So you can't just do that. Okay, so a lot of people are saying that they think, this is what I think is happening. I believe, I'm with Brando. I think Whitaker now realizes just how dirty Adrian Love is. Now, Judge Whitaker has been complicit in a lot of this so far, but now she's realizing, like, yo, you got me set up looking all kinds of crazy, swearing out a warrant on your behalf, and this man was coming out of the hospital? Wait, he could die on the stand messing around with you? Like, now I think Judge Whitaker realizes just how bad I'm so sorry. I should not have read that. Simply Renee. The bad thing is I'm laughing at it because we all know it's true. we all know it's true. That there's not one person in this live chat that disagrees with you. It's just funny to read it. Simply Renee says, I swear Love and Hilton would dig up Donovan Thomas, dust him off, and have him testify if they could. And I don't see no lies. Anybody seen the lies? No lies detected. So I think what I think happened, Hilton and Love got Judge Whitaker to sign that material warrant to arrest Quindarius Zachary, and she did not know that they actually knew where Quindarius Zachary was. According to his sister on the podcast that I uploaded last night or yesterday, please forgive me, she says they knew where he was. He was connecting with them. He was talking to them. He was telling them like, hey, I'm here. I want to plead the fifth. This is where I'm at, but I want to plead the fifth. I don't want to be a participant in this case. I don't want to testify. I'm going to plead the fifth. So they knew where he was. They had been in communication with him. But maybe, just maybe, they lied to Judge Whitaker and said, we don't know where he is. Could you file a warrant so we can, a material warrant so we can arrest him? Because he's under subpoena. Mind you, the subpoena, I believe, might have expired because it was under Judge Glanville, but that's, neither here nor there. But can you fill that out? And Judge Whitaker probably did, only to find out that they really did know where he was. They really did know. That would be crazy. And this is another thing too, because I don't understand the immunity aspect of it. So let's just put aside that his health is in bad position. So I don't want him to be on that stand if he's in bad health. There's no benefit to that. So, but let's just put that aside for the time being. How do they force an immunity on him? Because I can see what'll happen. Now that he has an attorney, his attorney can fight against that. And we already know this is how they roll. They'll force an immunity on you. And now he at least has an advocate between him and the state. So I don't think he's going to be testifying. Please let her flip. Please let her go in the temple and flip over some tables. Please flip the whole bench over, Paige. Now, I'm going to be mad if Paige goes off on them and she doesn't allow us to see it. I'm going to be very, very disappointed in her. And she will not get an invitation to the Whitaker cookout. She won't be able to be invited. Now, if she says, look, I want Jason to be able to see this, and she flip over that bench and she calls some people names and she hurts some feelings, she's getting a special invitation. I will cook out at the house this weekend and invite Paige. I mean, really. I mean, fatted calf, the whole nine. We'll even put raisins in our potato salad in her honor. I'm just saying. In her potato salad, not ours. But I'm just saying, like, there will be a lot of love and respect if she really clamps down and puts the state's feet to the fire. If she does that, and if she does it on film, let me catch it so I can see it. Let me tell you right there, I'm cooking this weekend. Fatted calf, the whole gambit, everything. What did Monica say? Monica said they said he was in hospice weeks ago, but it could have been hospital. Yeah, I'm going to go with it was probably hospital. I did hear that. I heard that as well. You don't usually leave hospice. So that's not usually a checkoutable place. So I think they might have meant hospital. I've heard people say that too. All right, what we got here? As at this point in the game, Gladiator Girl, I mean, I think there's people who hate Young Thug that are like, yo, this should be a mistrial. I didn't realize how many people, Young Thug had a lot of enemies. I didn't realize that. Young Thug had a lot of rap beefs with other artists. I didn't realize that. I had no idea he had so many beefs with people. But even them are like, even they are probably like, yo, hey, how much is that Free Thug shirt? Let me get that. So I just hope she does the right thing. And I think a mistrial is the right thing. There's some prosecutorial misconduct that I think you can definitely point out. I don't think you're making light of the fact of saying that these people are dirty. These people, This state is horrible, man. The state is like a pig pen on Charlie Brown. Like they're dirty. They're just dirty. And the odor mendacity is everywhere, everywhere. Yeah, I wipe my nose because my nose was itching. Like the odor mendacity is real with these people. I mean, I don't know what to say, Baker. Why is it that every one of your witnesses gets thrown in jail? Why is that? Like everybody? Oh my God. The only reason, David, and thank you, David, not only for being a member, but thank you for, giving a dissenting voice. David said, I don't believe none of that. She don't care. This is the only thing. Okay. I think I think the second letter is moving enough. I think the first letter was good as well. If she got both of those letters and she's really processing it, and this is why I believe that Judge Whitaker, I'm not talking about Adrian Love. I'm not talking about Adrian Love, I'm not talking about Simone Hilton, Fonnie, or any of those other people. I'm talking about Judge Whitaker. I believe Judge Whitaker cares for a couple of reasons. And I'm imposing this on her. So I don't know this at all to be a fact. What is it? According to belief and what is it? Information and belief. Based upon information and belief, I believe that Paige Whitaker is still human. I believe she's still human. Now, she's making some bad decisions right now. I'm not changing that fact, but I believe she's still a human. But even more than that, go around the block. She wants to be elected. Her role is an elected role. So she realizes that, hey, if I'm going to be successful in my career path and want to continue in this and one day get into a Supreme Court position, I need to do the right thing. And now that everybody knows that the dirty DA's office went and arrested a man in the hospital because he wasn't ready to testify, there's no way to fix that. There is no, cure. There's no cure for that. There's no way to make that, to smooth that over. It's not like wet cement and somebody walks on it. You got, okay, let me go back and smooth out the cement. No, this is bad. So that being the case, I think Judge Whitaker realizes the best thing for her in her career is to distance herself from these ne'er-do-well people. And by distancing herself, I'm saying that she needs to stop caping for them, stop being the third member of the prosecution team, and start holding their feet to the fire. And I believe, I'm just hoping against hope, that's what's being said right now. She done flipped over a table. She done told them off. She said, how dare you? You lied to me. And she's giving them the business. That's what I'm hoping is happening. Now, do I have any means to believe that? Any reason to believe that? I'm just hoping against hope. Just hoping against hope, y'all. That's all. So that's what I'm thinking is happening. So to answer your question, I think Judge Whitaker can care. If it was left with Adrian Love and Simone Hilton, I say he's stuck. They're gonna drag his carcass. He would be on a doggone gurney with the IV in his arm and the whole nine. If Adrian Love had her way, he'd be in there right now. Absolutely. I think Judge Whitaker is a more reasonable person. That's all. I don't know, Sassy C. I don't know the chain of events because she talks about she's going to have this meeting at the very beginning. When we first clocked in this morning, she said she wanted to talk during lunch. So she already knew that she wanted to talk about something. So when Quandaria Zachary's attorney came in, that probably maybe compounded it. So let's say it's the letter. Let's say it's the letter from the family. Well-written, well-articulated letter from the family. And she got that letter this morning driving in to the courthouse. And she's like, ooh, we got to talk about this. This is not good. She's okay, we'll talk about it during lunch. So she gets in, Adrian Love don't got her homework, all this kind of shenanigans going on. She's like, okay, well, y'all, we got to have a meeting at lunchtime. So we're gonna have a special lunch, in classroom lunch, kind of situation. Then Zachary's attorney comes in. He hears from him like, oh, crackers. This is part of that stuff I was going to talk about in the letter. So that's why she's kind of standoffish with him. That's why she didn't make any moves when he was there, or that we saw at least, and said that we'll talk about it at lunch. So that's what I think, that in my opinion, that's what I think happened. Well, and I'm welcome to be wrong, y'all. But can you force him to testify? You already know. And now it's not just, I heard him say he was going to plead the fifth in the hallway. It's been plastered all over the world. So you already know he's going to plead the fifth. So everything you do is going to be reactionary. Everything you do is going to be retaliatory. I don't see why they would do it. All right, the letter contradicts the, okay. Zachary's lawyer said at 2 a.m. this morning he would testify when called. Okay, okay. Let's go find that real quick. It's super hard to hear, but I'll give you that. Just let him out of jail, right? The letter contradicts the lawyer. I don't know if the letter contradicts the lawyer. Little brother, by the way, thank you so much for the comment. I don't think it contradicts it. He's just saying, let him out of jail. If you're going to keep him in jail until he testifies, his health is going to deteriorate for sure. But let him go home. If you let him go home, he can get nursed to health. He can be in his proper environment. He's not being exposed to any kind of germs or bugs and whatnot. And because we know that he's not going to testify tomorrow, that we know. Okay. And if he's on a list of 9 people, let's be honest, it's going to be Thanksgiving. All right. Let him stay home and eat Big Mama's mac and cheese and all that kind of stuff. And then when you need him, he'll be up to health and we'll make sure he comes. That's it. I don't know if those two are contradictory. I don't disagree. A medium will be the next witness. You're probably right. You're probably right. I don't know. These people are embarrassing for sure. What's that called? Secondhand embarrassment? Spiker, I believe, I got faith still, that hope that faith and hope that Judge Whitaker is realistic. I have none for Adrian Love. I'm sorry. I wish we could know for sure, Miss Tina, because I will gladly say that I'm wrong, but there's no way to tell. Little D's father said he was not running and told them to let them know when to report to court. Yeah, like I don't see what was the rush to get a hold of him, to hold him in court indefinitely. What's the purpose of that? Letter was sent before the lawyer was obtained. Okay. Yeah, see, I don't know if there's a chain of events to follow them correct. I don't know. We're all speculating, and trying to piece it together as best we can, because I don't know exactly when the email was sent. I don't know exactly when the lawyer was secured. He said 2 o'clock this morning, but what is that, when they secured him, or did they secure him Sunday evening and he was able to get, I don't know. Oh, I know she eating. I bet she's eating Love up, right? Love up, not having control to think of her new excuses and lies. I guarantee she ain't got that homework done. That's for sure. That material stuff, she don't have that stuff done. Foster cat head, what's wrong with you, man? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Love would have a seance and have them testify from beyond. Now, this actually makes sense too, Filipino girl. I will bet that they wanted to get him his testimony for this case just in case he passes. Maybe that's what the urgency was. Maybe so. Like I said, the devil went down to Georgia. Man, if you made them stay a week in Rice Street, I guarantee you, they would treat them differently. But okay, and Danielle, I have that clip somewhere. I feel like I might have used it. I have that clip somewhere. Let me read what she says. They set this up. Love mentioned one day last week that they are dealing with a witness who is not cooperating. Now, and I have the clip. She said it like 2 or 3 times. She said, if we can find them, and then also that we have a witness that's not cooperating. In my opinion, she knew that she was going to arrest that man because he had already said he was going to plead the 5th. So she wanted she knew she was going to get him arrested. So she was saying things like that in court to kind of chum the water so people would be like, oh yeah, she arrested him because he wasn't cooperating. She arrested him because she said she couldn't find him. So to try to make her case seem viable, when in all actuality, she arrested him because he had already said he was going to plead the 5th. Oh, I want to hear the word candid to the court. I want to hear her scrambling and scraping. Oh, I want to hear it. Oh, I wish I could hear it. Nothing has happened as of yet, Zipper Jones. So I don't know. I'm just going through the questions that people have asked, and we're waiting to see and hear when the state comes back or when the whatever we're talking about, court comes back. Let me make sure I have this tab ready. So y'all know I got it right here. All right, but nothing's going on at the moment. Yeah, this is what I think happened. Whitaker signed that warrant and didn't have the facts, and now she's sitting over scrambling and scraping because why? Because there was no candor to the court. Imagine that. Like Love lied to her. Hey, I got this witness that's been running. Hey, I got this witness that won't answer my phone calls. I think he ran away to Pennsylvania or whatever. And Whitaker's like, how dare he give me that warrant? Let me sign that. And gave it to him and lied. And she knew where he was. So, I mean, and maybe that would make sense for why Simone Hilton needed to be there. Because she's a part of the prosecution team. The hour of speculation is upon us. So we got about 10 minutes, give or take. All right, real quick. I'm just trying to see if anybody else might have it as well. See if anybody has anything. Yeah, I don't see it. Nothing at the moment, so we'll just leave it alone. All right, let's see. What's going on, Rome King? Good to see you, man. Grace and peace, friend. They hiding something. There's some shenanigans going on. Agnes Knit says. Okay. Tammy says, DWC. Could it be that Hilton was the one that put in the material witness warrant, and that's why she wants her to be in the courtroom? That's, you know what? That's very possible. I was saying that Love was the one, but it could have been Hilton. Absolutely. I got tons of extra tinfoil hats. I can dole them out free of charge. All right. Lots of good conversation. Thugger updated the post. Let's see what Thugger is saying over there. What art thou saying, Thug? Thugster, what are you saying there? Let's see. All right, let's bring this in. Thank you so much. I'm her. I appreciate, man, this chat has been amazing all day. While we wait and lunch break is over, just wanted to post this joint motion regarding objections to evidence the state wants to introduce through future witnesses. Antonio Sumlin, aka Obama, and co-defendant who took a plea. They'll argue this evidence objection some other day in court. So you can refer to this motion to orient yourself if you want to follow along. Okay, yeah, I will look at this and we'll have it ready. I will definitely. But let me see if they. Okay, I don't see anything new on particularly. I don't see anything. I'm trying to look. I don't see it. Don't see anything. Was there something particular that he updated? I'm her. Thugger Daily Post is about about the lady who was arrested to testify. Yeah, that was another one. And the investigator was trying to date her or take her out on dates. This is crazy, man. This story is bananas. Yeah, so a lot of people are upset about the fact that they arrested the man and didn't have him be the first person in today. Yeah, I think that's I don't see anything new that was groundbreaking. So let's jump back over here and just make sure we're ready for when the cameras go hot. Good to see you, friend. Grace and peace. Grace and peace. Do you think the judge would ever grant a mistrial? No. I've had to tamper my expectations. Now, again, if you had asked me about 4 weeks ago, I would have put all my money, all 98 cent on mistrial. But now I wouldn't put 10 cent on it. I don't think she cares like that. I don't think she's gonna do it. Because she wants to prove that she is Supreme Court Justice, Georgia Supreme Court Justice quality by getting this trial, this humongous dumpster fire across the finish line. That's what I think. Now, we can have that discussion about whether or not it's the right thing to do, but I believe most of us, if we're being honest and fair, we can say that, you know what? They've got a lot of work done under Judge Whitaker. And I think that's what she wants the legacy to be like. Oh, I took this thing from Glanville. Glanville was totally fumbling it down the field. And I was able to at least get it to the end of the game. Now, that don't mean that it's going to be what we want it to be. That don't mean that it's going to be a good one. But she's going to get this thing across the finish line, come hook or crook. That's the only reason I believe that she's not going to declare a mistrial. That's probably why Hilton is looking to resign. I'm telling you. Is Sylvia at court? She was at court this morning, yes. If it's warrant related, Debo says, Judge Whitaker withholding it from the public is very suspect. It seems a little bit deceptive. That's I'm going to give you that as well. She's too embarrassed. That's why that's why I'm really thinking that she did something for the state that is now going to bite her in the butt. That's what I think is going to happen. I think she took the state at their word that Quindarius Zachary was on the run, and they said, "Oh, fine, here," and sign that warrant, and come find out they knew exactly where he was. He was down the street around the corner. He was not running anywhere. Matter of fact, he was at the hospital when y'all found him. Like, stop playing. Oh, wow. Y'all got some wow. Y'all got some conspiracy, man. Y'all making my own. I need to go check my conspiracy hat. Y'all done came. That was Tammy. Where'd you get that one from? Tammy said the email could from the feds saying that we did not give little Woody immunity, and therefore Hilton lied in court. Yikes. That's a man. I kind of forgot about that. Wow. Yeah, put Tammy in the chat. Wow. I'm speechless because I had totally forgotten about that. That's a cool way to spell Tammy, by the way. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. I'm trying to think of something that could be wrong with that though. I can't think of anything wrong with that. And that was a good one. Like, my goodness, in the morning. That one right there woke me up. Like, whoa. That was good. I can rock with that one. All right, let me see. Somebody said go look at what's her name? Kathy Russo. Let's see. Did she give a new comment on it by any chance? All right, so she's quoting Thugger. And she's just quoting that's the quote from earlier where Judge Whitaker said, we need to talk at lunch. We need to eat in the classroom. Okay, somebody's looking. Okay, I'm looking through here. I don't. All right, this is Adrian Love scrambling and scraping this morning.
The state owes me hard copies of correspondence to do an in-camera review. Is that ready? Okay, so that was supposed to be to me first thing this morning because I need to actually do the in-camera reviews. When is it going to be? Obviously, I'm not going to be looking at it before lunchtime, but
I think we can have it out to you by lunchtime, and my understanding is that we're going to begin with the witnesses and that the things that were told to be
Scrambling, scraping.
I specifically said first thing this morning. So I need it by the time we break for lunch because I'm planning to start looking at it at lunch. Okay, what else are you going to have to me?
All right, so that was a scrambling, scraping session. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I want to know what happened. Look, Judge Whitaker, people need to know. We need to know what happened. Okay, so it's 1:30 now. She said the jury's going to be back at 1:30. So we know what more than likely happened. Whatever they were doing at 12:45 has gone way past the time that it should have gone. So that means that, building the cage for the cage match or whatever they're going to be doing went left. And so now they are going longer than they should. That being the case, oh my gosh, I wonder, there's so many speculations, so much speculation. Okay, so it went longer. So whatever they're doing at 12:45, that's probably what they're doing right now. So they might be scrambling and scraping, they might be stalling, they're gonna probably be boxing it out, horse trading, something like that is going on right this moment. Man, this is crazy. Totally insane. But my goodness, in the morning, I thank y'all for rocking with us. I'm gonna tell you, I had low expectations for this morning. I was like, I know Zachary's not gonna get on that stand. It's gonna be nothing burger. I didn't realize it was gonna be those two police officers, but I was like, it's gonna be nothing. It's not gonna be really anything. It's definitely picked up. Let's just say it like that. The email from the family, the letter to Judge Whitaker, the letter writing campaign, all of that. That's, you know what? It's turned out a lot better than I thought. So shout out to them. Yes, I read Black Law Students' letter. I read the letter to Judge Whitaker, the hero. I read the letter that the family wrote or was written on behalf of the family to Judge Whitaker. And Black Law Student is a supporter of the channel. Right. Nobody's supposed to be in the courtroom right now anyway. Okay. I don't think so, but I'm gonna go with you, Miss Tina. Hey, look, I'll rock with you. You will not be alone. I'm gonna roll with you, so you're not alone. I'm looking to make sure nothing else has popped up. All right, let's see. All right, let's go right here. All right, nobody at the second. Nobody's on yet. Nobody's back yet. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go. Come on, Judge Whitaker. Everybody ready to roll? Let's get this thing popping. Well, I appreciate that. It's 1,020 y'all tapped in with us. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. If you don't mind, hit that like button. Go ahead and hit that like button. Let's run that thing all the way up to 10,000. Let's go. Mistrial with prejudice is what we need. And then cuff love. Oh, cuff. Okay. Like, yo, man, it's that thing missing. I don't think she can do that. Yo, y'all, are amazing. Y'all are hilarious. Nail biter. Thank you again, Doug. Doug has been a great blessing to the channel. Thank you so much for those memberships earlier today. If I didn't say it to you, thank you again, Doug. Oh man, you all are not playing any games with them. I love it. But they say if Hilton resigns, the defense has to subpoena her. Really? That would be wild. But let's tell the truth. That would not be the wildest thing we've seen. Reminds me of a kid on Christmas morning. I mean, we're all here. We're all here for it. They are late. Let's drive those likes up. Hit those likes. Come on, help. What? If there's no court today, if they call court today, I'm done. I am done. Hit that like button. Thank you, retired. Thank you so much. Okay, Rome King, we got to plan something. Come on, man. Send me an email. Let's get something on the books. We go to court on Thursday to help Love and Hilton pack up their bags because they're getting shuttled out of there. And then we go get some wings. That's what we do. The case that stopped the world. Wow. It's got to be spicy if they're this late. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. They're back. Let's go. Let's go. Where do you see it? I'm right here. Nobody's here except Miss Mandy's up in the building.
Hey there.
What's going on, friend? How are you?
Good. What's going on now? I step away for 5 minutes and you done started trouble.
Let me tell you who started trouble. And whoever started trouble is over there on Pryor Street. Probably, let me see. Hold on. Somewhere in courtroom 1, Charlie. Somebody in there is causing trouble. It is not me.
I seen Black Law Students letter. So I seen that. What happened after that?
Oh, I read the letter that the family wrote.
Right. It's a letter the family wrote, but he emailed it, right?
That's what I'm assuming he emailed it because I mean it has the full address at the top as if it was going to be mailed. Uh-oh. I hear some scrambling, scraping.
Oh, but they haven't come back since then?
Oh, no, nothing's been back. No, they've been back since 10 minutes after 12.
Oh, my goodness.
Or however long it was, whatever it was.
Look,
long
I called a mistrial this morning, so I'm going to need my shout out if it's a mistrial.
Okay, let's see. I mean, technically, we all have been calling mistrial for like the last month. So
but if I got lucky today.
we will give you your roses. I just hear scram.
You were breaking up.
I'm looking on. Wait. Law and Crime has totally got a different link. Hold on.
11 Alive's alive too.
All right. Can you tell the jury how long you've worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir. I've been an officer for a little over 12 years.
What year was it that you graduated the academy?
2013.
And how did you end up working for APD?
Long story
short, you'll be a few seconds behind.
It played at 1.25. Because I need to know the T.
Can y'all hear it okay?
Y'all put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it. They're just kind of shuffling papers though.
Yeah. Man, they are.
Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch, and the state has got their next witness in here. Let's go ahead and swear this witness.
Okay, can y'all hear it?
Raise your right hand. That's my first. That's one. State your name. Have to take your name out before. All right. First and last. All right. Officer Hill, Sean S-E-A-N. Last name is Hill, H-I-L-L.
Good afternoon, Officer Hill. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
All right.
Can you tell the jury how long you've worked with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir. I've been an officer for a little over 12 years.
What year was it that you graduated the academy?
2013.
And how did you end up working for APD?
Long story short, I was military and I came into want to do law enforcement after I got military.
What branch were you in?
Marine Corps.
And was it through a connection in the Marine Corps that you ended up working for APD?
Yes, sir. One of my coworkers in the Marine Corps came to APD when he got out and he recruited me to the department.
what did you do in the Marine Corps? Your Honor, it's foundational. Jury has to determine Officer Hill's credibility as a witness.
Sustained. I mean, overruled. You can go ahead and just briefly go through it. We don't,
Yes, Your Honor.
as relevant to his position as police officer now.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll ask more pertinent question,
All
Your
right.
Honor, relating to that. Officer Hill, what skills did you learn in the Marine Corps that help you as an officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
I learned valuable skills, patience. I learned a lot of stuff in the Marine Corps.
And what, in non-military terms, what was your job? What did you do?
I was communicating operator, radio guy.
Now, Officer Hill, what zone do you work in currently?
Zone 1.
And are you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked in Zone 1?
My entire time as an officer, 12 years.
Now, how many beats are in Zone 1?
It is 14 beats.
And how many of those 14 have you worked?
Every last one of them.
And are you assigned currently to a specific beat or all of Zone 1?
Pacific beat in Zone 1.
And which one is that?
113.
Okay. Now, are you currently post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Hill, were you post-certified on the night of April 27th going into April 28th of 2015?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury briefly, what type of cases you have handled working in Zone 1 over these 12 years?
Yes, sir. Anything from domestic violence to break-ins, car break-ins, burglaries, people being shot, damage to property. So anything you think of, it happens in Zone 1.
And throughout the 12 years of working in Zone 1, have you got familiar with the neighborhoods in the different beats within that zone?
Yes, sir.
So I want to turn back to April 27th, going into April 28th of 2015. What beat were you working back then?
That was 110. Oh, shoot.
Can you bring yours on? There you go.
That help you as an officer with the Atlanta Police Department?
I learned valuable skills, patience. I learned a lot of stuff in the Marine Corps.
And what, in non-military terms, what was your job? What did you do?
I was communicating operator, radio guy.
Now, Officer Hill, what zone do you work in currently?
Zone 1.
And are you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked in Zone 1?
My entire time as an officer, for 12 years.
Now, how many beats are in Zone 1?
It is 14 beats.
And how many of those 14 have you worked?
Every last one of them.
And are you assigned currently to a specific beat or all of Zone 1?
Pacific beat in Zone 1.
And which one is that?
113.
Okay. Now, are you currently post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And Officer Hill, were you post-certified on the night of April 27th going into April 28th of 2015?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jury briefly, what type of cases you have handled working in Zone 1 over these 12 years?
Yes, sir. Anything from domestic violence to break-ins, car break-ins, burglaries, people being shot, damage to property. So anything you can think of, it happens in Zone 1.
And throughout the 12 years of working in Zone 1, have you got familiar with the neighborhoods in the different beats within that zone?
Yes, sir.
So I want to turn back to April 27th, going into April 28th of 2015. What beat were you working back then?
That was 110.
And what precinct, or what's the precinct location for beat 110?
It's off of Donnelly Hollowell Parkway.
How close, or what's the address on Donnelly Hollowell Parkway for that?
Precinct is 2315.
And are you familiar with Club Crucial?
Yes, sir.
How close is Club Crucial to that precinct that you were working that night?
Maybe like a couple hundred yards.
Now, what time or what was your shift, or were you working that day?
Yes, sir. I was working that day, and my shift was at 10 p.m. that night to 7 in the morning the next day.
So you would start 10 p.m. April 27th, going till 6 a.m. April 28th?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you in uniform?
Yes.
And would you have had a patrol car?
Yes.
And back then, did you ever have a partner, or were you working your single patrol car?
Just solo.
Okay. Now, coming on shift that night, do you remember ever responding to any calls that stood out?
Yeah, we had a shots fired call, and I think a fight call at Crow Crucial that night towards the beginning and middle of the shift.
Ballpark, rough ballpark, do you remember around what time that would have been?
Between 12 and 1 in the morning.
And did you respond to that call?
Yes, sir.
Did other officers respond?
Yes, a lot.
Now, when you're responding to Club Crucial, have you responded there before in the past?
Yes.
And what were you responding to on the night of April 27th going into April 28th? What type of call was it?
We had shots fired in the area, and we had large group of people fighting. That's what the call came in as.
And how extensive was your involvement with that Club Crucial call midway for your shift?
That night, my job was basically just to get everybody out safely. So I was out trying to get clear the parking lot and get everybody on the road.
Now, after responding to Club Crucial, did that impact how the rest of your shift would go?
Usually when we have incidents that happen at Crucial, they carry over into the neighborhood. So yes, we were on alert that night due to the shots fired and the fight that happened at Club Crucial.
Now, Officer Hill, after you responded to, or let me ask you this, that night, because you were in beat 10, would you show up on, or would you be 1110 on a CAD report if you were working beat 10 in zone 1?
Yes.
And would other officers you said that there was 14 beats in zone 1,
Mm-hmm.
would it be reflective of 1 through 14?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after you responded to Club Crucial, did you ever have the opportunity to go to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, I responded to a call at 1903 Drew Drive later that morning, like around about 5 that morning.
After you'd responded to Club Crucial?
Yes. Now,
what area had you been to Drew Drive in that area before?
Yes.
And by this point, it'd be April 28th, 5 in the morning, about around that time when you responded to Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
Back then, in April 28th of 2015, how would you describe that area that Drew Drive is within your beat?
It was a quiet area, nice, fairly new, renovated. So we didn't really get too many calls in that area.
What type of calls had you responded to in that area when you responded that morning?
Because
Your Honor, it's setting a background for Officer Hill's familiarity with his specific beat that night of the shooting.
Sustained.
Now, Officer Hill, when you responded to Drew Drive, how far was it from your precinct?
It's like a 5-minute drive.
How far is that from Club Crucial?
Same, about 5 minutes.
Now, when you got there, were you at a house, a residence, an apartment? What was there when you arrived?
It's both, but the actual 1903 is apartment complex.
And when you got there, was it light out or dark out when you first got there?
No, it was dark.
And let me ask you this. When you first got there, who did you see or encounter?
The caller, Miss Battle.
Okay. And was there anyone else other than Miss Battle that you interacted with when you first got on scene?
Not initially.
Now, Officer Hill, without mentioning what she told you, what was...
And I'm also gonna, I don't know, we haven't talked about this before, but please just refer to her by her last name, okay?
Okay.
And I don't know that you've done anything other than that, but.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Officer Hill, without stating what Miss Battle told you, what was her demeanor when you encountered her?
She seemed like she was frightened, scared.
And did you talk with her outside or inside that apartment, if you remember?
I don't remember that at that moment.
That's all right. Now, after speaking with her, did you go anywhere within that apartment complex?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went to her, the call, her apartment was damaged from a rear balcony. So when I entered the apartment, I went to the direction of the rear balcony. She pointed out where her damages were, and it was like in the living room area by the balcony.
And was her apartment, was it on the first floor, second floor? Or...
First floor.
Now, did you know before speaking with Miss Battle what kind of call you were responding to initially?
Yes.
What kind of call was that?
It was a shots fired call.
Now, Officer Hill, I want to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. Now, Officer Hill, if you can, do me a favor and flip through from 3 Lima Lima through 64 Lima Lima. And when you're done, just look up at me.
Yes, sir.
What are those? 3
Just
through 64.
photos of the damaged property and some of the shell casings that we recovered from the scene.
Are they a fair and accurate of the photographs and the scene that you responded to on April 28, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit into evidence State's Exhibits 3 through 64 Lima Lima.
They're admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, I want to start with 3 through 12 Lima Lima. What apartment was Miss Battle's apartment? After speaking with her, you said you went inside. What apartment was it that you all went to?
Apartment 1122.
And so I want to publish State's Exhibit 3 Lima Lima first. Now, Officer Hill, you had said she was on the first floor, apartment 1122.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And turning to 4 Lima Lima, is this 1122 the apartment you went to with Miss Battle that night?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you describe for the jury, what did you see when you went inside? I'm going to publish 5 Lima Lima, or I'll take a step back. When you had first mentioned her back porch, what was the damage that you noticed, if any, on Miss Battle's apartment porch?
You can tell that her back door was damaged, had glass shatter throughout the door. So when I went in, she pointed me into the direction, and I was able to see where the bullet made entry. And I just traced the direction and noticed that it went through her couch as well.
I'm gonna walk through a couple of these photographs with you, Officer Hill. And
Okay.
this- Publishing 7 Lima Lima, can you orient for the jury? Do you see the damage you had just referenced in 7 Lima Lima?
Oh, yes, sir.
And where is it?
It's toward the bottom of the door or glass.
Is it where that blind is?
Damaged it. Yes, sir.
And once you trace that, can you show the jury on publishing 8 Lima Lima where that bullet?
Yeah. So the bullet, when the inmate entered through the door or the glass, it went directly to the, I guess, the couch cushion, like where the armrest is at, and it went through the pillows.
I'm gonna publish 9 Lima Lima. Is 9 Lima Lima, is that the inside of Miss Battle's apartment door, 1122?
Yes.
And 10 Lima Lima, can you describe for the jury, is this the couch that you were just discussing with them about the bullet hole?
Oh, yes, sir.
And 11 Lima Lima, where did you notice the damage in Miss Battle's couch in 11 Lima Lima?
Right at the bottom part of the arm cushion. Yeah, that's where the damage went, the bullet went through.
And 12 Lima Lima, do you see any debris or that you saw that night in Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
It's right in between on the bottom right of the pillow, in between the green and red circles.
You direct my mouse, or you tell me, you talking about towards the right of where that clicker is?
Yes.
Now, was anyone else in the apartment with Miss Battle when you were walking through with her to see the damage?
Not that I seen, no.
Did you ever become aware of any other apartments that were damaged?
Yeah, so after I got finished talking with Ms. Battle, I walked outside where her bathroom was at and just cased the area. And that's when I seen several other shell casings outside of apartment 1120.
Now, is apartment 1120, is that right next door to Miss Battle's apartment?
Yes.
Now, after you looked through Miss Battle's and saw these additional shell casings, was the lighting better or worse in terms of natural sunlight by that time?
Still about the same at that time.
And so when you first came on scene, it was dark out?
Mhm.
And did you notice the shell casings as the lighting got better?
So as I waited for the ID set to come out, take pictures of the damages, by that time it became daylight. So that's when I noticed several more shell cases in the middle of the street.
Now, would you have been the officer who radioed for ID to come out to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, sir.
And did a crime scene tech arrive?
Yes.
Now, after realizing this additional damage, was anyone in apartment 1120?
Initially, I didn't know. So we did try to do a knock and talk, make sure nobody wasn't injured inside the home or possibly deceased. So I was able to get the maintenance man of the complex to let me in for me to do a welfare check of the home. After I did a welfare check, I realized no one was in the home. So we secured the door and exited.
Now, I want to talk to you about what you saw inside apartment 1120. So I'm publishing 13 Lima Lima. Is this the inside of the outside of apartment 1120 next door to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, was there also, or can you describe for the jury what I'm going to publish 15 Lima Lima? Is this the outside of apartment 1120?
Yes.
And what type of damage was in that apartment?
This apartment had a lot more damage to the glass, the windows. You can tell that more bullets were hit this home compared to Miss Battles.
I'm showing you 16 Lima Lima, and I'm going to turn to 17 Lima Lima. What is that at the base of the door outside apartment 1120 on the ground?
Appears to be a shell casing.
And is there any glass that you see on the ground?
Yes.
Is that from shattered glass from bullets going through that back patio door?
Yes.
And is that a close-up 18 Lima Lima, Officer Hill, with what we were just discussing?
Yes.
Now, is 19 Lima Lima, is this the inside of apartment 1120?
That's correct.
Publishing 20 Lima Lima, was there any damage in the kitchen area of this apartment when you went inside to inspect it?
Yes.
And looking at 21 Lima Lima, what do you see in this photograph inside the kitchen of apartment 1120?
The oven was damaged from the bullets.
Was anyone shot inside apartment 1120 when you were there that night?
No.
And Officer Hill, with 22 Lima Lima, is this a piece of debris inside that apartment?
Yes.
And is that, do you know what type of, either what that is? Is that have any connection with bullet?
Yes.
What is it?
Like fragment from a bullet.
Turning to 23 Lima Lima, inside of this apartment, was there any defects in the walls from inside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
And did you do a similar to how you did in Miss Battle's apartment in terms of try to trace to the best you can where the bullets came from the outside in?
Oh, yes, sir.
I'm showing you is 24 Lima Lima. Do you see a defect in this photograph?
Yes.
Also publishing 25 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes.
And from your personal review, did you or did you not believe that these defects came from bullets?
Yes.
They did. Also showing you 26 Lima Lima. Do you see any defects here between in this laundry room area of the apartment?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury where it is?
It's right in the kind of middle of the picture, in between the cords, the hole.
27 Lima Lima. Was there any, and I'm going to actually go to a better one of 29 Lima Lima. Do you see any damage to this other window inside like the bedroom area of that apartment?
Yes.
And is where the mouse is the area of the window that has the bullet defect?
Yes, sir.
Is this another angle of that same window in 30 Lima Lima?
Yes.
And do you see, Officer Hill, in 31 Lima Lima, any bullet projectiles or debris in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury where that is?
So inside the left shoe.
And is it the all white shoes?
I'm sorry, yes, sir, the all white flat shoe.
And is it towards the toe or the heel of that shoe?
Towards the heel.
I'm going to move. Is that what you were describing, Officer Hill?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, once you looked in apartments 1120 and apartments 1122, did you ever go outside into the street area at 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And what did you see outside in the street, outside of those back porches of those apartments?
Several shell casings.
And by several, how many shell casings did you see roughly outside in the street?
I would say over 20 at that time.
Turning or publishing 62 Lima Lima, can you describe for the jury in general what this photograph depicts?
Yeah, so everywhere you see a yellow marking on the ground is where we recovered a shell casing from.
So are all of these yellow placards in the street outside of 1903 Drew Drive indicative of shell casings or projectiles in the street?
Yes.
Publishing 63 Lima Lima, is this another view of those shell casings in the street?
Yes.
Now, Officer Hill, while the crime scene tech was there, there's a number, or how many, well, I'll do this. Do you see that this is placard number 1 and 32 Lima Lima?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna publish 61 Lima Lima. publishing 60 Lima Lima. And Officer Hill, what is next to the placard in 28 as depicted on 60 Lima Lima next to placard number 28?
Shell casing.
And so was there 28 placards that were crime scene tech put on scene outside of 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes.
And are walking back to now, while I'm getting that pulled up, I wanted to take a step back. When you were at Club Crucial, do you know what time that fight commenced before you went to Drew Drive?
Do I remember what time the fight started?
Correct.
Oh, we got the call around between maybe 1:30. So it happened before that.
And while you were out on scene, were any suspects identified from Club Crucial that you responded to?
Not for me, no, sir.
And if you had to ballpark, how long were you personally, on that scene? Was it 30 minutes? Was it an hour, 2 hours?
It was between 20 and 30 minutes.
And were you able to do anything or take any steps to identify who was fighting at Club Crucial?
No.
Were you able to do anything to identify who was shooting?
No.
And that time of night, is Club Crucial crowded or not crowded?
Crowded.
And after there's a shooting, is it easy or difficult to gather information when Club Crucial's crowded and there's a shooting?
No, it's difficult.
Overruled.
You may answer, Officer Hill.
It's difficult at that time.
Why is it difficult? Why is it difficult to gather information in that environment?
Multiple people running, trying to get out the way, trying to get home, get safe. So a lot of times people are not trying to talk to us or answer any questions.
And is the parking lot of Club Crucial in close or not in close proximity to where people would come out if everyone was leaving the establishment?
Yes.
Is it close or not close?
No, it's close, yeah.
Did you personally speak to anyone at Club Crucial when you arrived?
No.
How often would you get calls when you've been working in Zone 1 over the past 12 years about shots fired or fights at Club Crucial?
Objection as to relevance.
Your Honor, there's multiple 2517 Donnelly Hollowell, which is the location of Club Crucial. Officer Hill, you may answer. How many times have you responded to shots fired or a fight at 2517 Donnelly Hollowell Club Crucial?
A lot.
And by a lot, is it 50? Is it 100? Is it 1,000?
At that time, maybe a few hundred.
Now, should be coming up momentarily, Officer Hill. So we started with placard 1, and then I showed you placard 28. I'm not going to go through every one, but I wanted to cycle through a couple to talk about with the jury.
It's funny because Club Crucial has been closed for some time, or it's not Club Crucial anymore. And it's like, what are you doing?
So, Officer Hill, do you see a shell casing in 33 Lima Lima next to placard number 2?
Yes.
And do you know what type of shell casings were on scene?
Not at that moment I did.
Were you ever able to determine or learn what type of shell casings that they were?
Yes.
What type were they?
They were 9mm shell casings.
Was there any other type of shell casings that you found on scene?
It was, but I don't know. I don't remember what the other
That's all right.
casing was.
Going back to placard number 4, which is 35 Lima Lima, where is the shell casing in 35 Lima Lima in relation to that vehicle?
Right underneath the tire.
And so were the shell casings that were in the street, were some underneath vehicles, some were they scattered throughout Jew Drive, or were they not?
Yes, they were scattered out throughout the drive.
Now, when you work, since you've been working in Zone 1, at least in regards to night shift, when you come on at 10 and leave at 6 a.m., when do calls typically tend to die down? What part of the night?
Towards the end, so anytime after 4 on out, it tends to die down.
When's like the most busiest time on shift?
When we first come on, like around 10 and 12.
And when you got to the scene, roughly again, what time was it when you first met Miss Battle?
A little bit after 5.
Was there many people out at that time?
No.
Publishing 36 Lima Lima, is there another shell casing from the scene?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to .43 Lima Lima. In 43 Lima Lima, and while you were walking the scene, were some of the projectiles or defects from bullets close by to one another, or were they not?
Yes.
And is 43 Lima Lima show different projectiles or debris from bullets in close proximity to one another?
Yes.
I'm going to turn back to .62 Lima Lima. Using .62 Lima Lima, what was the proximity of the vehicles to where the shell casings were found on scene?
They were pretty close.
And how close were these shell casings to the apartment, specifically 1120 and 1122 that you responded to that night?
So apartment 1120, 1122 would be right on the other side of those black rails in the bushes.
To the on the right side of the
I'm
photograph?
sorry, yeah, to the right side of the photo.
Like this, is this the black rail that you're describing?
Yes.
So if you were to walk, you see where my cursor is?
Mm-hmm.
If you were to walk from this part of Drew Drive and walk all the way towards the camera angle and keep walking, would these placards from the debris or projectiles, where would they be in relation to both those apartments? Were they concentrated or not concentrated in a specific
Yes,
area?
they were concentrated in that particular area.
Now, did you ever look or try to find any surveillance videos at this apartment complex?
We did canvas for surveillance footage, but we were able to locate any at that time.
Were you able to ever find or locate any eyewitnesses when you were on scene?
No.
Now, did you ever come to learn who lived in apartment 1120 next to Miss Battles?
Yes.
Who was that?
I'm going to object to hearsay.
What's your response?
I'll ask a couple foundational questions before, Your Honor. Officer Hill, when you responded to this scene, or do you write reports in relation to the investigations that you work?
Yes.
Do you include information about apartments you respond to or victims in the cases?
Yes.
Why is that? Why do you include that information?
Just for future references, we list any owners or tenants that apartments were damaged or could have been damaged in the reports for further investigations.
And without stating anything yet, how was it that you were able to come to learn who resided in apartment 1120?
So in the apartment complex is two other officers, Atlanta police officers that live in the complex. They had a layout of the tenants that lived in the property, and they were able to give me the name of the tenant.
So they had a layout of the residents of all the apartments at that location?
Yes, sir.
And using that, were you able to determine who was listed as living in that apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, may he be permitted to answer?
I'm going to object based on hearsay and confrontation.
And Your Honor, the effect on Officer Hill's investigation before leaving the scene?
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Officer Hill, after crime scene came, what did you all do with the shell casings that we've walked through here today? Did you leave them in the street? Did you take them somewhere? What did y'all do with them?
No, we collected them and turned them in as evidence.
And in the shell casings that were in the street, who was it that actually took those and transported them?
Myself.
And where did you take them?
So our property building, and that's where you take all evidence and properties.
Now, did you ever, after responding to this scene, what would have happened was there ever other investigators or APD personnel who would have worked this case after your involvement?
Yes, soon as I do my initial report, it'll get assigned to an investigator and they'll take over the case from there.
So, and do those investigators conduct follow-up in cases to gather more information after you leave the scene?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when you were working the night shift in Beat 10 Zone 1, how would you respond to multiple calls within a night?
Yes.
And after you respond and gather initial information, do you have to respond to other calls that come in?
Yes.
Did the owner of that home ever come in to report those shots and damage sustained at apartment 1120?
Not that night, not to me, no.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, no further questions for Officer Hill at this time.
All right, do any of the defense counsel have questions for this witness?
And I thank you on behalf of Mr. Williams. We have no questions.
Okay,
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
anyone else? No questions. All right, officer, thank you for your time. You're excused.
Thank you.
We ready for the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls senior analyst Courtney Daniels to the stand.
All right.
Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat. State spell your first and last name for the court. Slide into the mic, please.
Courtney Daniels, Daniels.
And good afternoon, Ms. Daniels. Where do you work?
Verizon Wireless,
And how long have you been with Verizon Wireless?
10 years.
And if you could tell the jury briefly about your job duties and responsibilities.
I'm a custodian of records, so I handle testifying in criminal as well as civil cases. We also handle small claims, mediations, arbitrations, and other executive complaints that come in our office.
And you said that you're the custodian of records. What type of documents would be within your purview that you testify to?
So we testify to subscriber information, call details, text message details, text message content, any internet records that are available.
So first starting with call detail records, if you can tell the jury when you, the call detail records that are with Verizon Wireless, generally what time zone are those call detail records kept in?
Call detail records are based on where the user is located, so it's based on that time zone.
So for example, if you have call detail records for a phone based out of Georgia, would that be an Eastern time zone?
Yes.
Right. And you also talked about you keep records with text messaging content.
Yes.
What time zone are those text messages usually kept in?
So text messages are, the time zone is based on the switch where these, which is the brain of the network, where it's located. So that's how we tell what the time zone is for the text message.
And the documents that you talked about that you may testify to, are those documents kept in the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And is the information contained within those records made at or near the time in which the calls or texts are made?
Yes.
Specifically, we talked about subscriber information. Is that document kept within the regular course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And we talked about the call detail records, same question, kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
And then text message content, are those kept in the regular and ordinary course of Verizon business?
Yes.
With the call detail records, do you also provide cell site information?
When requested, yes.
Okay. And what is cell site information?
cell site information tells us what towers were involved and the locations of those cell towers.
Now, with Verizon Wireless, do you have prepaid and postpaid accounts?
Yes.
If you could tell the jury what's a prepaid account versus a postpaid account.
So a prepaid account is where you subscribe for service. You don't have to provide any verification information such as social security numbers. You just provide a name that you like on the account, your address, and then we provide you a phone number that you pay for monthly before you use the service. Well, postpaid, you have a monthly bill, you have to provide your social security number, identification, the address that will be on the account, and you're billed monthly. So you receive a bill every month. You don't receive a bill prepaid. If you don't pay, you don't continue the service. Postpaid, you'll receive a monthly bill and continue that service until you tell us that you do not want it any longer.
And you said with prepaid account, you can come up with any name that you want.
Yeah, it could be anything that you'd like it to be listed as.
So someone could call it Mickey Mouse and they'll get the phone.
That's fine. Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the reason for your testimony here. Did Verizon Wireless receive a subpoena from both the Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
You're on permission to approach?
You may.
I'm going to show defense what has been marked as State's Exhibit 464 Yankee and 464 Yankee Alpha and Delta.
Did I miss something?
I don't know. It just seems like I have no idea.
Cameraman don't know. He's like,
Yeah, he's like slow dragging.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I thought you could trace burner phones to like the location they were bought at. Maybe not pinpoint a cell tower, but
you need to know that it's a burner phone, in my opinion.
well,
If
yeah,
I
you
just
got to
had-
know it's a prepaid.
Just because it's prepaid doesn't mean it's a burner phone.
Haven't
But,
you
I
ever
mean-
seen Better Call Saul?
Just because it's a prepaid. I'm not shouting out people. I'm not shouting out people that have prepaid phones. Come on.
Oh,
now.
no, there's nothing wrong with that. I've got one.
No,
But-
I'm saying, but right. So if you have a prepaid phone, that doesn't mean that it's a burner. Now, if you have a
Right.
burner phone, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a prepaid.
Yeah, because those have, some of them have minutes, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
200, 300 minutes or something like that. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But like if you bought a phone, because I've been paying attention to, there's a case in Jacksonville, Tampa and Jacksonville, a gang case that is a real RICO. It's a real RICO case.
Oh, okay.
And the main reason why they caught the guys is they used their real phones. Because I've been sitting there like thinking, like, wait, if the people had secured phones that weren't associated with them and left their phones that were associated with them at home to go do this crime, nobody would be able to track them. But these dummies was using their real cell phones, all this kind of stuff like that, and really put themselves in trouble. So I'm like, I don't think you can trace. The issue is once you're on the radar. So like Young Thug would never be able to get away with having a burner phone. But
Why?
if they didn't know that, like, you know, Lil Ray over here has not done anything wrong, he just goes and secures a burner phone, leaves his real phone at home and goes does, you know, bad things, you know, kidnapping gerbils and throwing hamsters off of bridges,
Right.
then, you know, they would not be able to trace that to him because it was the burner phone, and then discard the burner phone and go back home and keep on living your life.
Okay, that's what you're saying. He can't just have a burner phone.
Right. Yeah, you can't. Right. Because the burner phone would become his primary phone.
Right.
But if you go get your burner phone, like if I leave my house right now, there's a, what is that? Metro PCS about 4 miles from me. If I leave my phone right here, I can go down there and get me a phone.
Right.
And nobody would know except, you know, the 600 so people right now would know that I went and got a burner phone.
Right.
Okay, that's what we got.
Yeah, I've got one of those Obama phones
Hey,
and a regular phone.
well, it's you got what you got. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Where is the mistrial? That's what we need to look for. We need to look for Rico and mistrial. They have not entered the room at all.
They have not. I don't understand what we're doing, actually.
I really don't.
What does
really
the
don't.
apartment have to do with anything?
That was one of the overt acts. So I've been reading up over here.
All right.
So if you follow Joseph Papp, so they're going through the overt act of Demekion Garlandson and Antonio Sledge. And this is their act number 41, if you're following it. So that makes sense. But I'm still, they're not on trial. So I don't understand why do we need to worry about this? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Here, let me give y'all that just so y'all have it in the chat as well, if it's not already there. All right, let's see what she got. Scrambling and scraping.
All right, go ahead.
On the first approach was exhibit 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta tell me if you recognize 464 Yankee Alpha.
Yes.
And first with 464 Yankee, how do you recognize this 464 Yankee?
This is the disc that I signed and dated after reviewing the content.
And we said reviewing the content, what content?
The cell phone records, call details, text message, content.
And is that the content that would have been sent to the requester after a request?
Yes.
Now looking at 464 Yankee Alpha. What is 464 Yankee Alpha?
This is one of the explanation sheets that we provide for the call details, and it explains each column that's encompassed in the record.
And it's 464 Yankee Alpha.
This is the subscriber information for one of the phone numbers.
And do those items appear to be the complete item from what you reviewed and what was given to the Atlanta Police Department regarding this request?
Yes.
This time the state by the States Exhibit 464 Yankee, 464 Yankee Alpha, and 464 Yankee Delta.
They're admitted,
Thank you, Your Honor.
subject to issues that we have to deal with later.
Yes, thank you. I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha. Tell me if you recognize 1 Tango Tango.
Yes.
And how do you recognize 1 Tango Tango?
This is the second disc of records that I signed and dated after reviewing.
And does that appear to be all of the contents that was given based upon a subpoena from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And what is 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
And with 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha, does there appear to have been any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 1 Tango Tango and 1 Tango Tango Alpha into evidence.
Admitted and potentially subject to the same if we need to deal with that as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Senior Analyst Daniels, I want to first start with 464 Yankee. And 464 is specific Yankee Alpha. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Alpha, if you can explain to the jury, what are we looking at 464 Yankee Alpha?
So this is again, the explanation sheet for the call details with cell site information included in it, and it has each column and the description of each column.
And if you can just tell the jury briefly about each column and the information that would be contained in the call detail record.
Okay, starting from the furthest to the left, which says network element name, that is the switch name. So again, this is the brand of the network that communicates with the towers to tell it what to do and how to do that. The second column to the right of that column would be mobile directory number. So this is what our target number is, or what the requester asked for the number to be searched. Then you have the dial digit number. That's the number that actually was made to make a phone call. So if you dialed in 1-800-922-0204, that's Verizon's phone number. But if that's what you dialed in, that's what we would see on that column. The next column is the call direction. So this tells us, is it incoming? Is it outcoming? Did it get forwarded to voicemail? Was it routed, internally in the network? The next column is called seizure date time. So this is the time of the actual call starting. So as soon as the call started, that's when the time would start. The seizure duration is exactly that. It's the duration of the call, but it's always in seconds. The first serving cell site. So this is the tower that actually communicated with the switch that initiated the phone call. So that's at the moment the call started, that's the tower that hit on the call hit on the tower. the first serving cell face. So that's the actual, there's sections of a cell tower, and it tells us what section was hit on when that call was made. Then you have the last last serving cell site. So that's at the end of the call. Where did that call end? What tower was it hitting off of? Again, with the last serving cell face, it's a different section of each tower, and that tells us where the call ended on that section of the tower. And then lastly, you have your calling party number. So that tells us what number initiated the phone call.
And now I want to show you what's been marked as 464 Yankee Delta. And while that's pulling up, let me ask you, for this record in 464 Yankee Delta, who was the requester of this request? I'm sorry, what agency?
This was for the done by the Atlanta Police Department.
And when was this request made?
It was made on August 26, 2015.
Now, looking at 464 Yankee Delta, can you please tell the jury what? We can scroll in. What are we looking at 464 Yankee Delta?
So this is the subscriber information.
And what information is contained on the subscriber information sheet?
So you have the first column, which is, again, that target phone number that was requested.
And what was the target phone number in this case?
This one was 470-217-6080.
And I'm sorry, one more time for me, the phone number.
Sorry, it's 470-217-6080.
And in the second column, column B, what information is contained in that column?
That is the account number for the account.
And column C?
It's the name that's listed on the account.
And what was that name?
Sean Hall.
And is this a prepaid or a postpaid account?
This is a prepaid account.
So is that same concept? Sean Hall could be the person or it could be any name that they chose?
Correct.
And when it says please forward to reseller, what does that mean?
The reason you see that there is if you look at the effective date, the request was made from January 1st, 2015 to August 26, 2015. So at the time of May 2015, Verizon Wireless no longer had that phone number. It was with a different carrier. So that's why you see from July 21st, 2015 to July 21st, 2015, it's with a different carrier, not with Verizon Wireless.
And how long did Verizon have this particular phone number?
A little less than a year.
And is that December 2014, December 9th, 2014 through May 31st, 2015 timeframe?
Correct.
And I want to briefly open up 464 Yankee. And we're not going to go through this record, but I want to ask you a question once this is published. we'll come back to that.
All right.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango. And publishing 1 Tango Tango Alpha. Looking at State's Exhibit 1 Tango Tango Alpha. What are we looking at in 1 Tango Tango Alpha?
This is the subscriber information for the second phone number.
Okay. And for this record, when was this request made?
This request was made February 11th, 2022.
And who made this request?
This was done by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And looking at 1 Tango Tango Alpha, what is contained in column A?
Column A is the target number that was provided by the requester to search.
And what is that target number?
That's 706-578-0999.
And when was the search requested for?
The search was requested. Are you speaking about the time frame?
Yes.
The time frame of the search was from February 6, 2022 to February 11, 2022.
And looking at column D, what does MTN stand for?
That's the mobile phone number.
And is that the same number as the target number?
Correct.
All right. And moving to the left. To the right. When it says business name, please forward to reseller, what if anything does that mean?
That just means that this phone number, it's not a Verizon number, but it's one of our resellers that uses our towers for service.
And what reseller was this?
Track phone.
And when it says MTN effective date, what is that?
That's just telling us the start of the phone number when it was started.
And on this, does it have a name of a subscriber?
No, because it's a track phone, so it's not our customer.
Now I want to pull up one document in 1 Tango Tango. I would like for you, if you can, to please, what are we looking at in 1 Tango Tango?
This is the text message content for the phone number that ends in 0999.
Okay. And going from left to right, if you can just tell the jurors, explain what information is contained within each column.
So the first column you'll see that says message arrival, that is the start of when the text message was sent. The final disposition means when the network actually finished the requested transaction. Doesn't mean that it was delivered or not, just that the request has been completed. Where you see SMSC, that's the switch for the text message. The message info just tells us information about arrival or it's outbound. The message final status will show us delivered or failed. The destination address, it sometimes will have like a a website if there's like additional content in there that's not just words. Oh, I just lost where I was. Oh, I think where I was on message ID under G. That is just an indicator to us to tell us where that text message is going. The search MTN, again, is that target number. So this was for the 099 number. The originating MDN number is the number that started the text message. So if I send you a text message, my number would appear first. If slide over to J, originate MIN is an internal identification. It's not something for other parties. Terminating MDN is the person who received that text message. So again, if I send you a text message, my number is going to be originating, your number is going to be terminating. And again, terminating MIN is an internal number, has nothing to do with anything outside of Verizon.
And then what would be in the last column?
It would have the content of the message.
And the content column, does it have the content as it's texted on the phone or on the device?
Now that's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transpired through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like it was texted.
Does Verizon Wires ever manipulate what's contained within the content column?
No.
All right. Court's indulgence for one moment. And we're just trying to fix one issue.
All right.
Why is this happening? What is going on?
Now, looking at 464 Yankee, is this the call cell site information that was provided pursuant to that 2015 request?
Yes.
Okay, and is the information within this document consistent with the information that you discussed, which was in 464 Yankee Alpha?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
No, I don't.
Anybody else? No. Okay, go ahead.
Just one TTA or just one? Thank you, Your Honor. Good. No. Oh, sure. Sure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can I ask you some questions about what's now marked as State's Exhibit number 1TT?
Sure.
And if you need it, it's going to be displayed. If you don't need it, I just want to ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
I'm specifically focusing on the text message content column. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
And you said something to the effect, I'm not saying this is a quote, But something like Verizon does not verify the accuracy of the content of those words, something like that. Is that correct?
In so many words.
Can you do me a favor? What happens, like if I was to send you a text and I ask, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That is a possibility.
And why, and if you don't know this, just it's beyond my capability, but why is that?
There could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you.
Do you know when, like, something is verbatim versus something's not verbatim? Do we have any type of, if you look at the records, any type of knowing like, hey, this is not accurate, but this one is?
Yeah, I would not be able to provide that. I don't have that information to
No, I
tell you.
understand. It's beyond your, no, okay. So you just can't verify that column.
Correct.
How about the other columns? Are they fairly accurate?
All of the columns are fairly accurate, but I wouldn't be able to say with 100% certainty the text message content is exactly what was text.
That's what I was saying. Besides the text message content, the other columns.
Correct. They're
Phone
all
number,
accurate.
duration.
They're
and-
all accurate.
Okay, it's just the text message column that you don't want to verify.
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, anybody else? I didn't hear from everybody yet. Any other defense attorney questions? No, shaking heads, no. Okay, any redirect? All right,
With the text message content, although you can't say that's what was put in the phone, the content that is there, where does that come from?
It comes from what was sent through the network, through the switch.
Okay, so it's still information, just all right. Is it,
you may rephrase.
thank you, Your Honor. Is it possible it's not the entire text or parts of the text?
Sounds like it does.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Let me ask a better question. What do you mean by the fact that it would come in what you just said?
What I mean is that once a text message is sent through the switch, through the net, which is the network, it is then sent to the other party. When that message is transpired in our content detail, we can't say that there were symbols left out or symbols that are added because we use emojis or pictures in there. So I can't say, yes, there's the whole message, or no, it's not the whole message, because there are other things that can go on to make it where you can't read it, like it's not legible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. All right, Ms. Jill. Okay, thank you for your time. You are excused. Let's take a quick bathroom break and then we'll get to your next witness.
And if you can approach on the bathroom break.
Okay. All right, well, we'll take a somewhat longer bathroom break.
Did she say we're going to take a longer break? I didn't hear that part. I think she did. All right, let's see what happens. Let's see.
May we approach at the bench with a member of the defense?
Sure.
Oh, you see,
If y'all are finished with that easily, y'all can go ahead and take it down. Yes.
she threw a signal. She threw.
Evidentiary matter that I'd like to discuss outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. You want us to do that first?
She throwing
Or-
hand signals.
Okay.
Yeah, that was. Oh my gosh, really? An hour long? Oh my gosh. A lack of homework. That's what it is. It's called a lack of homework, my guy. Oh, and this is I was rewinding it back some. I was trying to back it up, see if I can pick up anything, but I'm not going to mess it up. All right. So, what did we learn today, boys and girls? Absolutely nothing. That Verizon person, I'm sorry. That look, that should have totally fried Judge Whitaker's goose, because that was what was the purpose? What was the purpose of that? It's called stalling. Wait, sorry, trying to. There you go. It's called stalling. Yeah, like what was the purpose of that though? But media hasn't been when they're approaching the bench. Well, let me take that back. The camera has sometimes. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. She gave that camera a look like I'm trying to find that clip real quick. This is frustrating. This is just frustrating. I have no idea what we're doing. She wants that camera out of there. Love when the camera gone. It's not stalling, Monica says. Okay. Help me out. Tell me, what was the purpose of what were we supposed to glean from the Verizon person? Because it just seemed like a lot of technical jargon. What were we supposed to pick up from that? If we were the jurors, what were we supposed to gather from that, Monica? Because the general consensus is reading like people believe it was stalling. She want the camera out of there. Totally stalling. Okay, help me out now. They entered the phone number into the record. They also entered the phone number out there into the universe where people are calling somebody's grandma or Tom's plumbing service now because they didn't put this phone number out there. So, I mean, 6 in one hand, half dozen in the other, I guess. All right. All right. Let's keep it going. I mean, Monica, here, you want to drop the link? Now, if you want to, come on and explain it. I'm perfectly fine with being wrong, but yeah, I'm gonna put it out here for you. If you have nothing, if you can, Monica, come on, explain. Having the phone number in the record, okay? Because I feel like today was sure these are experts, they're crime scene investigators, phone analysts, but I don't think that those things were as necessary to me. They didn't make as much sense as it just doesn't make sense. Hate to say it in Doug, but no, nothing really.
And we'll take the recess and then we'll reconvene. Thank y'all. Didn't know that when I sent y'all out for the break.
That's cool. Come on, Monica.
Thanks. All right, let's take a 10-minute or so recess and then reconvene.
Okay, Monica, real quick, hurry up. All right, let's see. Hey, Monica, how are you, friend?
I'm good. What's up?
All right, tell us what was the purpose of everybody. This is Monica Mo Justice. I verified her. Tell us what is the purpose of the Verizon person? To me, that seemed like a big giant whoop to do about nothing. So what was going on with that?
So, in order to have further testimony from another witness, you first have to introduce um, the number into the record, right? You have to have someone come in and authenticate that this is a phone number, where the phone number derives from, et cetera, et cetera. So this person came and provided testimony that this was a phone number that is from a throwaway phone, and here's the information. Here's the number. We don't know who it belongs to, but this is a number. So what we can probably deduce from that is that this is a number that they will later connect to somebody based on taking a phone off of someone or something to the effect. But it's to clearly specify that the person who registered the number is a name that they don't know, and it's a throwaway phone, so it's not going to match whoever it subsequently comes off of in this case. So they could have arrested someone, and that person could have had that phone number, could have had that phone number on their person at the time of their arrest, or maybe when they raided a house or something. This is a phone they picked up, so they just giving you a way of introducing that phone into the case.
Okay. That makes sense. I can rock with that. That makes sense.
Before any evidence can be introduced, it must be brought in by somebody to authenticate it. This is everything. If it's an autopsy, you have to bring in someone that conducted the autopsy or was available for the picture. So, this is the mundane part of the legal side of things.
Okay. Would it have been better for them to explain that, so that if they just started with that, I can see that. And again, it makes sense. I'm gonna give you credit for that for sure.
This is a legal, so look at it from the perspective of, we are lay persons trying to look into a process that we are not familiar with. Okay.
Fair.
And they don't have to put on a show for us to explain to us what they are doing within the world that they do it in. This is not for the cameras. We are being able to see into the courtroom to get a better understanding of what is going on. But if they take time to play up to the cameras, then we have a longer case.
I got you. I'm not saying play it for the cameras. I'm actually saying play it for the jury. And it doesn't seem like, I can't imagine if I was a juror and you did all this today, I would be totally out of my mind. Like, what's going on? And that's what I was trying to lead to. Like, is a jury, if the jury is supposed to be lay people too. So they're just like us. They're not legal experts. They're not watching this from 9 different angles. They're just normal Toms and Sallys. That being the case, why not explain what you're about to experience when you hear 3 police officers talk about the same thing? And my goodness, in the morning, stop telling me about how close Club Crucial is to anything. And did it get painted? And it just seems, now I understand what you're saying now, Monica, and that does make sense. But it just seems like the jury would benefit more from knowing why they're listening to this. And again, you don't have to do it for us, not for us per se. But if they did it for the jury, they would have been doing it for us too, vicariously. But it just doesn't seem.
So I'm going to answer you. The only information that the jury needs to be documenting is what is coming out of the witness's mouth. So if the witness is giving a phone number and an explanation for that number, that's the information that the jurors should be considering. And then later on, if that number is introduced again, you go back to your notes and you connect the dots at that time. Remember, whatever comes out of the attorney's mouths is not evidence.
Right. I got you.
So they can't do an explanation. You understand, because you will hear an objection come from the other side and it would say I'm testifying, or whatever they use as their objections for when the other side is giving information that has not come through the witness.
Okay. I understand. I just think, again, it just seems like it's hard for it would be torturous to try to pay attention to this. I thank God that I'm only doing this by volition, and I'm not held hostage as a jury member, because I don't think I would be paying attention. I would be losing my mind. And that's the only thing. That's what I'm thinking.
What I think is unfair, right, is if it is known at this time that evidence from 2015 cannot be considered when the jury goes back to deliberate, then I think presenting it should be a 403 issue.
Mm-hmm.
So some of this stuff, right, as it relates to like the lady who got shot in a boo-boo, right? First of all, that case has already been adjudicated.
Facts.
So because the defense won't stipulate, it's not their clients who are on trial that engaged in that activity or whatever. This is what you would call, they say dicta for other things, but this is what you would just call like overkill. It serves no purpose, and I believe, this is just my opinion, that's why the defense does not question those witnesses, because it's a waste of time if eventually the event itself cannot be presented to the jurors for consideration.
So why do they bring it up?
Because this is the prosecutor's case, and this is how they coordinated their case with the recused judge, and they can't easily shift into a new direction. That's what we've seen from them. They are people that are stuck in their current way. They can't deviate from the plan. And you know that dealing with kids, there are some people that just can't, deviate. You've gotta adjust to their mode of learning. And I think in this particular case, you have to adjust to their mode of putting together their case.
Okay. I mean, because I was going to say, if your child has a teacher that has written out a very good lesson plan, wonderful plan for the whole month of October, they've got all the field trips and activities and everything filled out. But on the first day of October, the things hit the fan and it totally is messed up. And your teacher is just hell bent on getting back on track to this wonderful lesson plan that they put together, and not the reality of what's facing them. They had 9 new kids that popped up and they don't speak English. They had a kid whose dad passed away. Anything could happen, but the teacher is bent on sticking to this very well planned out lesson plan. It was great. And a lot of it can still get done, but they're going to have to make some adjustments, because now you got 9 new kids. You got a kid whose dad passed away tragically in some very graphic way, and he's a mess and is messing up the school and all that stuff like that. Your teacher would be very smart to say, man, I had this lesson plan was fire. Okay, maybe I'll put it away for next year, but I got to start over again, because that's the right thing to do. I'm sorry. Fulton County DA's office is a bunch of fools if they can't say Glanville was going this way. We got Whitaker now. We can't adjust because we got a new teacher or we got a new judge. That's on them. I'm
I
sorry.
want to explore Whitaker just for a moment, if we can,
I'll let you do
before
that.
she comes
I
back.
want you to put your picture on here, and I can stop looking at that little blank avatar right there. That's bothering me.
I can't. Let me
Monica,
see if I could.
Monica, don't
I'll
you
do it for the next
don't
time.
worry.
I'm not in Chrome. I'm not in Chrome where it
You're in.
probably
You're
connected.
probably on your burner phone.
I'm on my burner phone.
You don't have see, you don't have your pictures on your burner phone. See, y'all know how it goes. Rome knows how to do it. Don't. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Sorry, Rome.
So I
Go ahead.
think, and this is just who can disagree without me being upset. The judge may have signed that material witness order, but she's not gonna openly just sign off on a immunity deal. So they're gonna have to, based on what we've seen from her, in my opinion of her, she's not gonna just have a blind immunity deal as they did with Woody. So Woody. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Let me ask you a question, because you're by the way, this is Monica Mo Justice, a very astute legal mind. What does Mr. Zachary, and she's done a lot of research on this case, what does Mr. Zachary actually add? I'm not trying to be funny. What does he actually add to this discussion?
I believe the reason why he is material is because while he was incarcerated, he offered some information relevant to this case. And I'm going to use Shard's explanation. While he was in County Blue, he offered some information, and they never did anything with the information because he served his time in its fullest. And now they're trying to get, they're trying to have it both ways. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too.
Okay.
And that's just that's just basically it. He served his time. He's a free man. Now you want to compel him to come back to here and present a case, be a witness on your case, right? He can choose to say, no, I don't want to do it, and come and plead the fifth or whatever he does on the stand. But the purpose of them asking for his presence is because they need to introduce whatever statements he made into the case. And since he is still alive, they have to use him to get it into the case. They can't bring in, they may be able to bring in the recordings, the wiretaps, because they could use somebody else. But anything he said inside of interrogation rooms, they're gonna have a hard time introducing those without him taking a stand and saying, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall. And play that game. And then they go and they say, well, since the witness couldn't recall, then we'll have to just play these openly and introduce them and put that into the air. And then they'll say, we're not entering this in for the for the truth of the matter. And he's in furtherance of their theory.
Okay. So, understand you correctly. At the current, Zachary said something. He gave Big Mama's mac and cheese recipe, and they want to talk about Big Mama's mac and cheese recipe in court, but they can't do it because they have to have a foundation first. Is that fair?
That is fair.
All right. So they got to bring him in here and say, sir, does Big Mama use, cream cheese? Does she use, how much butter does she use? What kind of noodles? And he's going to say, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall. And once they finally get done with that, they can say, that's fine. Well, Mrs. Zachary said he doesn't recall, but we have evidence that he told somebody else. And here's the evidence in wiretaps of him giving Big Mama's mac and cheese recipe. And then they can bring it in. Is that what I'm understanding?
That is exactly where we are at.
So that's why they had the Verizon woman. So let me carry this out, make sure I got it. So the reason they had the Verizon woman is because they wanted to introduce this phone number, 777-9311. They want to bring that number in, but they couldn't do that without the Verizon woman verifying that the number was a Verizon number. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well,
or
it's
what?
the Verizon, because I heard her also say it was some number was an AT&T number too.
Yeah, I wasn't
I
certain.
think I thought, and I took it from the perspective that she was introducing a number that originates through Verizon and whose number it was, but that it's it's not an account, so it's a burner phone.
Okay. I thought it was a ported number. That's why I wasn't certain, and nobody asked her, of course, but I was just wondering if it was a ported number. Does that mean it's a Verizon? Like if I'm on AT&T and I go to Verizon, but I keep my phone number, I used to be able to do that. That was a big deal some time ago. Would that make it a Verizon number or an AT&T number that's being used on Verizon, or does it even matter? I wasn't certain about that part.
So here's the deal. We are law-abiding citizens, so we port our numbers, right? Criminals get burner phones, or they get phones that they temporary phones. So she's only giving you the history of a temporary phone. And not for nothing, younger folks today, right? They don't hold on to a number for life like the rest of us would hold on. It's just the generational thing.
Yeah, because I've had this number for a long time.
I've had my number since 2000. I ported this number, so I've had this number forever.
I've been with T-Mobile and all of its different iterations since like 95. So I don't even remember all the things that it's been. Yeah, that's wild. But okay. All right. So what if my guy pleads the fifth? That is a good question. So
here's my thoughts on him pleading the fifth.
Go.
I think if he pleads the fifth, since he doesn't have any criminal activity surrounding him right now, he should be able to leave. He just pleads the fifth. I think the issue was that he was not available to them as they sought out him, right? So he probably was like, somebody in the family gave an answer, and because it wasn't coming from somebody of the court, I forgot what they have a member of the court. There's a language they use to describe somebody who is a lawyer or somebody affiliated with the court. They can't go by that. You understand? You can't be the parent of someone and tell the prosecution, hey, my son is not going to come in today because he's over at the hospital. What you would need to do is one or two things. You retain a lawyer, and you have a lawyer contact them and say, my client is in such and such hospital. Here's evidence of it, et cetera, right? Up until what we understand, sometime yesterday, they didn't have a lawyer for him. And whoever was his lawyer, they reached out to the lawyer, and the lawyer said he was not the lawyer. So they didn't have any way to verify with certainty that he would be present. I know people don't like to hear you know.
Well, I get that part. I do understand that they weren't certain to some degree. I'm going to try to be gracious. I understand they weren't certain, but what was the rush to get him? Why did they? Because clearly they had 4 people ready to go, which is great. That's fantastic. Kudos to you, state. You had 4 people. So what was the rush that, oh, we got to get him, so let's go arrest him? Because then it comes in with the specter. He comes in with the odor of Rice Street. Why not just leave him alone and just say, oh, we found him. Okay, we know where he is. We've connected with him. We know he knows that he needs to be ready on Wednesday, ready to go. Like, I don't understand that.
Based on the activities of this prosecutorial team, I will say that it is the way they handle their witnesses is their intimidation factor. They bully their witnesses into participating in a trial that they don't want to participate in. I want to go back to what would have been the second method that the family could have utilized in order to convey to the court that their loved one was not available because he was hospitalized. Somebody could have came down to the court, went right in that courtroom, asked to speak to one of the bailiffs there and explained who they were and why they were there and would like to speak to the judge. That would have gotten the attention of the judge.
Hold on 1 second. Let me double check. Oh, I didn't hit the play. Darn it. Keep going. There's nothing on yet.
No, but that would have been another method of getting it across to the court that they were. You see them? Are they back?
I'm looking. Is something wrong with 11 Alive? Let me refresh it again. It is back. Doggone you, 11 Alive.
All right, I'll be
All right.
out.
Holla at you, homie. Thank you.
All right, later.
Go. Why is this not? Oh, they might be on mute. No, they shouldn't be. There we go.
I've got
One in the chat if you can hear.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6 kind of stacks of the correspondence between the state and various attorneys for co-defendants who've pled. And I really hate to do this to you. And some of them are really thin, so it's easy enough for me to just sort through it, but some of them are fairly thick, 2/3 of an inch.
I know, and that was the thin
And
down.
they are in, I don't know, because I've only just now kind of flipped through, but they don't seem to be in any kind of like chronological order. But it may be that, you know, something is like a string that started in 2022 and goes all the way through to 2024. I don't know, maybe. But they're all just sort of bound together as one. And it would be so much more helpful if I knew where one email stopped and the next one started.
Okay.
So can I give these back to you
Yes.
to sort of put in just a little bit more followable format? And then y'all can give them back to me in the morning. Okay, and if you can start
Scrambling and
with
scraping.
whomever the attorney for Mr. Zachary is, since he may be the first person.
He's not, he wasn't.
He won't be?
He wasn't, he's not one of these people. He did not
Oh.
plea. He was not
Okay.
a defendant on this
Okay,
indictment.
all right, great, then we won't have to worry about that.
Can I ask you a quick question about that?
Yes.
I may have misunderstood Miss Love earlier, but when she was talking about giving you these communications,
Mhm.
I thought I heard her drop in a clause that said except for the plea negotiations.
I don't remember.
Did
her
you say that, or
saying
did I mishear you?
Yeah,
Okay, great, thank you.
yeah. Okay. Mr. Shar, you had some sort of an evidentiary issue to raise.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe it's 464 Yankee. It's the historical cell calls of Demise McMullen. The witness identified it as a business record. Of course, we just saw it on this, we saw a CD. But it was briefly displayed to the point that I saw it. It has added columns that 464 Yankee, as it is right now, has added columns that are not in the format that they would have been received from Verizon. that one added column is,
Hang on, can you pull it up so I can look at what he's talking about? Go ahead.
and so typically, I do the same thing when I get cell phone records. I add columns to identify the people that I believe are associated with certain phones. And it looks like that's what someone that was not an employee of Sprint did here. And
So I see on the screen right now, columns A through I.
so I'm referring to D, and there's one over on the far right that might be like J or K.
Okay.
M. So those are things that someone, as part of the investigative team,
All right.
added those.
Let me ask.
So we actually did, yes, and we are deleting those columns and adding them to and making sure that the correct column is there. I don't think myself or the Verizon custodian, because she observed these records or she reviewed them, she must not have caught that, because we sent these to her so she can look through all of the documents. And so once we publish this is when we noticed that we immediately put it down. And so all the other columns are the same as the historical cell site explanation.
Other than D&M?
Other than D&M. So
So y'all are gonna withdraw 464Y and put in a substitute 464Y that does not include, or that shifts everything over 2 columns, I guess?
Yeah, so
Or what?
464 Yankee is what we thought was the entire Verizon records as returned. So we're going to take out this one document and replace it with the right. This one.
So it's only this one McMullen
cell site, yes.
Okay.
That sounds weird.
Okay, let's try to be a little bit more careful, please.
Yes, and we will, Your Honor, yes.
Anything else on that?
I mean, it's not that this is correct. We do expect the evidence will come out that these are Demise McMullen
Okay.
records, but we will make sure it is the right records.
Okay. And actually, one thing you just said reminded me of something that I wanted to bring up. You had said you sent them to her to review, and that's great. But that just reminded me, we've had 2 sort of, I don't know, crime scene-ish type witnesses on the stand today. One of whom reviewed 60 pictures on the stand, and one of whom reviewed 127 pictures on the stand. And they actually did that pretty fast. But is there, I mean, would anybody have an objection to, when we're talking about, the actual people that took the photos, who are also kind of professional at doing these kind of jobs? I don't mean like a victim of a crime and this is her house. I don't mean like that, but like, the reporting officer to the scene. Would y'all have any objection, and this goes for everybody in the event that the defense ends up calling witnesses as well, to just being able to have that witness when they're waiting outside, go ahead and review them just to see, hey, are you familiar with these? So that when they're on the stand, you can say, you reviewed them outside everybody agrees and all of that's fine, but that might save 10 minutes, 5 minutes here and there.
So, Your Honor, actually, the witnesses that had reviewed them, they, in one instance, at least the 128 photos, they had actually initialed every one of, like, they had reviewed.
Right,
all
but
of
when
them.
they get handed to them by an attorney and say, can you, and I know that's like what, the process is, but it is equally okay to say, you just now reviewed these outside, are you familiar with them?
We can
or
do that.
whatever. And I mean, obviously, if you give them to them and say review, they're going to do it again. But anybody have a problem with us, maybe like cutting out a minute or 2 here or there just by doing it that way? Everybody's good with that? All right, let's, from now on, and maybe it'll save us a day or something. I don't know.
Wow. Why don't you just tell them to do that?
All right. I have listened to the entirety of the recorded conversation between the investigator and Miss B. And she essentially, I guess I see where she got the idea that I, as the judge, had been the one that said she had to testify. Not really, but I get where she got it because at some point the investigator says, so we'll let the judge know, or Miss Hilton will let the judge know.
Am I missing a second? What are y'all talking about? Some people are saying
It was in the
that
context of appearing on camera, but I mean, I guess she took from that, oh man, they still gave me a subpoena, so the judge said I have to appear, when that's not in fact what happened. But there wasn't anything nefarious going on. It was just a kind of a misunderstanding, I guess, on her part. And then the other thing, just for, I mean, she is reiterating very strongly everything that she put in the email that y'all all have access to, about that she wants everybody, prosecution and defense, to know that she does not consider herself a witness. I'm sorry, a victim. She does not consider herself a victim. She doesn't look at herself that way. It's a surprise to her that anybody thinks she's a victim, given that this was sort of collateral damage to her apartment. Her apartment wasn't targeted. If she is called to testify, I think she's very much going to make that clear from the stand. One question I have is, given that we already have the testimony from, I think it was Officer Hill, is there anything additional that this witness would be able to present to the jury that would not be cumulative of the officer's testimony?
Your Honor, I think that, and I'll have to confirm reading her, what she did tell them, but I think that one second, let me confirm something real quick.
okay, so just in case anybody's not familiar, there was a drive-by and they hit the wrong house, the wrong apartment. They want to interview that woman whose apartment was shot up. And she's like, look, I don't want to be a part of this. So that's who the judge is talking about. The young woman whose apartment was shot up accidentally. I don't remember exactly who was the intended victim, but they shot the wrong place. Crazy, right? So they're talking about having her come in to testify. And she doesn't want to. All right, let's see what happens.
Your Honor, we can evaluate that.
Okay.
And
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, I'm trying to think if there was anything else that I wanted to tell y'all, but is there anything else that y'all want to tell me or that we can deal with right now?
I think I briefly mentioned it while we were there at the bench, and the court said that was something we didn't necessarily need to take up, but there may be, given certain evidentiary matters that we could not broach with certain witnesses, there may be a need to bring in.
Oh, yes, right. Thank you. Okay, so yes, there were, which officer was it? The officer that reported to
Miss
not
Bees,
Bell?
no, Miss.
Okay.
It was Officer Hill.
Was it Officer Hill? I don't think so. I think it was before that. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Who the neighbor was, who was in the neighboring house or apartment. And of course, there were hearsay objections, and I mean, it's a valid hearsay objection, and that's why it was sustained. But out of one side of defense mouths is a lot of, can we move this trial along? The state's taken too much time. Why does the state want to present all of these witnesses? And then the state had apparently cut a witness or two, hoping to just have this officer testify to who lived next door. And now the state needs to bring in 1 or 2 or 3 more people. And it's fine. It's a valid hearsay objection. And maybe, I don't know whether the state had talked to the defense about, hey, we're trying to cut down on, the time that this trial's taken. We're thinking about having the officer testify to who lived next door. Would y'all have an objection to that? Are you going to make us do all of that? And then we'd know beforehand. So I don't know if that happened or not.
We had not done that thing right there. We had provided a list that had people that had other people on there.
Yeah.
And so we can make it plainer.
Okay.
For instance, with I think that we had mentioned a few days or weeks ago regarding some of the maybe some crime scene technicians that we were going to eliminate and have some officers testify about, but we need to bring in, because if there are certain objections, they're just that are sustained.
So maybe let's short circuit some of this in either talk in person or over email or with a representative or something. When you've got an idea like that, like, okay, I can eliminate 3 witnesses if there's not a hearsay objection to XYZ. And then defense attorneys, y'all can let the state know what your position is. And if your position is, we don't care about saving 5 days of testimony, we're going to make the objection, that's fine. Y'all can do that. But then they'll know ahead of time and they won't maybe even attempt to get that in the other way. So I don't know. Thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. And just in future, if there's going to be a potential shortcut, I appreciate you trying to think about it. Just let them know beforehand, and then they can let you know, is that going to be one they're okay with or not? Okay.
Yes, Shana, thank you.
And we had the outstanding issue about AS not wanting to be videoed. I don't know if you want to take that up now or if the state's prepared now or
I
later.
don't know. I think, were y'all going to get further information and get back to me?
Yes, we were.
And you're not ready on
No,
that
we-
yet?
no, we-
Okay, I know it's only been a couple of hours.
Right.
Okay. And do we know when they're going to be? This week, a month from now?
I'm checking because my power partner,
Is
not
that
the
where in
court.
between?
But no, as the matters that we were bringing up to the court earlier regarding longer people have shifted our.
Right, because I don't know who was up here, but y'all all heard there was an expected witness. Was it Turner? Who was it that you said hurt their back?
There were 2, and Detective Thorpe hurt his back. And obviously the other witness that ended up at Grady this morning.
Right. Yeah. So, right. So there has been some, as of, I guess, today, information learned by the state that's going to require some shifting around of witnesses. So do you still expect AS to potentially testify this week, or will they get moved?
They may get moved.
Okay.
We also want, as we're trying to find out certain statuses.
Okay. So I guess maybe just let us know the first thing in the morning if you have further information or not.
Yes, we can do that.
All right. And with regard to all of the things that were due from everybody, including Ms. Abbasi was going to give me something. Are those on their way to me?
So yeah, we have the brief. We have to file the brief, but we have the brief written. Yes.
Okay.
And let's see what else. And I think that we are. Let's see what else we do.
That's a good question.
I'm recounting everything. We're going to work on these. we are still cutting out the court asked us to see if we could pare down the list of co-conspirator statements that we had given, and we were still
Still working
paring
on
that
that.
down.
Okay. So I guess as you know of, if you've been through 3 pages and you at least know that, like what is in and what's out for those, just kind of pass it along to the defense, as y'all know, so that they can start to focus on what objections, if any, they want to make to the stuff you do want in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not certain if we're now back in study hall court or what. It's sounding like study hall court. Wow.
Your Honor,
Yes.
because of that need to rearrange witnesses this week, does the state anticipate any witnesses this week that were not on the witness list circulated last Friday?
Your Honor, in light of the timing of all of this, of course, we've all been in the same place, but that is possible. So first of all, we need to find out that information about the status of the longest witness that we had, because we want that person up as quickly as we can get them. So until we get that information, we cannot commit to whether that's going to change things and put people in, but it is likely that we will have to bring in people that we were not going to bring in for this week.
Okay.
Because-
So yeah, it sounds like it's just as likely as not that it'll be a different list of witnesses. Can you get that together tonight and get it to the defense?
Yes,
I
and
assume-
we're just,
do you know which kind of set of acts you're going to go to?
they're all dealing with the set of retaliatory shootings that occurred after January 10th. And it's possible that another co-defendant that entered a plea, after I speak with this person's attorney, I can confirm that, but it's possible that one of those people will be testifying. But
Can you let them know by like 8 o'clock tonight?
yes, as
If
long as
it's
we
not
can.
the people you put in before, like who you think it is going to be?
Yes, and yes, we need to
Okay.
find out. We really need to find out one status of one person.
Okay. Well, and I guess if you don't know for sure what the status of that witness
We'll
is,
assume.
just go ahead and, give them the fallback set of witnesses.
We can do that.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Okay, so they're clearly in study hall court.
So are there other matters that we can
Let's see what they say.
deal with?
If we could be allowed to, as soon as the court permits, we want to start alerting certain people if
Okay.
there is the need to,
All
and
right.
to find out those statuses.
All right, well, the answer can be no, but you can also send one of the 6 people that you have in court right now off to do that while you stay around and deal with potential evidentiary issues,
That's good.
right? Yes.
Give it, I'm probably
Yeah.
the one that's going to be pointing
Okay,
out the ones
then-
that need to be.
Then you go and let somebody else deal with evidentiary issues. There may not be any. I don't know. Why don't we just take the 2 more minutes and find out if there's an answer to the question? Are we ready to deal with any other non-jury matters right now? I really need y'all to get that way soon, though, because we keep having these unexpected non-jury hours. So let's get ready fairly quickly to
Let's
deal
talk
with
about that.
some evidentiary issues. Okay,
I'll say this, and I believe the court was copied on it. Mr. Steele files after their review of the evidentiary item. So we just need the opportunity to look through that
yes.
filing and we can work through that.
Okay.
Okay.
You added more? Okay, great. All right. Okay, yeah, anything else right now?
I found that last witness interesting, so I'm getting cases for you, and I put it in writing just so everyone's alert.
Okay.
And I put it from me, but I did discuss with everyone on the representing people here, representing the accused here.
Right.
The last witness said that column in 1 TT, she could not verify its accuracy, and she's a records custodian, which has to verify the accuracy, that it comes in the normal course of business, and it is how they handle it, and it's accurate. And I have a couple cases, but I'm looking for more. But I'm going to be objecting to that column. I just wanted to give you, if you want to take that up now, but I am looking for more cases, but that will be an objection. And that was preserved, I know, by, we went to the bench and we had specifics on the text messages, certain words, certain messages were not relevant, but I wanted to make it encompass that entire column.
Okay, so the objection at the bench was that in terms of the content, we hadn't hashed out
Right.
whether
And now I'm objecting.
whether everything was going to come in or not. And it sounded like that with regard to authentication, as long as she testified to authenticate everything, it would, that objection that wasn't going to be made. And I've kind of already admitted it although I think all that's been displayed so far is maybe 1 page worth. Is that right?
And you blacked out. The Honorable Court ordered it blacked out. So there's no, I'm not trying to go backwards. I'm just saying in the future, we would like to exclude based upon that testimony, the text messages.
All right. And do y'all want to respond right now or at all, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We believe that the testimony of the custodian was she cannot verify what actually gets transmitted into the document, but the document as it is what Verizon gets, what Verizon produces, and that none of the people at Verizon manipulate what is in that content column, but it's solely because of transmission. She even gave the explanation. An emoji might not come through because of however the language changes. When I say the language, I mean like the technical language changes, but whatever is in the record is what has been transmitted and produced into the record. And so
is what Verizon has.
Is what Verizon has, and Verizon produces what it has.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think to that extent, it is authenticated as the records Verizon has. And with the sort of caveat that what is shown in the content column may not be precisely what it was my understanding that she was saying it might not be precisely what the ultimate recipient gets, because it doesn't pick up, it may not pick up something like a symbol or an emoji.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So I don't think that column is not properly authenticated. I think it is. It's just that you all will be able to make whatever argument you make about whether they should believe anything about what is said for the content of that. It is what Verizon gets from the switch, whatever the switch is.
She would, and obviously Miss Winfrey would be the best person, but the way I have it is Miss Hilton asked Miss Daniels, the witness, and the content column talking about what we're talking about, does it have the content as it is texted on the phone or on the device? And Ms. Daniels said, no. That's information that we would not be able to confirm or deny. There could be things that are not transferred through the network, or there could be symbols that don't transfer over. So I can't say one way or another if it's directly like what it was texted. That was on
Right,
direct.
and then following up, we got further detail that it sounded like it was things like symbols and emojis, but that what is shown on there is what Verizon, that comes from the switch/network, essentially. So
Okay, I'm just, I just want my record, I guess, to be accurate. But I asked on cross-examination, I said, can you do me a favor? What happens if I were to send you a text message and I asked, how are you? On the records, it may not come out like that. Is that what you're telling the jury? And her answer is, that is a possibility.
yes,
That has nothing to do with an emoji. That's the words.
no, I heard that too.
She said there could be a lot of factors, but I wouldn't have the factors to provide to you. I'm not able to provide that. I don't have that information to tell you is what she said.
Okay.
So I would like you not to admit that column.
Okay, well, it's somewhat problematic that you're only making the authentication objection now after the witness is gone.
I'm not trying to, I thought we made it.
You made a relevance, well, not you, but you, the defense team made not even a relevance objection, but made an objection to essentially the kind of thing I understood it to be not as to authentication of anything, but as to should something nonetheless be excluded content-wise because of some other objection, like we've been hashing through with other people's phone calls and interviews and all of those kind of things that are otherwise objectionable. And I'm sorry, that was the way I understood. I think I even said so not authentication. This is just going to be authentication here.
Well, I don't believe that witness.
I mean, apparently you didn't mean that, but I didn't.
Well, I don't know. I did not. I wanted to hear from the witness. That's why we would not stipulate. And the witness, I don't believe, laid a proper foundation before this honorable court for text message content. And I don't believe it's waived.
Your Honor, I believe their argument would go to weight and admissibility. She said that these are the records that Verizon gives. These are the records that Verizon produced pursuant to the subpoena that she received, and that this is the information that was given from Verizon. Now, whether or not defense counsel wants to challenge the content inside of it based upon what she said, they can, but the records themselves is what came from Verizon. I think she was clear in. I'm saying that I can't tell you for a fact that this is what was put into the phone, but this is what was transmitted from the switch, and this is what was produced. And again, no one has changed what was in the content column, but this is what is produced directly from the records. And it was properly authenticated because there was no authentication objection at the time in which the records were tendered and admitted. And these records have been provided to defense counsel, I believe, since 2022. So that column is there. So even when she began talking about it again, doesn't change the fact that the records themselves are authenticated.
I mean, I really do think that if there was going to be an authentication objection to that column, even, that you could easily have alerted the court to the fact. And I know you were examining her about, well, is the content going to be exactly this, or, is this something that if displayed to the jury and it says, how are you? It may or may not have actually said, how are you? But with regard to it being the record of Verizon, you should have said, I've got an authentication objection to this based on what she said.
I'll look at a waiver issue, but
Okay.
I don't believe, they put up the witness, it's their burden, and the witness did not come through on that column, in my opinion, and we voiced an objection.
That's the part I guess I'm having a problem with, is the we voiced an objection part, because you did not say that you had an authentication objection when we were up here at the bench.
Okay, so whatever was said at the bench is said at the bench. And then we blacked out, we mean the court blacked out. And now I don't believe that there's any reason to say that it's waived, because it was blacked out, not discussed, and the witness did not lay the foundation, in my opinion. And
they may not be able to. I'm just saying, you know, the time to make the objection is when we still have the witness available.
well, then, I mean, the witness was examined, she said on direct, then on cross, and then on redirect. And I don't believe that that portion, when a records custodian comes in and they say, I cannot verify the record, this is what I have, but I don't verify it, then they have failed.
Well, she's verifying that this is the official record of Verizon.
But I can't
She's just
verify
saying,
the content.
I guess we can't verify that the content is exactly that the content but I mean, this is what she could have clarified if we had known that this was an objection.
Your Honor, I believe she did. I think she did clarify, because when the question came on cross, what she said is, this is the content that is given from the record from the switch. So this is.
We know what that means. She said network at some point, but I mean, I don't know.
Your Honor, I can, if we need additional clarification, I can see if she's available to return. But again, she confirmed that the
Arrest her.
records that are entered are the records that are produced. That is what has to be authenticated. The content inside of it, she explained, as a Verizon wireless custodian, I cannot say this is what was texted in the phone. However, this is the documentation pursuant to what has been transmitted that comes in. She gave further explanation to explain, I'm talking about emojis might be missing, but I also asked her, does anyone at Verizon change what is in the content itself? And she said no,
Right.
because that is the record as produced. So she authenticated the record. If
Right.
there's a challenge to the content,
I mean, I guess it honestly is more like Mr. Steele hasn't referred to it in this way, but if there is a column that, and if it is all that could possibly be missing is an emoji or a symbol, that's one thing. But that's, I mean, part of her testimony suggests that. Part of her testimony suggests it may be more from the, if I text you, how are you today? And you can't say whether the record's going to reflect that or not, then maybe it's something more than the emoji. And this is something that could have been cleared up potentially if we still had the witness. But if it is, if the contents of the content column can in no way be relied upon to be even close to what actually got texted, and I'm not saying that that is the case, but I'm saying it's, I don't think it's 100% clear about that, then it's essentially would be like a relevance objection to that column, regardless of whether it is the document, the official document from Verizon. So while Mr. Steele has said it's an authentication objection, I mean, is that essentially what you're saying, is that if we don't know whether anything about that content is accurate, then why should that ever go before the jury?
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But I think that that could be an argument, and when the contents come in, there will be corroborating evidence around the relevant content. I think that that's something that can be addressed on a text message by text message basis once we get to that portion of the identified text messages in the relevant portion of time.
Well,
and I mean, if we need to recall the Verizon wireless custodian, we can do that. I can see if she's available tomorrow morning.
I mean, it's ultimately up to y'all, but you hear the arguments being made. Okay. All right. Anything else today? No.
All because of a spreadsheet.
Okay, so we're gonna, I guess, adjourn court a little bit early for today, but please, just like Friday, don't just, please continue to work on this case together and separately, because there is clearly so much still that needs to, that y'all need to get together on and address, and let me know about, so that we can sort out whatever issues remain and not have to only do it on the fly. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking 8:45 tomorrow for all of us. All
You
right, I'll
can
see
think
y'all
that.
then.
You can think that.
Did the court give you till in the morning to, so you wanted these these?
You can just give those to me first thing in the morning,
Okay.
and by first thing in the morning, I mean 8:45.
Not gonna happen. All right, I'm gonna leave this up because I want to. Hopefully, it's over. There's not gonna be a mid-credit scene, but there was. Oh, they did cut it. They meant business. Okay, cool. Well, let's jump over to Twitter real quick and kind of explain what's been happening. So, Thugger Daily has updated what actually has happened with the everything, even the letter. And so let's pull that in. Let's talk about it. Put me over here. That's too big. Just let's go like that. That's not that good either. We'll figure it out. Okay, that's better. All right, Thugger Daily. Now, of course, skimp down to the most recent. The jury is being excused for the day. So maybe Whitaker anticipates a long afternoon with the lawyers. Either that or the ghost of Glanville still haunts this case, and we will never have a full week of court, which I think is true. I don't think they've had it in a little while. Wait, they haven't had it in a while. Let's see real quick. Wait, there was a comment that explained. Okay, yeah, here it is. So the interesting email regarding Hilton. So that's again why Hilton was required to be there. So that here we go, has been explained. A witness emailed the judge under the impression that Hilton told her that the judge was making her testify, which sounds perfectly like what she probably did. But let's go. It was a misunderstanding. And after hearing the recording with Hilton, her investigator, the judge, says that she understands how it happened, but clearly wasn't on purpose. So I don't know. I don't think, is this recorded?
Recorded conversation between the investigators.
Oh, it's here. Let's see.
All right, I have listened to the entirety of the recorded conversation between the investigator and Miss B. And she essentially, I guess I see where she got the idea that I, as the judge, had been the one that said she had to testify. Not really, but I get where she got it, because at some point the investigator says, so we'll let the judge know, or Miss Hilton will let the judge know that you don't want to appear. And it was in the context of appearing on camera. But I mean, I guess she took from that, oh man, they still gave me a subpoena. So the judge said I have to appear, when that's not in fact what happened. But there wasn't anything nefarious going on. It was just a kind of a misunderstanding, I guess, on her part. And the only other thing.
All right. So that was that. Shout out again to Thugger Daily.
All right. I have listened to.
All right. Now they don't have the other, whatever else she was talking about. Let me see real quick. Oh, this might be it. Let's see.
She put in the email. And the only other thing, just for, I mean, she is reiterating very strongly everything that she put in the email that y'all all have access to, about that she wants everybody, prosecution and defense, to know that she does not consider herself a witness. I'm sorry, a victim. She does not consider herself a victim. She doesn't look at herself that way. It's a surprise to her that anybody thinks she's a victim, given that this was sort of collateral damage to her apartment. Her apartment wasn't targeted. If she is called to testify, I think she's very much going to make that clear from the stand. One question I have is, given that we already have the testimony from, I think it was Officer Hill, is there anything additional that this witness would be able to present to the jury that would not be cumulative of the officer's testimony?
Your Honor, I think that, and I'll have to confirm reading her, what she did tell them, but I think that one second, let me confirm something.
Okay.
All right, so we heard that. So okay, so again, somebody in the DA's office, the professional, the ones that are supposed to be doing this on a regular basis, convey to the witness that they had to come and testify when they didn't. They made it sound very nefarious, and the person said they didn't want to be on camera, they didn't want to be seen. So of course, the DA's office just misspoke. It's just a little misspeak. I like what Debo says this. Do you think Judge Whitaker is too involved in this case evidence? Hold on. Or is just being, do you think she's too involved in this case evidence or being more than the referee? Oh, hands down. No, she's way more than the referee. Way more. She has a vested interest way more than, again, very similar. I don't know what the problem is. Like, just judge the case, call balls and strikes, and call it a game. I don't understand. So the woman said, this is the young lady, not the young lady, but the woman whose apartment was mistakenly shot up when somebody attempted to shoot up another apartment, one of her neighbors. So that's who this is. So that's what the email was. That's why Simone,
And the only other thing, just for, she is reiterating.
that's why Simone Hilton was required to be there. Wants to give appearance the state is acting in good faith as she makes a statement of bad faith. Brian Steele. Shout out to Brian Steele. I like that. Yeah, people are saying right here, yeah, they don't trust that was a mistake. "130 days of deja vu." Yeah, that's gonna be wild. Okay, so those were the two things. I don't see why the jury was sent out. Why were they excused early? But it only benefits the state because they don't have their witnesses ready. Okay, so Thugger Daily explains, he's probably explaining this for me. Through her, the state is getting phone records, including Verizon cell tower records that help indicate locations from many different dates ranging from 2015 all the way to 2022. We're not going to hear anything substantive right now. She's just the records custodian to get them in. Future witnesses will use this data to testify. Hilton had to break out the canvas, and that wasn't a Sharpie though, and that was a dry erase marker. That was inappropriate. You don't use dry erase markers on paper because it dries them out. All right, and here's Rome. We know how Rome King feels about this this spreadsheet right here. Of course, he's loving that. So, in some column that Brother Steele was not feeling, I'm not 100% certain what column it was that he was on. They don't have a witness. No, I don't think they had a witness. That's why but see, that's part of the problem. You cut court early because your people didn't have a witness, and you've told them multiple times that they need to have witnesses. Go figure. It's just getting frustrating, but goodness gracious, y'all. I don't know what to do. What I do know is y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for hanging out. That was a little bit more fireworks than we expected. But lots of good things. We found out some good things. Thankfully, Zachary has an attorney. I was hoping against hope that Judge Whitaker had gotten some call from on high to do something different, but it didn't. We did not have that on my bingo board. That a witness said he was threatening me, which is funny though. It's funny that happened, and considering the fact that this is the state and they've been doing this. So, matter of fact, part of what we've been talking about is what they did with Zachary, and now look what they're doing. Hey, go figure. So I want to thank y'all again for that. That was a lot of fun. Let's the plan. Oh, you said columns D and y'all got that written down? Okay, it's columns D and M. I closed it out already. I'm not invested in it. I found it. Okay. Yeah. I do kind of wonder though, it was kind of interesting. Why did Brian still wait till after the woman already left? That just seemed kind of weird, but it is what it is. Everybody, I want to say thank y'all so much for this. Thank you so much for the very, very supportive and very kind supers for the day. Y'all want to say again, thank you so much to Woman of Valor for just being amazing. Thank you so much for the 199. Thank you so much to Rebecca Starr for the 199 as well. To Eric, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. Aries one for the 199, as along with you as well. Again, Rebecca, crushing it. Thank y'all so much for that. Now, Monica had to remind me there's something going on, so she had to send me that 5, and I appreciate it though, and I appreciate you reminding me of that. That there was some breaking news on another page. I appreciate the $2 there, South Georgia. Thank you so much, Rebecca Starr. Again, Aaron, again coming through. Thank you. I appreciate the very kind Rebecca and Monica, as well as Brooke Harrington. Thank you, Andrew. And again, Brooke, y'all are amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Frank coming through with the great comments, by the way, today as well. I see you, Aaron, again. And then Doug capping us off with 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Hopefully, everybody who did receive a membership gave Doug a shout out. Thank you so much for being so kind and gracious right there. But I do want to say thank you and welcome to all new members. Thank you and welcome to, in case I missed it too, welcome to the membership as well. Malika, thank you, friend. I see you, lady, over there. I appreciate the £1, almost 199 pound. Thank you so much. As well as Mandy, my wonderful co-host, has been helping me out so much. She gifted a membership, and she'll also be running the ship tomorrow. So thank you so much for that. But I do want to say, before we get too far afield, lady, Woman of Valor with the $99.99 super chat. Thank you so much. Wow, that was amazing. I really appreciate that. That's amazing. Thank you so much. As well as to Sam and Danielle. Welcome, Mr. Preston Jones. Welcome to the party. And then lastly, let's finish this up. Innocent Bystander channel. I gotta go check out, see what you've been working on lately. By the way, thank you for the $50 super, as well as Project Band shirt. Thank you as well. And Mango coming through this morning, blessing us with some gelato over there. We appreciate you. Thank you again, Mandy. And then to start the morning off, Woman of Valor with a $50 super. You were actually the stream sponsor, so I want to say thank you for that. And make sure everybody knows that you was rocking it out. There you go. You were the stream sponsor today. And I thank you. Everybody, you all are amazing. I really appreciate it. I'm glad that you all were able to hang out with us today. It was a lot. There was a lot going on, but I don't make any shorts about it. It was a lot of fun. Oh, man, thank you. Wow. Thank you, Sandy, for the $15 super. Thank you for today. I appreciate you. And Bill, I appreciate you, sir. He says, thank you, Jason and Mandy. Thank y'all so much. This is a lot of fun. I'm glad that we're able to connect. Thank you so much for being a part of the best super chat, best live chat on the planet. Please do not hesitate to jump on in here whenever. If you want to leave a comment down below, let me know what you think about it. Always trying our best to improve and make this channel and the offering that we're giving you all the content better. So continue to send ideas. If you want to, send them to dearwokec@gmail.com. I really do appreciate any kind of insight and feedback, especially from my legal minds. If you're a legal mind like Monica and others, Rome King and the such, feel free to send out your information. I love it. But let's get ready to get out of here. I got this. If you want to send me an email, I appreciate it. I'm gonna go check out the Dangerous crew. They just got home from school. So well, I will not be here tomorrow, and I will not be here on Wednesday. Going to go see my dad. So y'all pray for your boy going up to Chicago. So pray for me. But I will be back soon enough. I'll probably be tapping in because he's not gonna be talking about anything. So I'll probably come through and holler at y'all. I'll take my computer with me. But let's do this real soon. Until then, everybody, grace and peace. Take care. Why is it still here? Because the screen didn't close out. That's why.